All right, fantastic. I wanted to welcome everybody to the show today. It's great to have all of you here. These are exciting hosts, let alone we have an amazing 3-day event, but it's never just a 3-day event. It's really an event that you learn and grow right now. You take the learnings and you're going to be doing that. And I'll tell you one thing that we're going to have post events. We're going to have times where we're all going to get together the next couple weeks and next couple months as we're learning together and really taking that education. So this is a time for you really to enjoy yourself. This is a time for you to take in the learnings. This is accessible by Facebook for a long time, so that's a great piece. And at the same time, we're doing this together as a team and a family. So questions you have, put comments in there. Make sure that you're well hydrated. My wife just brought a drink in for me. This is fantastic, and take care of yourself as you do it, but stay on the stream and really listen and learn. And we're excited from the Los Angeles Tribune and all our hosts here to give you as much as we can, but to bring the right people in and to really drive that forward for you. So with that being said, I'm going to now turn this over to Alicia, who is one of the most brilliant part of our team. She's got great things to say to you. And how excited are you today?
Thank you so much, Michael, and welcome everyone to LA Tech 2024. We're delighted to have all of you on today. Please share in the chat where you are joining us in for today's session. Please share today's session. Today, we're not here to just talk about technology. We're here to explore how it lives, it breathes, it moves with us each and every day. From the moment we're waking up and checking our phones to the way that we work and connect and even relax, technology is our constant companion. It evolves and adapts to fit our lives. And we have so many thought leaders that are joining us today and for the next 3 days that have been shaping technology over the years. This event isn't just about understanding that journey, but embracing the role that technology plays in each in our daily lives. So delighted for you all to be here today. Please ask questions in the chat. It is really a collaborative and interactive experience today, and we're delighted to have you on. Parisa, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling great. Hey, Alicia. Hey, guys. Hello to everyone watching. Good to have you with us, and happy Thursday. For us, it's morning. Well, for me, it's morning. For you, it may be afternoon or evening, or maybe even approaching Friday. But it is so good to be here with all of you. I want to say that tech and tech conversations have historically been pretty intimidating for me. And many years ago, I shifted my mindset because I really dove into the learning of it. And this is one piece I want to share to start all of us off with. It is that if you want to have an understanding of where you are at in this world with your own life, if you want to have an impact in this world with your life, you need to understand how to navigate the information age. And in order to navigate that, you get to learn how to have conversations at the information gates. In this conference, these next 3 days, I feel like are a really great way to experience that and do that and be a part of that. So just like Alicia said, please hop in the comments, ask questions, send your thoughts, because what you're thinking, what you're asking, what you're curious about, I guarantee you someone else is thinking the exact same thing, at least one other person. And this is just such a really great, robust, dynamic conversation. And it's good to be here with all of you. Donna?
Yes, I agree a lot with what you've said, Parissa, because for me personally, tech has always been not my area of expertise. Even though I grew up in Silicon Valley, even though it was during the high tech era and all of that was coming in, I started in fourth grade with a computer for the first time in the classroom. And I remember the old DOS system where you put in line by line to command it to do what you want it to do, to show a graphic. And just to see how far we have come today, the last year and a half, 2 years, I've really dove more deeper into the tech side and have learned a lot of different ways, a lot of different programs. AI is a huge part of it anymore. And it's just going to grow and it's just going to continue. And it's all about elevating our own skill sets, but also learning how to integrate and tool stack with all of the different pieces, because it is really growing and magnifying and expanding all of our businesses. And I don't care what industry you're in, it's here. Tech is here. It's going to stay. Julianne?
I agree with you, Donna. And I want to point out something that will sort of set the mood. If you notice the screen, there's 4 women. 4 women, and technology is not technically considered a feminine sort of conversation. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is 1, times are changing, and 2, this is a conversation for everyone. This isn't for necessarily just beginners or just experts, or you can be anywhere in your technology journey and join in and learn something truly remarkable and amazing that will change your life. Because it's kind of like the same idea where it's when the car first came out. Oh no, we want to go back to horses. This is this is not going away. It's only getting bigger and better. So I'm very excited to be here, and especially for our first guest.
So great to have everyone joining us today. Share this with your friends, with those in your community, with your colleagues and your coworkers. As Julianne, Donna, Parisa opened us off with, and as Michael said, today is a dialogue, it's a conversation, and it's about how we use tech in everyday lives. And it doesn't matter where you are on your tech journey. We're all here to learn and to grow with each other, and we're so excited that we're bringing in true tech experts to teach, to share, but also to learn and grow with us all today. So we're very, very excited that you are all here today. We're going to hand it over to Michael Silvers one more time before we bring in our keynote open for you all today. And I am so excited for this conversation. But before we get there, Michael, back to you.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a minute and then turn it over because it's about you guys. But it's great to have all of you on. Everybody listening out there, make sure you share this with everybody that you just know, because tech is in everything. We just did a big podcasting conference, right? We came back, everything was tech. I mean, and it's how we live within it and how it lives within us and how we adapt it and how we're adapting to it. And it's every day for speakers, trainers, authors, booksellers, businesses, small business, large business. It's part of everything we do. So it's really learning the best what's going out there, putting it into your consciousness and really enjoying it, right? Because there's always that, oh my gosh, and just realize it's here to stay. Look at NVIDIA stock right now. And it's where things are going. So with that, I want to thank everybody for being on, for myself and Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune and everybody here, that it's going to be an amazing 3 days. And just to know that not only do we have people in tech, the most amazing at the same time, we're also going to get into mindset. So we are going to kick off tomorrow with Joseph McClendon. You're right. If anybody knows Tony Robbins, and you got to make sure you're there for that, to put yourself in the right mindset to do the things you need to do. So we've got a powerful 3 days. We're going to have an amazing time. And I am going to turn it back over to Alicia and Parisa and I'll see you guys back in about an hour.
Thank you so much, Michael. To everyone tuning in, hello again and welcome to LA Tech in Everyday Life. Parisa, would love to hand it over to you to introduce our keynote opening guest for today. Parisa, over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. So I am super excited for this first guest to come on. Our first guest is Omar Luzadi. Now, I can't wait for you guys to really just glean from his knowledge, his insights, but just really his overall way of being, because he has extensive experience. And I'm going to say this in not the most accurate way, because I'm going to want him to dive into this, but he's got extensive experience in video delivery and has held leadership roles with major tech companies like Meta, Amazon, Yahoo. He's also the CEO of a startup that is integrating AI and video streaming and really creating a new lane for creators, but mainly their communities, really changing the way communities interact and connect with one another online. Omar, overall, he is such a seasoned technology innovator with specialized skills in video streaming, AI integration, and he really understands the evolving needs of brands and consumers in these spaces and so much more.
It is a delight. It is an honor. We are going to bring Omar to join us. Hello, Omar. How are you today?
Alicia and Parisa.
Hello. Parisa just introduced you but would love for you to also introduce yourself to your audience in your own words. It is such a delight and an honor to have you on today with us, Omar.
Thank you. Delighted to be here. Real, quick background. So I started mainly in algorithms in very, very early days of voice over IP. I worked for the first company that before even Skype created this type of one-on-one discussions. I was working on video algorithms and audio algorithms. Then in 2006, I started a company for peer-to-peer live streaming. So basically, how to be able to get the resources from multiple people in order to deliver better quality video. We were the first one to build a solution for the NBA internationally, and Blizzard, some gaming companies, and eventually we were acquired by Yahoo. In Yahoo, I was responsible for also video delivery. We did the NFL, big first games when the NFL wanted to go online more than television, or at least to experience it. And then I worked in AI for Amazon Alexa, and lately real-time communication. So basically the many-to-many on Meta, Messenger, Instagram, and groups on WhatsApp. Recently, last November, I founded a new company with several other people in order to rethink how we can have much more interactive in video conferencing. So basically to create tools for communities, for better discussions while you have many people in the audience. We leverage AI for many elements that will help moderators like you in order to manage big crowds, chat being done in different ways, bringing people on stage, being able to enrich the discussion with additional facts that we bring in real time and to the audience and to the hosts, and various other elements in order to be able to manage 100,000, 20 people while learning together, while discussing together, and to enable that experience in a much better way.
Wow, I mean, such a vast experiences and perspectives. Omar, you have so many patents. For anyone that is tuning in, if you've ever watched a video that was live and not necessarily seen a lag, even though there might have been a lag in the production, Omar and his work and with his team is responsible for some of that. Omar, you've been such an innovator, and you mentioned it just now, rethink how we can. Can you talk a little bit about your creative process and how you were able to bring such impactful innovations to the world that are really impacting how individuals connect with video, connect with each other, and experience what they get to see online?
So I think that I worked with many engineers, and obviously my experience as well. And creativity is hard to define because the processes are very different between individuals and people. It requires some elements of knowledge. Obviously, I'll give several examples in a second, and some elements of probably courage to move a little bit forward. The first thing that pops up in my mind is when we did audio calls, and I'm talking about late 90s. And then I decided that I want to try video. Now, back then, some people had 14.4 kilobits per second modems, but I came a little bit later, so 828 and 56. Obviously, the network didn't suit for video delivery, so we needed to compress the video, and in such ways. Today there are many standards about it, but back then it was more complex, and to believe that it's doable, right? And I think the main thing is to believe that it's doable, to cut many, many corners in some cases, and to build something. And it may take months and months, and obviously many, ups and downs and frustration, and no, this is impossible, and this is impossible, and so on and so forth. And so that's one experience. When we were thinking about peer-to-peer live streaming in 2006 or so, I remember some due diligence that investors did on us, and they spoke to university professors, and they said, no, this is impossible. They will never be able to do it, right? I remember that quote from a professor that mentioned it that via the VC. I heard about it. And obviously, it just encourages you more. Let's prove that it is possible, right? And eventually, we built it. So, and then on more smaller places, you have these type of sparks of intuition, more on the product side than on the hardware engineering side, but also on algorithmical elements, you do have it. And those moments are really, you think about something, how you process it, if it's during the night, if it's just someone saying something that slightly is close to it, and you immediately jump to another association or something that you think about, and that creates that new idea. And these are fantastic moments.
Wow. Okay. So I am seeing all these comments pop up. People are just amazed at the way what you're sharing, Omer, but also the perspective in which you hold as you reflect on your experiences. Now, you had mentioned that these professors at the time were quite skeptical and were doubting what was truly possible. And as you said, that it just encouraged you more. I would ask, since then, what was the next thing or the most recent thing that you have had to really rework in your mind that truly you believe that, okay, I'm not sure if this is doable, but now I believe it's got to be doable? What would that thing be? Or do you believe everything's doable?
I think that today, okay, so I'll mention several things, one on technology and maybe other on related topics. On technology, what is happening with AI is amazing, honestly. I was part in Alexa, and I had a team of machine learning engineers, but also a team of linguistics, because the way that back then, and I'm talking about 4 years ago, not something that is much more than that, the way that we were approaching language understanding was a lot by rules that we as humans came with about the language. And linguistics analyze, the Canadian English is slightly different than US English, and people can ask for weather and time in various ways. Weather, time, music are the big Alexa. People are using those at most, and alarms. When we wanted to add Arabic as another language, we hired another linguistics, and the ML team was kind of complementing the research that the linguistic did. So basically, it was a rule-based approach. With AI, what happened November 2022, right, when ChatGPT was launched, then when the entire paradigm is shifted. It's shifted from something that is rule-based, that we and human can teach machines, to actually machines can figure it out by themselves and get to much, much, much better results. That opens multiple of alternatives, how to enrich ourselves, how to enrich our communities, how to enrich and what we are doing in Gigaverse is indeed that, for moderators to go over, thousands of messages that are running out there in the discussion, to analyze which of these questions are questions that either add more data to the discussion, which one are better, which one can create more emotional connection between the host and the audience, right? All these things are things that nowadays with AI, we learn slowly that actually the AI can enrich us or add to us as moderator or host, or the community itself, add additional elements to it. So that's what I'm being, what we're building and the type of creativity that we are doing now. How to tie it in such a way that will help communities, that's another element of it that we are thinking about. What about what is happening in live, what is happening in not live, and elements like that.
I would have never, then again, I'm not in your mind and I don't work with your mind in that way, but I would have never thought of the language differences, although that's such an obvious one. Like, it's like, of course, English is different in other, various English speaking countries, of course. Yeah, it's something that is so impactful. And when you are building that thing, I'm going to ask, what's something else aside from language? What is something else that is, I think, a more like unassuming, but is a very obvious one that that impacts what you're building?
So two comments. One, there are also visual elements. I think that we're not there yet technology-wise, that we are trying to think ahead, 2-3 years ahead. So let me give you an example. When we're talking about discussions, and that's our main focus today, obviously it's mostly about the language itself, analyzing the transcript, trying to go and add additional information from the web by using LLMs as well to analyze that information, and so on and so forth. When we think about learning together, so if you're talking about from cooking to dog training to gardening, right? Then the visual elements are also elements that we could utilize in order to understand who is doing something wrong, right? If let's say that you have a cooking lesson and someone is chopping the onions in a different way, right? That's something that we could down the road with computer vision analyze and suggest immediately, either bring that person on stage to teach him or her, or immediately try to correct it, right? If it's about gardening, the same. What about, I'm just imagining here, but what about if I'm trying to put that flower, and if I want to see how it would look if the pot is in a different color, right? So all these things we can create down the road. I'm not going just to throw ideas here, but think about the visual elements of a video session and how that one could be enriched as well. So that is a little bit more future-looking ideas. In terms of the connection between people, right? And eventually, I think that that's one of the main incentives here. So enriching the discussion intellectually is one thing, but creating connections between people is maybe even a higher type of goal that you would like to achieve. And I think that that's what you guys are trying to do all the time while you're hosting, right? While now people can comment and I can read the comment and maybe later to go. So those emotional elements are also things that we are working on, trying to get better, trying to make sure, trying to connect some people to other people's because they have similar opinions. If something is a little bit more emotional, trying to ask right questions from the audience in order to tie the audience into the discussion and open it up.
Wow. I love that you gave the example of even like chopping an onion or gardening, because I was thinking about all the different Google searches. When you type something into Google, and you're looking something up, something simple as like chopping an onion, all the different options that you're getting and all the different ways you can learn to do the exact same the exact same skill ultimately. And if you have something that can just condense that, but bring all of those together into one, like you have every grandma, every aunt, every cousin being able to bring their expertise and knowledge and expert into the environment and just be fully immersed in that. That is so cool. I love the gardening. I'm like thinking of like makeup application to refurbishing furniture. I'm like all of the things that are popping up in my mind. But thank you for that. I'd love to pass it to Donna. Hey Donna, welcome.
Yes, I've been listening backstage, and I'm enthralled with this discussion, which is why I came back up, because you've brought up several points that I never thought about or considered as somebody who puts the technology together forward thinking 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, what's really possible. Because for me, I'm more of an end user, and when you started talking about the emotional components, one of the things that I see with a lot of people that are end users is fear because of the speed technology is happening and the fastness to it. But what I've realized is what we're seeing today, we've been using 3, 4, 5 years ago. It just wasn't made known quite yet. So what message would you share or would you say to people that are the end users to the technology you guys put together to help them overcome that fear to take those steps moving forward?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, Donna. When I think about it, the first thing that comes to my mind is what is happening with chess, and I'll explain why. I believe it was 1997 when IBM developed the first computer that was able to beat back then Kasparov, who was the world champion in chess. The way that IBM built that solution, and it relates to what I spoke about languages before, is hiring many masters in chess and trying to teach the machine, back then the IBM machine, trying to teach the machine about all the rules and possibilities in chess, and to use the computer power of machines in order to beat the world champion. And it was successful, but it was many, many, many rules that people came with and needed to teach the machine, right? In 2000, I think it was 11 or 12, the London company, DeepMind, I believe, created, just taught the machine, the ML, the machine learning algorithms of back then, just the rules of chess. You go, machine, teach yourself about chess. And the machine started to play against itself. Million times. I mean, in one day, the machine already was playing like million games against itself. It taught itself all the how to play chess. Immediately, that new machine beated all the previous machines. But not only that, it managed to create new strategies about chess. It managed to, even in some cases, for example, moving the bishop back and forth was considered something that you don't do. And then we learned that actually the machine is doing that, and it's actually beneficial. Isolating your opponent pieces, right, is another big strategy that we then learn from the machine. Today, no one can beat, obviously, the machine. The machines are much, much, much better. But we are using them in order to teach ourselves new strategies. The chess community is blooming. The fact that machines are better now, no one cares about it. And it's fantastic. The enjoyment of chess increased. People can learn more. People can evolve in their chess strategies, and no harm was done. I'm not sure if I completely answered the question, but so let me take another angle to it. We are noticing that when we mention that we are using AI, there is an element of fear there, right? I think that there is a little bit of disconnect between the technical people that maybe understand the insight, maybe are excited about almost everything, every new technology that is coming out there, and other parts of the population, most of the population, that is worried about how it will affect relationship. And we've seen technology that is affecting in bad ways technologies, how it will influence work, right? And many other aspects of it. We are taking much smaller steps. Basically, we are asking moderators, do you want to get help on taking all this running chat and breaking it into topics, right? Do you want help about suggesting you some polls that maybe the audience will be interested in? Do you want to know which one from your audience now has a good question and maybe it would make sense to bring them on stage? How we do it is less relevant. So by having these minor elements that can help actually you doing your work better, that's the approach that we're taking, and not just either coming with this terminology or suggesting that new things are completely going to change the way that you're working.
Wow, thank you for that. Because I think a lot of times people fear what they don't know. And when it's new, we all go through that learning curve. And then you have the early adopters, then you have the ones that fall back and kind of trail behind. And then you have the doubters and the skeptics with it as well. But what I've seen with all of the things that I've used in technology is progression, expansion, different ways to scale in different businesses. And it's here to enhance what we're doing. Because when you talk about machine learning, you're really putting in your own program. You're putting in what you want it to know, like for me, what I want it to know about me. So then when I get ready to write, it's easier for my article to come out because it already is familiar. So it's an extension, is how I see it, of myself, but it doesn't replicate me completely and fully. So what would you say to somebody who goes more into that fear state of, oh no, it's going to take over the world? It already took over the world because we all use technology every single day. And if it wasn't for technology, none of us would be sitting here right now on the stream, listening in the live and all of that. What would you say to that person to say, what would be the next natural step to overcome to really integrate it into your life?
I think first is simply, try it out and see how it can enrich you. I mean, writing, whether it's an article or a story or poetry, right? There is the joy of creating something itself, but by itself, right? And to that joy, I do believe that these tools actually help you to create something that is either better outcome or to enrich your process itself. In terms of the audience that is actually consuming that article, poet or poetry or story, also, I mean, whether it is just by reading something that is more complete or better, or actually exploring it and trying to learn from it by using other AI tools, that's also enriching. So on both sides, I see that as something that is not harming. And again, the first element is just use it. But I don't want to overlook the possibilities of something that will emerge, will grow completely without our control, right? And it happened to us in technology in the past. Polarization is one element that we see on social media, and obviously it has some damage or potential damage to our society. And there are many other elements that technology by itself without us deciding how to use it and when to use it and how to moderate it, how to control it, obviously can grow to various other places. And that's why we need to be much, much, much faster as a society to react to the technology, right? And what we are trying to do also in Gigaverse in terms of this polarization is to bring communities that actually can talk about politics, about things that are more controversial, even health, environmental aspects of it, right? To bring people together to talk about things, even if they do not agree on them, and we actually believe, and it's one of the main things that we're building this solution for, is we believe that when even people with opposing ideas meet together and talk about topics, that can only lead to something that is more positive. Yeah, so but mainly what I wanted to say was that we don't need to overlook and to assume that if it will just grow, everything will be solved and problems will be solved. No, we need to worry, and we need to regulate how AI is growing, where AI is going, who can use it, how much, and for what, especially for what purpose.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you for that, Lisa.
Over. You make a really interesting point, bringing it back to when you were talking about chess. And you said that, you taught the machines how to play chess, and then they taught themselves. And then they decided that they were going to move the bishop forward and then move it back and then move it forward again. So it's really almost like disrupting the norm of human behavior in a kind of way of like, what is it that is perceived okay and not okay? And how can we actually work in that space? And then you were just talking about, AI and regulations. What are some of the things that end users can think about as they think about, their own kind of ethical concerns, or their own, like, where is their fear coming from? And what is driving that, and how they actually use the technology that is continuing to evolve. Like, AI isn't at the moment fully regulated, and there are different bodies around the world that are thinking through what those regulations will look like. But how can actual end users think about how they're using this technology as the industry further evolves?
Yeah, it's a big, it's obviously a big question in terms of as I said before, just use it, and believe that the intentions of people are, are good intentions down the road. It's currently hard to see for me, but maybe I need to dive deeper on that one to understand what kind of people could use it in bad ways, in order to either manipulate others, influence in bad ways, and obviously down the road when robotics, which is always being discussed in the context of AI as well, then obviously there are the connection to the physical world and not just the online or the chat is going to be much clearer, and that's where additional maybe dangers are going to emerge. It's our responsibility as the technical community to build tools that are regulated, so we obey the regulations, or we obey in some cases where we believe that regulations should come, because in many cases we come before the regulations, right? Some industries that are more government control or social control are far, far, far behind. If you think of the way that we are doing patents, that's kind of 2 years old. If you think of the pace of regulation, you think about years until something emerges. So I think that I do believe that the combination of technical experts and people from that have higher view on society and the wellness of the society, these needs to collaborate much more together. For the end user, just use it and be aware of both sides on the positive elements, but be aware of the negative elements. When we think about kids and how they, for example, are using AI, maybe that's slightly closer. So we know that the existing LLMs, right, they have this hallucination part of them. Basically, the best way to think of LLMs is as if they are dreaming. Their connection to reality is not there because they don't know what reality is. All they know is billions and billions of words floating online that they're searching. But that's why I don't know if you saw some videos of dancers that immediately the hand goes in various ways that is completely not related to what humans can do and things like that. Hallucination is a problem in the LLM today because, as I said before, they hallucinate, they dream, right? And if I ask now, give me 10 cases about car accidents, right? The LLM will probably answer with 10 cases. All of them would make perfect sense, but none of them happened, right? And when I'll ask the LLM, are you sure that this actually happened? The LLM, the AI, may answer yes, right? And there were some cases, legal cases, where actually lawyers used LLM, and the LLM invented cases that never existed. So we need to be aware of it. The technical community is trying to restrict it and to bring the LLM much closer to reality, but it may be impossible, although the technical community claims that it's just around the corner, but from the last year, what we see that it's probably not around the corner, and the LLMs are going to continue hallucinate and dream. How do we make sure that, for example, kids or even lawyers or physicians are not becoming detached from reality as well, right? So for kids, my recommendation for my kids and the school recommendation is you can use these tools, but always ask for resources, even Wikipedia. Ask for the resource and bring the resource itself, the research itself. Don't rely on Wikipedia editing, which is obviously very, very close to reality, or much more than LLMs, or the LLMs that may completely, hallucinate and bring you something that is detached from reality.
Well, that was a beautiful answer. Thank you so much. That was so insightful, like really looking into the resources. Let me introduce myself, Omar. My name is Ava Manuel. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. And thank you for our co-host. What a beautiful line of one of the things that I'm so excited about this event, Omar, you're surrounded by women. I'm like looking at women and tech and AI. This is it on the screen right here. So thank you so much. I wanted to acknowledge that we do have a question from our audience, and one of them is from our CEO Mo Rock, and the question is, Omar, the technology available to the public today, like ChatGPT, do you believe this kind of technology has existed for years and kept private by SV executives, Silicon Valley executives, and we're just finding about it today? So what are your thoughts about that?
I honestly don't know. I can tell you that research-wise, 2018, I believe, when the Transformers article came from Google, and when I was with Amazon, the technology that we used, and it's 2019-20, where one, if not several, generations before this evolution. So I don't believe it was kept secret. Obviously, many companies and agencies around the world are using many machine learning elements. Those are definitely more, in the closet. But specifically for ChatGPT and LLM, and that revolution that OpenAI and now many others started. I doubt it was much before when they announce it.
And when would you repeat the clarity on what LLM means, Amar?
Yes, LLM I think is large language models.
Ah,
Basically, ChatGPT is one of the LLMs. Now we have many of them. Some of them can be hosted by companies. Some of them you can just take, and soon they will be on mobile phone. It's trillions and trillions of phrases, sentences, basically crawling the web and adding that into the machine learning to teach the machine learning itself what language is, right? And I know as a fact that some of the surprises were that no one was training them on other languages, but since the web obviously includes many languages, then automatically they kind of know other languages as well.
wow. Thank you for that. That's definitely an insider insight. Well, we're coming at the top of the hour, and I just wanted to be able to like give you the full solo screen, Amar. We've got, normally thousands that watch our broadcast right now. We've got 500 live with us and many more watching the recording. What we'd like to give you the full screen and just like give us your closing comments. What are your thoughts that you'd like to impart, talk about even with Gigaverse and what you're doing on this last minute? So we'd love to give you that stage for that.
No, thank you all for having me here. I think that we touched many topics. Many of them touch, technology and community. What we are building in Gigaverse is an example of utilizing new technologies in order to basically to bring people together and to create this concept that is also not that clear of community, which usually, at least in my mind, is a place where people that share the same values aggregate in order to talk about things. And I'd love to have you all joining our journey as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are honored to be in your presence in this platform, Omar. And Parisa, thank you for being Omar. And with that, Parisa, I'm going to give you the stage. Omar, thank you so much. We're going to give you the stage. There you go. I was going to say introduce Michael Silvers, but he introduces himself. So ladies and gentlemen, Michael Silvers.
Thank you so much, Omar. Thank you for all your contributions to video, peer-to-peer, so much more. Thank you so much. Back to you, Michael.
I got to unmute. There you go. I wanted, it's a great segment, and it's all that education and learning and everything that we do to adapt it into what we're currently doing. I think makes a difference all the time. So, it's been a great show, and everybody who's on the show, and Ava, welcome again. So everybody who's on the show, it's really time for you to spread the information and knowledge. I'm watching the numbers bump up greatly, and it's truly about how can I share this with one other person? So as you do that on your social media right now, whether you're on our Facebook or our LinkedIn or our Twitch or our YouTube, start sharing it with everybody that you know. Make sure that they get the information that they need. And think of it this way. If today you learned one thing, if you took away one thing that you didn't know before, maybe you knew and it accentuated what you do, that makes a difference every single day. And it's that strength within that piece. So we're about to move to the next piece here, and I'm going to bring up a whole bunch of trainers. You guys are awesome, and we'll see you all very soon. Parisa, we'll see you back 10 to the hour. Come on back. So thank you so much. There we go. Bye, Parisa. So, all right. Part of the information age is really also learning from those around us. And people can be mentors, and typically just a really quick thought is, a mentor is somebody who's ahead of me. A mentor is somebody who's maybe a little further down the road. And it could be your lifestyle. It could be your thought process. It could be financially. It could be whatever that is for you. So the next group I'm going to bring up have mentored in many different areas and are part of the growth of the Los Angeles Tribune, really looking at how do we bring our information and knowledge and our trainers out to the world so they can help you down your path? And I'm going to bring up the group right now. We should have a bunch of them here, and everybody else, Donna, I need you to just leave the stream. That'd be great, because we have others we got to bring up. And I'll start popping them up. Here we go. Hello, there we go. This is too much fun. All right. I've got more to bring up. So everybody who's not on this segment, there we go. There we go. Look at the fun here. All right. That's who I have so far. I wanted to welcome everybody. It's just great to have all of you here. And Alicia, if you can just, for like Donna and Priest, I just need you guys to bump off the stream for the moment. That would be great. And Omar too, you're amazing. Well, we'll see you soon. It's about how we take that learning, right? And how we really use it within our lives and everything. So what I'm going to do, first of all, is they need to know who you are. And I think that's a really important piece, is who's in front of me. Because, and by the way, one of you has just a little bit of a background. I'm hearing just a little bit of I can't tell what it is, but we'll figure that out in a second. And that will make a difference for just the quality. Let me just actually just do this. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm moving people at the same time. So Julianne, take it away.
Thank you, Michael. I'm so excited to be here as always. A little bit about me. My goal in life is the way that I live my legacy is helping others live theirs. And I happen to work in streaming television. So technology is my jam. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm just excited to hear from all these ladies today.
Awesome. And you know what's really important too, something that people, because they'll remember this segment, what they're going to remember is two things. They're going to remember what we do in the last 30 seconds. They're also going to remember one thing about you that nobody else knows, Julianne.
So one thing that nobody knows about me is I happen to be fluent in Italian when I talk in my sleep.
You know, I don't even know. See, that's a tech issue, I think. I'm not even sure. That's pretty cool. So what we do is we have you in a dream state as we take you to Italy. Is that how it works?
Well, I did live there, so
I know you did.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, fantastic. Welcome. And to let everybody know that Julianne's done a lot of these appearances with us, and she's been a host for many, many years with us. And she has her own really big TV presence. So you'll get to know her very well over the next couple months. You'll be seeing her at events if you're coming to any of our live LA events, and just say hello. And she's always there for you and will answer questions. Chris.
Hi, Michael. It's so great to be here with you and all of you amazing ladies. So I am a coach, author, speaker, podcast host, television host, helping people change their minds to change their realities. And one thing most people don't know about me is I am just a total book nerd. I read like a book a week, and it's everything from spiritual books to personal development to business. So my head is down in a book often.
I love it. I love it. And it's that learning, right? It's that. And for you, is it the tactile piece?
It's just, I'm a seeker of knowledge. It's the same reason I take every course too. We've talked about that. It's just that thirst for knowledge.
Yeah, and it makes a difference every single day. You know, and it's really exciting too, because all of the trainers here are going to be taking different pieces and really, you know, taking a look at what we're doing, and are we bringing it to the audience, and are we making a difference? So if you're out there right now, if you're a speaker, trainer, author, right? It's the same role I do all the time: speaker, author, trainer. If you're just a thought leader, if you have a small business, a large business, if you're an entrepreneur, though that word we know is used way too many times, you know, you want to connect with us, because part of the group here is international, right? And so you have to think of, because we have represented here, we obviously have the United States, we have Singapore, we have Puerto Rico, which I know is part of the United States, I get it, but it's a beautiful island that's always sunny. But at the same time, you want to reach out to us. And if you like what you hear over this weekend and you want more, you want to be part of it more, I will give out my email. You can email me directly. There's so many ways to connect with us, but it's a way for us to get to know you. And then what we'll do in about 2 weeks is we'll have a post-event call, so you can really have much more of a close touch with everybody on here. All right, Lauren.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. Look at this group of incredible trainers that I'm so excited to be a part of. My name is Lauren Fields, for those of you who I don't know yet. I am a life design strategist, podcast host, and TEDx speaker, known for turning dreams into reality. And I am fanatical about finding unique ways to elevate the human experience.
Awesome. Fantastic. And welcome. Is it sunny where you are?
It's sunny. It's a beautiful day. It's 75 and sunny here in San Diego.
It always is. Fantastic. Welcome. All right, Dr. Lisa.
Hey, Michael, you're lucky today, surrounded by all of us. Hey, Tribune fans, I'm Dr. Lisa Tan, and I struggled 10 years with burnout. And I'm committed to make sure no women out there needs to go through that alone again. In my red carpet inner circle, women thrive, they jump out of bed without dread, and they love their life again without regret. And something you don't know about me, just between us, I have a confession. I have an addiction. I'm addicted to GPS. I cannot go anywhere without my GPS. So if you're a GPS junkie like me, put GPS in the chat so I don't feel alone.
Oh, I love it. And let's be honest, right? How many of us are going somewhere and for some reason the GPS or the signal's not working and you almost feel lost, right? It's like we got around the planet for thousands of years without it, but we're so hooked into it. And I'm going to date myself, but does anybody here remember maps, right? You used to actually open up a map. And we actually used to have, this is US based, but we had books you'd open up in the map. And the place you always needed to go was right in the corner, in the binding, right? So you'd almost have to break your binding to look. And so, by the way, it gets worse because you think about people are texting now. We would be driving while looking at the map, trying to open up the binding. It's just not good, but that's why we won't go there anymore. So, but it was fun in a way, because in a way you had to discover, you had to figure out how to get there. You had to do landmarks. And it's very different now, but Dr. Lisa, I'm right there with you. That is just a place I love it. That's just the way it is. I even love now that it shows the speed I'm going. I love the direction. Let's look at the altitude and everything else. So, all right, Crystal.
Hello, everyone. I'm Crystal. I'm a money consciousness coach, and I'm dialing in from Singapore. It's 2 a.m. right now, and I'm so happy that technology brought us so close, because it wouldn't have happened for me to be able to join you guys if it's not for technology. So we are in the right place, LA Tech 2024. And I do have one confession to make. So yes. I think I really need Dr. Lisa in my life, because I have a confession. I'm so bad with map. Even with the new technology, with GPS, with the auto rotation, I can still get lost. So we will make a really good team, because I need guidance and direction in my life, especially around maps, looking at maps.
Wait, Crystal, this is great. I think we just created a new course. So hold on, we'll be working on that. So because technology, in a way, it helps us, right? And it accentuates what we're doing, but sometimes it's even within our learning, the learning style we have, or the process, or especially we look at it differently. Is it adapting to us? Or are we adapting to it? And that's a conversation for one of our speakers later of how that's all working. So Crystal, fantastic. I'm glad you stayed up in Singapore, 2 a.m. That's pretty good. Al over in Malaysia says, yep, it's late for him too. So if anybody, by the way, on this stream is streaming in from anywhere else around the world, I saw the Philippines, I saw Japan, I saw Malaysia, I saw Australia. But if you're from anywhere else in the world, just go ahead and put it in the chat right now. Just let us know where you're streaming in from. That would be fantastic. And I know a lot of you are on Facebook, you're on the LinkedIn, you're on the YouTube, you're on the Twitch, you're on X. See, I got them all this time. But don't forget to share it, because you're sharing the learning and knowledge with other people as we're just expanding. And we're going to have other events coming up, by the way. We're going to be live streaming. We're going to have an event on the 20th of September, which is the Day of Peace. And we're doing it in conjunction with Dr. Jane Goodall and her Roots and Shoots program, which is all about the children. And then we're having an event at Barnes & Noble the next month where we'll be streaming live. And so we always have events. and just keep programmed. And we're also, by the way, we have responded. You've all asked for a calendar. So we will be building out a calendar and we will be putting it on our site. So we'll make sure that all of you have a calendar so you don't miss those live streams, you don't miss the events. Look, Lorna's in from the Canary Islands. There we go. That's a beautiful place, I've heard. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. So we have Karen.
Yes, thank you, Michael. I'm so happy to be here. And like Crystal said, I'm so grateful for technology because I wouldn't have met all of you either. And technology has what has brought us together. I am a wife and a mother. I am a woman of faith and a grandma. And as I have gone through life, one of the things that has been a personal journey for me has been learning to manage my emotions and develop my emotional intelligence. And so I coach entrepreneurs on how to build relationships of trust in their personal life and their professional life by using emotional intelligence. And it just thrills me to see how people can learn and how they can recognize limiting beliefs and question those beliefs and then remove those to have a happier life and to be more productive and to be more successful. So I share these messages in my podcast, which is The Hero Within. And I'm also an international speaker and an international best-selling author. So I love to share all the things that I've learned, and I'd love to hear what everybody else has learned. And so like Chris, I am a truth seeker. And so it's awesome to be here at this event and to learn from everybody.
Yeah, welcome. So give yourselves a round of applause for being here. And audience, really do the same thing. It's great. I've seen it pouring in right now. We have Canada's in the house. We have, fantastic goodness, from Nairobi, Kenya. We have people all around the world listening to this. We know it broadcasts out to 23 countries. We get, and here's the other thing too, a lot of you have sent us pictures. So here we are as trainers, right? Making a difference, changing the planet anyway, one person at a time. And it's wonderful. We did the last event. We've got a picture, and I know, Mo Rock, our president, has this, our CEO, of a village in the Philippines watching this event. And it was actually the teenagers had it on their phone and they were watching the leadership show and they took a picture and they sent it in. And that's why we're here. It's really, for those of us who are parents, grandparents, nieces, aunts, uncles, it's making, how do we make that difference and how do we make that transition? And Karen, I'm glad you added in the grandparent side because I know that's so important to you. It is for my wife and I, because it's that next generation and they're, what do we leave them? And how do they then take the messages and what are they going to leave their children and grandchildren? And that's the whole reason we're here. And all of you, it's every day we do what we do. It's not that we love every day. It's not that we love everything we do. Is that right? But it's what keeps you moving forward. What keeps you, drives you to continue your message. If you guys can talk about that a little bit, that would be fantastic. And I'm going to go around the horn a different way. So Karen, you're up first.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, this is one of the things that really excites me because one of the things that drives me is that if I can help one person out there to not suffer the way that I have, I feel that my suffering has not been in vain. And I feel that I can help others, like if I can warn you, there's a pothole right there, watch out for it. And I did this with my children. I wanted them to learn the lessons sooner than I did so that they could regulate their nervous system and they could deal with relationship challenges and things like that. And now it's so powerful to me because my grandchildren ask me questions. And at my age, one of the things that feels so great is when somebody wants to learn from what I have learned because I'm like, I have all these experiences I could help. And so that is what drives me, is to be able to share those lessons and those messages so that I can help others have a happier life.
Thank you, Karen. It is, there's nothing to plus there. Crystal.
Oh, that's a beautiful sharing. Thank you, Karen. So I feel the same as Karen. So basically, I was from a finance background. So I'm also personally very deep into personal development and spirituality, just like Chris. So what I'm doing right now is to bring these both worlds together because people usually in the finance, they always think that, we are very left-brain people and pretty much out of touch with ourselves. And spiritual people usually are not so good with money management. So I just want to bring this both together and share my knowledge so that people won't have to suffer and they can actually also make a positive impact to empower others.
You know,
So
I
it's
think
really,
that's, go ahead.
it's about sharing the knowledge, paying it forward so that people don't have to go through the difficult journey. If you can help them to shorten their journey, make it easier for them, that would be beautiful.
Yep. And I think that's a powerful piece, because it is, and sometimes though we know it's a marathon, right? We know it's literally, and it's, how do I take in that information? How do I really take a look at what I'm doing and stay on track all the time? So I love it, Crystal. Thank you so much. Dr. Lisa.
Well, as Crystal was saying, how do I pay it forward? Someone was there for me when I was screaming in the middle of the night, hoping someone would just hear my call. So I pay it forward with visualization every morning. What I see is a global hive of queen bees. So that includes all of us trainers and Michael. All these queen bees, all these bees, and we're all working towards one common cause. Do you notice I'm standing up today? It's about helping others show up and stand up for themselves. And when they're able to be that pillar of light for others, guess what? That light spreads to the rest of the colony. So that's what lights me up, the global hive.
Yeah, and it is that, it's the you know, we talk a lot about the one team, the one family, and how we really are doing this together, and we're in this for the long haul, as they say. And the long haul, there's nothing negative about that. It's we're just, because there's a lot to do and there's a lot to get done. At the same time, it's, you know, we talk about Mary Glorfield, right? And those of you who know Mary Glorfield is, she was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. And she's still looking at how to leave legacy, how to, even though, because, you know, she was the woman behind the curtain, right? So we've got to get her to write that book. But it is, how do I leave that next, what can I leave? What have I left? And am I ever done? I mean, are any of you ever going to retire? Raise your hand if you're going to retire. No, that's what I thought. Because there's too much in the world to make a difference and to keep going on. And at the Tribune, it's really about that education piece. How do we give you the education, but how do we also get you to go into action? And I think that's that critical piece as we move forward. And we'll talk more about that, but it's that action piece. Lauren.
You know, Michael, my word for 2024 is action. And so I love this right now. And you've taught me, how can I be of service and help others? And when I have that as my mindset, I'm showing up, because I feel like we also best speak to the younger version of ourselves. And there was a point in my life where it was hard for me to show up. When I was younger, I was in a horse accident, woke up from a coma with a traumatic brain injury. Doctors had limiting beliefs about my life and my future, and I set out to prove them wrong. And I'm now studying for a master's in psychology, and I graduate soon. And through this program, I've learned so much about the importance of the relationship we have with ourselves, because when we change, everything else around us changes. And so if I can help other individuals in any way who are stuck, who are going through a transition, who need help showing up in life, and I can help them, that really means the world to me, to see the sparkle light up in someone else's eyes when they may not believe in themselves, to really actualize the future they desire. So that's what helps me show up each and every day.
And that's the thing that you do. You show up each and every day. And I mean, that's all we can do, right? You can complicate it all you want, but do you continue to show up? And there was a great comment earlier, and we've talked about this. When I show up, do I ask that famous question? You know, how am I being of service? Who is it that I'm serving? And really looking at yourself in the mirror. I think that's a piece, and you all mentioned that, so that's fantastic. Chris.
Just like you said, so many people have mentioned the same thing. And that's why I love surrounding myself by you amazing, like-minded people. Like Karen said, like Crystal said, like Lauren said, you know, so many times we go through our own hardships, our own tragedy, our own heartbreak. And through that, we come out and we're like, wait, I don't want other people to have to go through that. And I totally resonate. And I like to teach people that there are different perspectives, right? If you change your mind about the way you look at something, your life can completely change, and you always have a choice. So, eventually we get to that place where we can either stay in resentment and get bitter, or we can forgive and grow and heal and get better. And I just love helping people heal and helping people come out the other side of that. That's so rewarding for me.
Yeah. It keeps you going every day, doesn't it?
Every day.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Julianne.
So, like all these ladies have said, it's important. And you, Michael, legacy. I have not led a traditional life. I've done a lot of things that a lot of people would consider odd or strange, living in foreign countries, not getting married till my late 40s, all sorts. I'd never had kids. But the one thing I've learned through my own traumas and my own sadness in life is we're not guaranteed tomorrow. And in order for me to really, truly live my life and honor those people that I've lost at an exceptionally young age is to help other people not die with their music inside of them, which is why if we really want to multiply what we're doing and who we are, it's so important to help other people do that as well. So what I like to do is just be my most real self, all the words, all the good stuff, everything, so that everyone who is behind me knows that they can do it too. Even if they've made poor choices in the past, it does not define them. It does not mean that that's who they have to choose to be moving forward. And everybody has something of worth to contribute. So I want to help people contribute their worth and let them see that magic inside of them. And I like to be that mirror, the mirror to show them who they are until they can see it themselves.
Yeah, that's great. It is really how we look at ourselves. And again, how are we going to show up in every situation? And I know there's time. I do it. There's so many times that I don't show up. I don't show up the way I should. I'm not 100%. I'm not looking at things. I'm making excuses, right? And we all do that. And it's truly what you all said. It's just stepping forward each day, taking a step forward each day. And it was interesting because we had somebody when we were loading up for this tech conference saying, well, I don't like tech. So, but what does that mean? Right? Because it's in did you get in your car? Did you turn your car? It's like it or not, it's there. Right? And so instead of not liking it, how is it just show up in your life? And that's sort of that bigger question that comes every time. And what's great about the show is we're going to be talking a lot about that because we have a tremendous group on from different aspects of the AI world. We have thought leaders on. We have Joseph McClendon on tomorrow morning. We're very excited by that. We have a gentleman who's a very well-known actor in the soap opera world, who's been on General Hospital for 30 years, who's going to be on, and that's going to really be about mindset again. And so we have all these different players on. We have a gentleman on who was CEO of 7-Eleven, and he looks at technology because he was part of the Blockbuster group at the end. That's a whole different conversation of technology and what it can do and what it can't and where it's going next, but he's very involved with Netflix. So we have so many ways to look at this. And then we have great business leaders on that also use technology within their business, and we'll have all those conversations in the next 3 days. So you want to make sure that you're sharing the stream, that you're getting it out there, that you're taking the note, that you're grounding yourself every single day. And as you do that, all of you have either talk a little bit about the books, the podcasts, right? Because nowadays that question has changed. It used to always be what book got you to where you are? What book started you down the road? What book keeps you going? And I know for entrepreneurs on stages, it was always Think and Grow Rich. You hear that everywhere, right? It was Think and Grow Rich, or it was, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But nowadays the question has changed because a lot of times people will go right to the podcast they're listening to or a podcast that they heard. So what is a great, or a couple of them, that's okay, podcasts that you listen to currently that really move you forward, or the books that drove you to be where you are today and keep you moving in whatever direction it is? Because what people do in this segment is they love to write them down. They love to, and they'll listen to it or they'll take it in, but it also is a little bit of a look into you and what's up for you. So we know Think and Grow Rich, and we hear that all right. And if, by the way, if you're listening to this and you've never read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, go out and get it. because it takes a look at life, but he really has a great chapter on masterminds and the importance of masterminds, because you can have a mastermind. You could start with 4 people that you know around you. One speaker always talked about don't enroll your broke brother-in-law, but you can a mastermind here. Let me just do this very simply. Just 2 mentors and a mastermind. 3 coaches are a coach who really, this is clinical term, kicks your behind, gets you moving forward. You want that in your life. Then a coach who understands your business, but they don't have to be ahead of the game any further than you are. And it could be then your personal trainer or somebody else that's the mind body side. Then you have the mentors, which are further down the road as you, right? And that's really critical. So it could be the financial, again, it could be lifestyle, whatever that is. You should have 2 mentors positioned in your life, 2 people you can go to and invest in them. And then you have the mastermind. That's a group of individuals that get together to create something out of nothing. And it can start with the 4 people around you that you respect. You put them on, you meet once a month, you take one concept or idea and you mastermind it. You drive it into something bigger than it is, or you join, like right now, this is a mastermind. This is a group that's masterminding. We're not really taking a subject or an idea, but we're imparting information and knowledge. And that's what we do together as a team every single week. We get on as a mastermind and we really move our information forward. So back to the question, which is the podcast or book that got you to where you're at. And it's really funny because I interviewed somebody a couple months ago. I think it might have been on the last show. And he watches soap operas. He literally, right? I'm trying to remember. I wish I could remember. I can't remember. But the information that he gets from them and the interactions and how people interact and how they write it and they script it and how they drive, right? He uses it within his own business. I thought, I had never heard that before. And I know it wasn't Maurice, but I'll have to ask him about that on the call tomorrow. All right, Julianne.
Thank you, Michael. I love this question because, as you mentioned, people always talk about the good standard books like Think and Grow Rich. So for me, what I would like to share is the book that changed my life is called A Shift to Love. And it's written by Alex Mill, and it literally has nothing to do with business. However, it does have to do with how you look at the world, and it's told through story. And the reason why this has been so influential for me was that it opened up so many doors. I literally would not be here right now if I had not read that book. And so the reason why I'm sharing this is because if there is a book that you happen to see it, say Barnes and Noble, and this is how I picked up this book, and it just speaks to you, take it and read it, because you never know what kind of information you're going to get from just reading things that interest you.
I think that's a really critical point. And by the way, anybody who's commenting right now, as you hear a book or you hear one of our group talk about it, if you want to put it in the chat, that would be fantastic. This is where we use the team and the family. And by the way, Karen, did you see I had you on and you're on? We had like a double, right? Watch this again. Here we go. See, we got Karen and Karen. But so there's Karen, not only listening to the broadcasting and imparting her knowledge and information, but she's also commenting at the same time, and that's incredible. So, but if you hear a book, or how's this? Even better. Not only the books that you hear that you would like to put the comment section, that would be fantastic, because again, we're one team, one family. But if there's also a book or something that really changed your life or made a difference or helps you move forward, put it in the chat too. It's good for everybody to see, because remember, this goes out to the worldwide community. And that's just fantastic. The Science of Getting Rich. Absolutely. That's exactly right. Here, let me post this up for everybody. So Life on Your, Rex Sykes. That's a great book. And Rex is an amazing person. There we go. Thank you, Aaron. You guys are awesome. All right, fantastic. See, already I got lost on who I'm at. Chris.
It is so hard to choose just one book. So I will say all these books like The Secret and Joe Dispenza's work and Greg Braden's work and The 4 Agreements, books that made me realize that I can control my reality, that I don't have to listen to limiting beliefs, that I am capable of doing whatever it is that I want to do as long as I have that vision and I take massive action forward. So I will just categorize all of those and say that they were life-changing in my personal life and in my business.
Fantastic. And for any of your trainers, who listens to podcasts? Fantastic. It's becoming, right, because it's part of, it's so easy to do. I think my son was listening to podcasts literally when they started. And that's how he got information and knowledge. It was his drive time. It wasn't the radio anymore. And it's really made a difference. So Lauren, go ahead. Tell us a little bit about your excitement about podcasting also.
Oh, well, I am a podcaster. I love podcasts. I have my podcast with the LA Tribune Podcast Network, and it is the Fields Well podcast. It's your destination for growth and transformation. And this relates to the book that I'm going to recommend, and that is The Untethered Soul by Michael A. Singer. This book completely changed my life. One of my favorite quotes from the book from Michael is that it's up to us to either enjoy the experience of being alive or to continue to be bothered by it. And so whenever you're resisting, whenever you're having limiting beliefs, whenever you are wondering, why me, woe is me, victim mindset, you're the one keeping yourself in that situation. And so it's up to you to realize how lucky and grateful we can be for this experience of being alive. And so when I read that book for the first time, I had chills. I've gone back to it numerous times, and there are so many incredible lessons. So The Untethered Soul by Michael A. Singer is my top recommendation.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of our trainers used to read that. Mm-hmm. And it made a difference in their lives. And that's great to hear. I hadn't heard that for a while. Mm-hmm. So also, thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, it deepened my spiritual practice as well.
There you go. Fantastic. Welcome again, Dr. Lisa.
For me, my book came to me at 1 a.m. I was in the middle of my doctorate studies, and I was going, oh my God, how am I going to get through this? And my friend, who's a medical student, handed me this very book that I'm going to share with you. Dr. Seuss, Oh, the Places You'll Go. And I'm like, what? This is a children's book. Come on, I'm trying to get through my graduate studies. But it was literally that book that I read again and again when I hit a wall. It's timeless. It's literally sitting on my shelf right there. I'm so tempted to go grab it. I read it to my kids now. And it talks about this place called the waiting place, where everybody is just waiting for the water to boil, waiting for your plane to come. Does that sound familiar? Do we find ourselves waiting a lot in life? It's timeless. Check it out.
I love it. Thank you. Fantastic. Crystal.
That's an interesting recommendation. Okay, so for me, the two podcasts that I really like ties in back to finance and spirituality. So the finance one is actually Rich Dad Radio Show by Robert Kiyosaki. So sometimes if I need a kick in my tush, like that is really good. And the next one will be Next Level Soul by Alex Ferrari. So he brings in a new perspective to spirituality, or I would say a deep perspective, and that's beautiful. And for the book recommendation, I have a really controversial book by Napoleon Hill, which is Outwitting the Devil. So if you think, his books are really good, like this Outwitting the Devil is next level. It's kind of like a conversation with the devil, and he dared not to publish this book, and his family member published it after he passed on. So that's a really interesting read. I'll put it in the comments so that everyone can check it out.
How'd you know I was going to ask that? And what's great about that is that Outwitting the Devil is really the second part of also the Mastermind.
Yes, exactly. That's what you mentioned about. Mm-hmm. Which is why you inspired me to want to share that book, because he talks about the Mastermind a lot. A lot. Yeah. And actually that book was part of the generation of the Mastermind that we ran at Peaks. That book we had everybody who joined would read that book. And so all of you here, as we get involved more with masterminds and we really take a look at the Tribune audience from that perspective, make sure you have that book with you, because we'll be talking about it. And thank you, Crystal, for posting that. Karen.
Yeah, so like Julianne, I had struggled at times with relationships, I didn't understand why the person was acting the way they were, why I was acting the way I was. And so in my search, I found the book Spiritual Roots of Human Relations. And this is by Stephen R. Covey. And now it's out of print. But one of the things that he taught so in depth in that book was to first seek to understand, and then to be understood. And that's really key, because a lot of times in relationships, we want to talk about us. We want to talk about our perspective. Let me help you understand why you hurt my feelings. But if we first seek to understand them so that they are seen and they are heard, it makes such a difference in the relationship and in resolving conflict, especially. And another book that is very similar is Return to Love by Marianne Williamson. And that helped me so much to understand that I am a being of love and you are a being of love. And that if we look at things differently, that's when miracles happen. And then I worked with Marianne Williamson as a mentor, and I was trained as a spiritual life coach under her. And that was so fabulous to get to work with her. And my favorite podcast is the Huberman Lab, because when I learn these principles about things that we need to do, I want to know about the brain. I want to know about neuroscience and why is that working and why are these tools so powerful. And so when I learned from Huberman Labs, it's like brain candy for me.
Yeah, that's, what's great is all of you had different books, came from different perspectives, took the learning in a different way, and it's helped create your careers, your families. You're saying, everything, overcoming, right, trauma, overcoming a massive, major injury, and moving forward every single day. And the great thing about working with this group, and everybody out there, you really want to tie into what we're doing if it fits for you. If it's, it's again, you find what works for you. You find that thing that it's not always about your comfort, by the way. That's not what this is about. But we'd love to hear from you. So comments are great. The comments are pouring in. We have, almost 600 of you watching live. We know it's going live. And this is a Thursday morning, right? A lot of kids went back to school today in a lot of areas, right? Everybody got that? Yeah, Lisa's like, yep. So we just appreciate it. We know some of you texted, you're on your phones, you're doing anything, you're driving around and just listening. And that's great that you're part of this really team, community, and family. And, Marianne Williamson, we've had on this show, we've had on the stages, and she's affected many lives over the last, you don't ever say how many decades, because then the speaker listens to that, hears it somewhere and goes, wait a second. But it is that really sharing with other people that makes such a difference every single day. And, with this segment coming to a close, we have just a couple minutes longer. There we go. There's somebody I wanted on. And Parisa, I'm going to bring you up. Are you ready? Okay, good. So Parisa is very much part of our team and very much part of this event. Really brought a lot of the AI speakers to us and has been phenomenal. So I just wanted her to be part of this next question set. And she's hosted more of these shows than almost any of us. And she also is, from a trainer perspective, is always there to be of service. You came to the Burbank event, remember? I mean, literally, I think gave you a 10-minute warning, and you're not close, right? You were way down in the desert, and you still came and were part of it. And that's what we're always looking for. And everybody knows her and goes, yep. But if everything you said about the podcasting and the books was to move us forward and to keep us going, and we're there for the audiences and we want to make a difference, what is one thing right now you could impart or give to this audience that they can take away and use immediately? So it could be a skill, it could be the way you wake up, whatever that is. Just what is one thing that you can give to this audience right now to keep them moving forward as they join us and they share this with other people? We've talked about that several times. Share it with everybody out there. And also I will put in my email address again. Somebody just asked for that again. So as they're talking, I'll put that in again. And when you email me, one thing, in the subject, put LA Tech so I know where it came from, okay? But your name is important, because sometimes email addresses are not their names, right? I mean, you it's true. It's just not your name. Your name, your business, or your podcast and what you do, and one thing about you nobody else knows, because those are the kind of things that will anchor it in. And I will respond. Give me 24 hours, but I will respond to you. And I'll even give you a calendar link. We'll have a conversation of how that looks. So we know what the question is, Julianne.
Thank you. First of all, Michael, I just wanted to reiterate, he does answer emails, so don't be afraid to do that. Just make sure you follow the directions. But the thing that I would like to impart is that, we're always telling ourselves stories about who we are, and we don't have to believe everything that we say to ourselves. So like for me, for example, with technology, I thought, oh, I can't do technology. I'm not a techie. I'm not. Meanwhile, I work in streaming television. So obviously, I do know quite a bit about technology. So you don't have to believe all the stories that you tell yourself about yourself. Get out of your own way. And that's what I'd like to share and leave with the audience.
That's great. That's they're writing it. I can see the comments. By the way, if you hear something that you really like, put it in the comment, because then the speakers know there's a direction here. This is a two-way media, which is, we have so many comments already. This has just been flooding and this is awesome. So it's a two-way media, which means we're watching the comments too. And really, again, that will make a difference with how the show continues, because we take the comments and we sometimes intersperse it into the show, or we'll make a difference as we're moving that show forward, going, wow, remember that comment that came in today? It is interactive, and we do watch every single comment, and it will make a difference. And I see comments just came in from Malaysia and the Philippines. You guys are great. And in the Canary Islands, that's fantastic. We all have to go there for a vacation. But it's just, remember, it's a two-way media, it's interactive, and we will also have time with you personally, and that makes a big difference. All right, Parisa.
Thanks, Michael. It's good to be back. This is something I say often, and I tell myself this often because I feel like the message is ever present and always needed. And that is that your reps matter. Like what you do every single day really does matter. And I will say that for myself, it came from a place of doubt, of doubting my ability, my capability, and my potential. And I shifted it one day. I said, well, why not? What if this works? What if what I'm doing eventually will add up to something? It does. It will. Your reps matter. What you do every day matters. You don't have to see the progress to know that the progress is already happening. So just count that the progress is already happening. The progress is already on the way. Just the experience of it and the application of it and the embodiment of it has yet to be revealed in a way that you can understand it, but just know that it's already happening. So your reps matter. Keep going at it. Allow yourself to become a mastery of whatever it may be.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just take 30 seconds and let them know, because when reps matter, right? How much you lived in that pool. You were a collegiate swimmer. How much time did you spend in the pool every day?
About 8 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So and so that's called that's exactly proves the point, right? Yeah, you got it. That's fantastic. All right, that's great. Dr. Lisa.
Yes, reps do matter. And when I'm doing my reps each day, I turn to music. So this is for all the music lovers out there and what tech has done to music. Because I'm in Puerto Rico, I've got one of these. Who knows what this is? This is a AM/FM transistor radio. So even during a hurricane, I've got music. And now we have Spotify, but I want to introduce you to something that I bring to my practice. It's called 9D music. Well, we all know what 3D is, right? So imagine 9D. It's surround sound on steroids. It's like taking your favorite concert and bringing it to your living room. So if you want to lift up your day, that's what I do. I turn to 9D music.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Crystal.
That's beautiful. So I do agree with what Parisa mentioned, is the reps that really matters. So for me, I turn to books, podcasts, audiobooks every day. So either one, but I'll definitely do it. So bringing myself new knowledge, perspective, insights, and even just inspiration. I think that helps me to actually give back and contribute to others, because if I'm actually like a mentor guiding others, coach, I would need to actually keep myself in a positive mode and also bring in more wisdom so that I can give back more.
Fantastic. Thank you, Crystal. Awesome. And it's so great to have you on the team too. Crystal's actually fairly new to our team, and she's already brought such a power into the team. And, you know, again, the team calls, it's 3 a.m., it's 2 a.m., it's 4, and Crystal's always on. She's always on with a smile, but never you just show up, right? That's part of the repetition, is to show up, just show up and keep doing what you do. So that's fantastic. Chris.
Yeah, super shout out to Crystal. You are a rock star. When I heard that you were jumping on meetings at 3 a.m. But I would say I hear so many people say, oh, I'm so afraid to get started. What do I have to contribute? There's already a podcast about this. There's already a business about this. People are already saying this on social media. But maybe you have a way of saying it that's unique, and the world needs your unique voice. So do it afraid, and just know that stepping outside of your comfort zone, that is where growth happens. And like Carissa said, do those reps, and it's gold.
Oh, I love it. Fantastic. You know, we're all going to think about reps. That's all we're going to think about for the rest of the day, right? It's just going to be that way. All right, Lauren.
Echoing Carissa with the reps, the routine, the consistency. I think all of us here who are listening have these big dreams, goals, and aspirations. We want to build, we want to learn, we want to grow. Oftentimes it can feel overwhelming to think of, how am I going to get from A to Z? What if we focus in on our daily routines and we design our days so that they work for us and that we can show up as our optimal selves? And so to take that a level deeper, I love to start and end my days with intention. And so when I wake up in the morning, I think morning routines are huge. How do you start your day? And so, you know, wake up, I say, thank you. How do I want to feel today? Who do I want to be today? And then I sit in my meditation, visualization, affirmation practice. And I start every day that way. Even some days I would rather maybe look at my phone, but no, this is my practice. And I do this every morning, and it has completely changed my life. And you may not see the results overnight, but when you stick to something, eventually you'll really start to see the results. And so I would encourage you to look at how you're starting and ending your days, and to focus on your daily living as opposed to this big overarching goal that can sometimes feel overwhelming.
Yeah, that's great. You know, what's great about that too is part of the reason we started like the part of our podcast network is because we want to give podcasters a place to be together, but we meet every week because, right, as a podcaster, it's sometimes lonely. You don't get nobody, you got 5 people watching your show, nobody's really listening, but I love to do what I do. And we are really giving a place for podcasters and really speakers, authors, trainers to come together once a week and have a family, to really have a family to work together. And I think that's a critical piece as we do all this. Karen.
Yeah, so I like Julianne, I have often felt very overwhelmed. I used to say technology is the bane of my existence. When we got our first computer, I lost files all the time, and I've lost whole books, manuscripts that were cross-linked, and nobody could figure out where they were on the hard drive. And so I felt overwhelmed and intimidated. And I remember that I had to start asking myself this question: what would my future self say to me? And just like Lauren, you know, if I can just do it, you know, done is better than perfect. I can just take that next step. And that has so much to do with mindset. And my spiritual practice makes a difference in enabling me to be able to move forward, to take that scary, messy step and to put it out there and meeting with all of you and collaborating and building that sense of community helps me in my tech journey. It helps me because we collaborate, we strengthen each other, we build each other up and give each other courage. And when I see you doing something, I think, wow, I'm so impressed. And then I hope that I can learn the things that you have learned so that I can be like you when I grow up.
I love it. First of all, give yourselves a thunderous round of applause. Thank you all so much for being on. You know, it's an honor because it's a long-term mission. We're going to be doing this. You're going to see us on again a year from now, 2 years from 3, and we're all going to be different, and things are going to be changed, and all of you out there will have different comments. But if you love the panel and what you saw, and everybody's got to get to their phones. I know if you're driving, please don't do this. Put a 5 in the chat if you just have loved being listened, learned one thing. Remember, it's always about learning one thing, and we've got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. We've got a lot of people coming on, and it's going to be a great day. It's all about AI and international AI and mindset. And we have a podcasting panel. We're going to be talking about podcasting and really what's going on with podcasting and how it is from tech and live and what you need to do. We have great speakers on. We have Aaron Young coming on, who's just brilliant and really just taking business owners to that next level. And there's so many more today. And then tomorrow morning, we kick right off with Joseph McClendon. So any of you know Tony Robbins, it's a great day. I want to thank all of you. I'm going to drop you guys off. Give yourselves a round of applause again for you trainers. And for those of you that and then I'll leave on Julianne and Parissa, stay on with me. All right, you guys, we will talk to you soon. Here they go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Isn't this good? It's like you're in full control. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right. And by the way, trainers, thank you so much. And we'll have you guys drop off unless you're on the next segment. You know, it's great because it's good hearing from other people, right? It's good hearing what they're doing and what they're listening to and how they're driving their own business forward. And the Los Angeles Tribune, it is about information and education. It's always making a difference and doing it a different way. And how are we doing that within our own lives and within also the people that we have around us and surround ourselves with? I think that's the really critical piece. And it's that information, it's just great. So if you're listening to this, share it with everybody you know. Share this stream, just share. You know, we've had over 600 people listening live, and at the same time, we know there are thousands out there on the streams, and then they listen to the stream and they get home and they listen to it again. That's the great thing, because you can keep getting that information, and it makes a difference every day. And for myself and Mo Rock, you know, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, we cannot bring these enough to you. We cannot be here enough for you. We have so many more shows coming up, and it will make such a difference as we move forward that, trust me, we'll have a schedule, but just know September 20th, put it on your calendar from 11 to 2. It's our day of peace. We're going to have amazing speakers. We're going to be at the live event the next day with Jane Goodall. And there's so many other events coming up that we have. And we have Barnes & Noble. We're going to be live in Los Angeles. If you want to join that event, you know, you can let us know. So it's on the Barnes & Noble site too. It's the 24th of October. We're going to have a live event there. So, and you can also email me. I put my email in several times, msilvers@LAT, Los Angeles Tribune, LATPN.com. And we'll make sure that we get you tickets for that and you get assigned to that. So I'm going to turn it over to you two. And for the next segment, this has just been great. You can keep moving the numbers up, keep inviting and sharing. Thank you, Julianne and Parissa, so much. It's such an honor. And I'll be back in a little bit for the next segment. Have a great time.
Thank you, Michael. So appreciate you being here today. Oh, good. We have Alicia.
Alicia back. Yay.
Hello, everyone. Just have to say that was a phenomenal segment to hear about people's real stories and their inspiration. I mean, all the places you can go. Dr. Lisa, what a great book recommendation. But it's about curiosity, right? It's about expansion, curiosity, and there are so many different places and ways that we can learn. And so excited for all of the thought leaders that we have joining us in today. So many great conversations about books just now. For those of you tuning in, the Los Angeles Tribune has expanded our bestseller book experience. And this expansion is all about you. You as readers, you as individuals in our community have an opportunity to nominate your favorite book for consideration to be recognized by the Los Angeles Tribune as a critically acclaimed bestseller. So if there are any books out there that have impacted your life personally, we're going to drop the link on the screen and you all can nominate your favorite books, because we believe that books is not just about the number of sales, but it's about the impact. It's about the cultural relevance, and it's about how it's uplifted individuals. And so we really want to open up that experience to you all. So today we are continuing with LA Tech. So delighted and honored and excited for this next conversation. We have Abhishek Balaji joining us. And Abhishek is translating the human experience into a seamless product experience. Now, I can only imagine that you've heard of some of the products that he has worked on, but he's carried his unique perspective to develop product at Zoom, as well as Masterclass, Salesforce, and Howl. And with a really, really strong background in user experience design and persistent curiosity for just exploring different points of view, Abhishek is continuously building exceptional products. Abhishek, we're so delighted to bring you on and have you join us today. And we have so many exciting questions about a lot of the different products that you've worked on, but I could say personally about your experience working on Zoom, especially as the world continuously evolves. But before we get into questions, Abhishek, we just want to say welcome. It's a pleasure to have you join us today and would love for you to share and introduce yourselves in your own words, because I feel like we can't do you justice. You've had so much impact in our world and in society. Abhishek, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Alicia, and hello, everyone. Excited and delighted to be here as well. Yeah, so my name is Abhishek. I, as Alicia said, had the opportunity to work at many companies during different phases of their growth. I started off at Salesforce, where it was a large company, and I didn't really know what I was doing. I just kind of figured it out. Learned that there was something called product, and thinking about how to build a product, being intentional. The button you see isn't just a button; it's intentional for why it's there. That led me, and then I wanted to, Salesforce is a big company. I learned a lot of good things, but I wanted to try something smaller. So at the time, there was a little-known startup called Zoom. They were just there on the side. Everyone was like Skype or Google Hangouts when that was a thing. So I decided to join it, and then my graph took off. So I watched them go public, and then grow, get the first enterprise customers, and then become sort of the public household name in the pandemic. And then saw the whole Zoom fatigue and the Zoom bombing and all of those things, which we don't want to talk much about that. And then we saw and from there I really learned a lot about video and what that industry is like. And then my passion has always been in the media entertainment space, filmmaking, and an alternate world. I tell my family maybe I would have loved to be a film director or a producer. And so when I got the opportunity at Masterclass, it was sort of let's go there and build products for them, and it's in what that streaming environment looks like. Did that for a while, and then had a few startup stints, and now I'm at Gigaverse, which we're a seed stage company, and we're building products around the live streaming ecosystem and helping folks build a community around that. So excited to be here, chat more, and maybe I'll end with one thing. I have this, I like to think that my life took me in different spots. So it's, I was born in India. I grew up in Singapore all my life. And then I came to the US for college. So having been around the world a little bit, it kind of gives me a different perspective, I think, in building products. And excited to share and talk more.
Wow, it is so great to hear your background and hear your experience, Abhishek. You just mentioned that you grew up all around the world and you are a product developer. How have you thought about inclusion in the builds of the various products that you've had the opportunity to work on with Masterclass at Zoom? Zoom started during the global pandemic and people were adopting Zoom all around the world. But how do you think about product inclusion as someone that's really building out some of these products?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the first thing that every product person thinks about is like, well, who are you solving for? What problem are you solving for them? And what do you want to build, right? And when you start peeling that onion down, you realize that a problem is nuanced, right? There's multiple things that cause a certain problem, multiple people who are impacted by that problem. And then now you sort of have to, build for all of that, right? You're only building one thing. It's only one solution, but it impacts a lot of folks. So right at that stage, you already start thinking about how do I include, 10% of a user base does something. Well, 10% against 90 sounds small, but for that 10%, that's very big, right? That's all they come in. That's why they're coming to your product for. So it's considering those different personas, those use cases, and building for that. That's one, right at the start, you start thinking about inclusivity. And then you get into the details, and it's like, you want to be friendly to people who use your product from different devices, right? Mobile versus desktop. One of the things I learned at Zoom is that we always create designs in iOS, and then but a majority of the world uses Android, right? And then you start seeing the same design on Android, and you go, oh, I forgot that the back button works differently. And so there's these little things that when you get into the nuances, you start thinking about inclusivity that way. Accessibility is a big part. Some folks are colorblind, some folks have hearing challenges, visual challenges, so you want to be able to accommodate for everyone and make sure that they use it. We were building live transcription in Zoom, so speech to text, and it shows up as subtitles. Now it's available across different languages. Even you want to make sure that the text that you put up is in a legible font, right? So it starts from those little things all the way to the top level, where you're thinking about how do you build a product, who do you serve it for, and I'll end with this: like, if you are deciding not to go after somebody, let's say you're like, okay, I can't build everything for everyone, right? Then that's also a choice you make on inclusivity, where you're saying, okay, this use case, this persona, I'll tackle that later, right? And then and companies do it, especially in larger companies. You have roadmaps that span across years, and so that's the other way. You kind of have to take a trade-off on inclusivity sometimes, and it's tough, but you start somewhere, and then eventually you build to include for everyone.
I love that. To build on Alicia's question, because this is what I was thinking about, and this is kind of for anybody as well, but especially for you, is how do you know when something is ready to launch? Because my huge thing is launch and adjust, but you want it to be usable so people don't turn away. So how do you know when your baby is finally ready to actually go out and be tested out by these people?
Yeah. So I'll let you in on a trade secret, right? You don't know, and you never know. And it's we have thought that we've built a product, and we're like, this is it, everyone's going to use it, and you watch, and it's like nobody's using it, right? And then sometimes you build it for something else, and it gets blown up and gets used. But being more sort of like tactical, I think there's generally things you can do to make sure that you're not building just something that solves a problem, but it's actually usable, right? Like, I could put a button somewhere, I could give a workflow to somebody, and then I could say, okay, it technically solves the problem. Yes. But then is it actually usable? Is it blending into their workflow? And I think the smallest way you can sense that is when people go, yeah, I can see myself using this, but I would like these things to be improved. Okay, at least you can sense that someone's willing to use it, willing to try it. So I think in the working lingo, we keep saying MVP versus minimum usable product. So minimum viable product is what's the minimum that you could push out to try and see if someone can use this, versus what's the minimum usable product, which is, do these features have a good design? Does it include into their workflow? And then things like that. So I think it's like thinking about the usability and making sure some part of that is baked into the experience. And then I think the other piece is just like, you're never really done, you're never really like it's never like one launch and then that's it, right? And I think working at Masterclass, I learned this greatly. It's like we tend to think that launching content is like a one time and it's done, right? Like, once I put out an episode of Game of Thrones and that's it. If there's a Starbucks coffee cup behind there, like, I can't do anything about it. But then there are ways that you can sort of still iterate. You can have episodes, right? Things can evolve. And then the product as well, there's different ways you can evolve. So, you launch something, if you feel you're quite not ready, it's about trying to receive that feedback and quickly launch something else or iterate on it so that you can make it usable for folks. So I think, the long answer short is think of minimum usable product as opposed to just, is this viable or not? And that gives you a sense for, are you ready? But at the end of the day, maybe I'll share a quick anecdote that came to my mind. You three of you have virtual backgrounds, right? So the original use case for virtual backgrounds at Zoom, when we worked on it, was imagine I am a big bank customer. I have some sensitive information behind me. I don't want you to see it. So instead of trying to, play the whiteboard hiding game, I put up a virtual background behind me. That was the use case. Like, little did we know that grandma's birthday would have a happy birthday cake behind, and like it would create all these emotional moments. Like, virtual background today is an identity thing.
Yeah.
Emotional moment, right? Like, we were never ready for that, but you sort of have to adapt. You have to learn, and then you have to be like, okay, if that's how you want to use it, maybe I'll give you filters and like cat faces and dog faces. It's like, so that's just an example of something.
That was amazing. I love that application and that story. If you can't get more relevant to this broadcast, what we've been doing, oh my gosh, that was so good. So I have a question for you. We as humans, we love learning about ourselves. And although we are living our own lives, sometimes having people share our own behaviors with us, like noticing certain things, it's like fascinating for us to learn about ourselves. So my question is, while at Zoom, and specifically as we were entering into the pandemic, so rewind a few years, what was one of like the main behaviors that started to come forward as you guys started to see, like on the product side, that either needed to be met or the behavior had already been met and you guys were kind of already ahead of the curve? I'm curious to know like the human behavior part of it as product meets it.
Yeah. So the pandemic was like an inflection point for Zoom, right? And from the outside, it meant that suddenly, overnight, pretty much schools, yoga teachers, guitarists, everybody was using Zoom to try and communicate with their audience, fans, family, even during like lockdown scenarios. The biggest learning was that there is a way in which consumers, regular, average Joe, if you could say, thinks about product and about applications, as opposed to business users, right? And so the company until that point was completely centered around building for business use cases. You had a administrator, right, who would sort of manage your experience, who would create, or would sort of pick and choose the right Zoom features to curate something for you that looks fantastic. It doesn't get, randos coming into your meeting just because you shared the ID. All of this were never problems, right? And we never, because we built the product for a specific use case. It goes back to your inclusivity point. Like, we were focused on business users. We didn't even think like yoga teachers would use it, right? And then when you start to realize that, okay, why are like consumers using this? Like, what's great? Part of it is like we were right place, right time. Part of it, we had great audio video quality, much better than at the time anyone else. And then we also had a relatively simple user experience compared to the rest, right? And so when we learned that that's why people are using it, it sort of forced us to think more about these basic workflows that we thought were very obvious to a business user. How can we adapt that to make sure that everybody could then use it, right? And for example, like, it's so small, but we pulled our hair over this. You could leave a meeting or you could end a meeting, right? And people would get confused for like, I would sit there and watch folks and be like, why would you not like press the, it says there, leave meeting, but no, I mean, we had to, before there were two buttons, and then we sort of tried to combine them into one flow. And then we had all sorts of things like, okay, if you're ending the meeting and Alicia's the host, who do I pass the baton on to? So many things that a consumer doesn't think about, but in a business context, it's kind of taken for granted. So we had to pare down these workflows, sort of, explain this to your 5-year-old, right? So to take that approach and build, like, almost rebuild the product again, right? That meant changing icons and buttons and actual workflows and how we are, going from one part of the application to the other. So even like DMing somebody, right, in a meeting, people are like, oh, I thought I was DMing Alicia separately, but guess I sent it to everybody, right? So even those little differences, we had to sort of work with all of that and basically rebuild the product, knowing that now the whole world is using it and they weren't looking at it from the same lens as a business user.
Wow. what you shared reminds me of, like, when you said building it from scratch, like building it all over, is a phrase that I like to say when I'm explaining it to, you know, hypothetical 5-year-old, is like, break it down Barney style for me. And it's a kind way and a very simplified, direct way to say, like, hey, let's start from like ground zero with it and build the context, the understanding from there. And I think that's really impactful what you shared about how the fact that it's not just businesses using Zoom at the time. You're seeing all of these other uses for it, all these other people using it. And how do you make it just so like seamless, so streamlined? I mean, I'll tell you, I taught a lot of workouts and fitness classes on Zoom during the pandemic, a lot of them. And I could not have done it if it hadn't been just an easy, quick, you know, few taps on my phone, on my laptop. While I'm doing, you know, what I'm doing. And like the way, the littlest things like the end or leave the meeting, like those little things, they actually make a big difference, because, you know, I could easily leave something or end it. You never know.
It reminds me of something like we used to monitor like support tickets, right? Like, and you saw a massive shift. Support tickets before the pandemic were like, you know, when I record my meeting, this particular part of it isn't recording. It's very specific, right? After the pandemic started, it was I don't know when I'm on mute and unmute. I don't know when I'm on video and not on video. Leave meeting, end meeting. And you're just like, but these are the bare bones of the product that we thought was very clear. And but it will, like, everything shapes you and sort of gets you to, you know, and it's all for a good reason. Like now when I'm building product at Gigaverse and we're trying to think about, you know, live events and what does that mean when I'm running a live event? How do I bring my community or my audience around that, aggregate them together, get them to jump between a live event, a non-live event? Like, these are rather simple things that people take for granted when you're in real life or in live events. Now it's on us to sort of simplify it and build something very, you know, bare bones, so to speak, that anyone can use, and you know, so that we don't end up when we go through an inflection point like, oh, what's our leave meeting, end meeting scenario, right?
I laugh every time you say leave meeting, end meeting, because I was in a Zoom call literally this morning. I was the host, but I was going to join the broadcast, and I intentionally said, Ava, I'm going to make you a co-host, and I'm going to hit leave meeting so I don't end the meeting for everybody. So definitely been there, but just from a user perspective, it's interesting to hear how, as a product manager, you think about the build set, and then as an end user, like what is important to us as an end user, and what are we thinking about the top of the list versus when you're thinking about a big build, what you think about. Along those lines, Abhishek, as you've built products at a number of different organizations, when you mentioned earlier usable, viable product. When you think about usability, how do you think about prioritization when you're actually doing the build? Like, if there are 10 things that you could do, what makes the top 3 list? Like, and we have people that are tuning in from all over the place that are end users, that are in technology, but prioritization is something that comes up often. So how do you think about that from a product development viewpoint?
Yeah, great question. Honestly, even today, I think I still keep asking myself this. Like every day, it's like a mental check with yourself. Am I prioritizing correctly? And kind of what I said, you know, to Julie, your question before, it's like you never know if you got it right until you sort of put it out there and see what people tell you. Maybe I'll answer this in sort of like a timeline fashion. When I started off, I was very much following frameworks, and frameworks aren't bad, by the way. Like there's many frameworks for prioritization. They are simply mental models to help you break down something that's like large and scary into like a single table that you know what to do. But I started to really like focus on it that way. When I said, okay, maybe, you know, we'll look at the must-haves versus the should-haves versus the could-haves in a product. You know, try to assign pick 4 to 5 criteria, assign different weights on them, score them together that, you know, feels very quantitative and analytical. The other one is just, you know, you ask a bunch of people and you say, okay, 10 people said they want this, 5 said they want this. So 10 goes before 5, right? And so I think that's kind of how we were building. I was at least building products in my early days. That evolved to what I learned from that. It's very fixed. It's very structured. And structure is great, as I said, to help you go from a lot to something. But it doesn't give you impact, ways in which you can take customer feedback or what people are telling you and quickly iterate on it, which at especially startups or even at larger companies, right? Like time to market is everything. You want to make sure you push stuff out there and it's at the right timing. And so I started to move more into, okay, maybe we will bring customers in earlier on, right? We started to run all these like conferences, get some feedback from them, think from different perspectives. And then, maybe we build not a 6-month roadmap, but sort of a 3-month roadmap. So, 3 months, this is my rough priority, and then we'll reassess again, right? And that served pretty well. It's also good for larger organizations. That would be my suggestion. It's like plan for, everyone wants to plan for sort of 6 months, that lens, but also have a 3-month plan and a 1-month plan. And a plan is a priority, right? So that's that lens. But then I learned it's still very much like I am sitting, today trying to plan or predict what's going to happen 1 to 3 months. And there's so many research that says like humans are bad at prediction. Like we're just not good, right? And then, so now I think where my head's at is a lot of, okay, you can have a loose plan, but really start to prioritize based on what is expensive to get wrong later on and what's like okay to get wrong later on, right? So if I know this thing is like super costly because it's people intensive, or if I make that product bet, I need to, and it goes wrong, I need to pull back a lot of things, then I spend more time before baking that out, and then get very granular on priorities and make sure I spend enough time on that and execute it properly. The other way to think about it is like, look, this thing could go either ways. Okay, like launch a bunch of those things now. And if I get it wrong, it's okay. Try to iterate on it and, go from there. So priority becomes a mix of some things that I know I can do really fast. It's cheap to get feedback on. It's if it goes wrong, it's okay. So do some of that, and then do some of these things we want to plan out carefully. So, I spend the time doing it, but then I prioritize it once I know I have enough conviction, whether it be from customers, from the market, or whatever else. And so the combination of that becomes prioritization, which actually, if you now see the full circle, it looks like it's the opposite of a framework, right? It's like, oh, there's no framework to this. But in some sense, you build your own method for madness. Like you start to say, okay, this kind of makes sense. But largely speaking, I think you prioritize in a way that you can try to get feedback really quickly and then give yourself time to iterate on that feedback.
That's very well said. I love that answer because it allows for the creativity of what you're doing as well, and the feedback part of it. And as you were mentioning before, a lot of it is best guess. So for me personally, I actually was using Zoom before Zoom was technically a thing. All of a sudden it became famous. It's not that it wasn't there, but it became famous when the pandemic hit. So my question is, as a creative person, because you're truly a creative genius when it comes to technology, how much of this is like ideas that you want to see for yourself come to fruition, and how much of it is it, oh my gosh, this person might need this? Because ultimately you got to create something you want to see as well. So I'm curious, how do you decide I'm going to even try this particular idea?
Yeah. It's tough. It's really tough to sort of you almost want to put your own ideas and your and your dreams, if you will, sort of as a second level, and try to be a student and of just trying to understand what are customers saying, what does the market want, where's my product going, all of that. And I say that because yes, you can have a great idea. And then I think it's also like what kind of product you're building, right? Like a business to business is very clear. You can talk to customers. They'll tell you, look, if you build this, I will pay for it. If you, do these things, you map the rest of my competitive, landscape, I will switch over to your product. In a consumer-esque product, right? Imagine you're building, Instagram or this kind of a live stream product. It's difficult because you kind of have to create something on your own. And that's where taking a bet really comes into play. So I think it's a little bit of both is where I've landed on, where it's like, try as much possible to be a student, right? Learn about it from your customers. Let your customers tell you their problems, why they're facing the problems, and even solutions that they might have, because sometimes they have it. Engineers will tell you, designers will tell you. Listen to all of that. And then, of course, you still kind of do your own thing, right? Like I have my own wish list and I have my own interests. And really try to see like, okay, maybe there are a couple of them are exactly the same. So then usually there's an overlap. So maybe there's something to those, because if I've thought about it, others have thought about it, the customers thought about it, there's something there. And then, at some point, try to validate your own assumptions and your own ideas. Like, and I do this, Parisa and I talk a lot, and like, sometimes I'm like, Parisa, I have this idea, what do you think? And then, and she's a very nice person, she would reply back and I'd go, okay, so I don't think that was a good idea, or that was a good idea, right? Like you can get a little pressure test. But yeah, I would say it's like, it's very tough to put your own needs behind, but you sort of have to do that so that you're serving folks, right? As opposed to putting out your own ideas and things. But sometimes, yeah, you do wake up, you come out of the shower, you have the genius idea. I think it's just pressure tested. If it makes sense, if you're hearing that bell ring everywhere, then maybe that's the right thing to do, right? So I don't know if that answers the question, but it's sort of like try to put others and what really people want and what problems they have ahead of your own wishes. But at the same time, like don't curb the genie, like the creative little genie inside you, right? Like let that go wild, but pressure test those ideas before you go work on it.
That's beautiful. And I think too, especially in the technology world, a lot of people don't realize the creativity that it takes and you have to create the wave instead of writing somebody else's. I mean, once the product's out there and then you have the feedback and everything, but how you have to put yourself out there all the time and sort of see what's working and sort of see like, I want this, maybe somebody else does, or somebody else has been talking about this and you're listening. So there's just, my question for you is, how do you keep that creative genius alive? And because sometimes it just gets overwhelming with everyone's input.
It does. And, sometimes you sit there and you go, great, thank you for what you're saying. Not going to listen to it. No. But like, sometimes you need to say that to sort of block out, and then really focus. I think creativity comes from a couple of things. What I've learned over working at everywhere. It's good to be inspired, copied, whatever you want to say, right? But look at other apps, look what people are doing. Sometimes totally irrelevant, right? I was looking at a finance trading app a couple of days ago, just to understand how they've looked at different patterns. Dribble is one of my favorite sites to just spend time on, because people just put up different ideas, right? And you sometimes see something here inspires you, something here inspires you, and that's sort of like one way. The other way is just sort of really focusing on non-tech stuff. And this has helped me a lot. I love to watch movies. I love to play cricket. I love to eat a lot of food, different kinds of cuisines. And so trying to think about problems in these spaces and how does a restaurant solve, I don't know, too many orders and too little waiters to go give out the food, right? How do they solve that problem? And maybe something there you can learn and apply in a Zoom context, which doesn't seem like it maps, but the more you let it marinate in your mind, it does. And eventually you start to see patterns that you can use, right? Or it could be, how do you bring people to your website, right? And it's okay, this cricket game that I saw was, they had a very good Instagram ad. What worked about that ad? Just ask yourself that, and maybe that's what you could try to go focus on. So I think one part is just learning from, the apps around you, the others around you, basically. And then the other is just kind of reflect on your own life, look at other interdisciplinary things that you do, and try to bring that back into the building product. And the last thing I'll say is a lot of times, the products that I've built that ended up being good and so-called creative were not intended to be. They were meant to be boring, simple things that just solved a problem, or that just, it did this one little thing. But then people took it and they used it. And that, going back to what we talked about feedback, it's like, just be receptive to that, keep listening. And then, okay, this one people find pretty interesting and this one they don't. So I think the moment you find something interesting, you can make it more creative and make it more, stand out more. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I will say, I will completely vouch for the pressure testing that you do, that I experience from you. And there are plenty of times where you'll throw something at me. I'm like, no, I don't see it happening. And I'm just so honest about it. But the way you are receptive to my honesty it speaks volumes to how you allow it to continue to fuel your thought process. And like you had mentioned a bit ago, just letting your genius, go wild. Like, it doesn't stop your genius. It only fuels it. So to really shift how we receive feedback, even if we're asking for it or not asking for it, how we really receive feedback and how we allow it to fuel our creativity, fuel our next steps, or put a little hesitation and pause in our step. And, we all have a process and all of it is okay. But I think that was really key, especially with understanding how much humanity and how much of the humanness is actually in tech, and it comes from the humanness. Like, tech wouldn't exist if it weren't for the humans. Yeah. I think that's one thing that you are so beautifully, I don't want to say debunking, because maybe not everyone believes that narrative, but I think that's something that a lot of people feel this disconnect with. Like, here's human, here are humans, here are people, then here's technology, and we're so separate, we're so different, yet we're not. We're not. And thank you for really injecting the creative elements of the process of product, which is not seemingly creative, but it is entirely creative. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I think Jacob or somebody I saw pop up, like, use the word intuition. I will share a very quick anecdote. Like, when I started off, one of my bosses and my mentors now, he mentioned, you need to have a gut feel for building a product, right? Like, what's your gut feel? And I would always go, like, what do you mean gut feel? Like, I thought you were supposed to be analytical and, like, very method driven to try and figure out the result, because that's what the books teach you. That's what college taught me. That's what early experience teaches you, frameworks, mental models, everything. And I was like, I'm building an admin dashboard. What gut feel do I have? I don't know, like, it's like, but I learned over time that you do need to care a little bit about just that extra little bit than everybody else about the product. Something needs, like, when you're going to bed, and you need to feel a little bit like, that thing I'm not kind of feeling great, or that thing feels kind of great. And that little irk inside you is the gut feel. And when you let that voice speak out, then I think everything else start to come in, like, whether it be creativity, whether it be something else. It could even be a process change, that you do. Like, we're a startup right now. One day we have this process, one day we have the other process. But, like, part of that is like that gut feel, and I think honing that in is tough. And I don't have a method to do it. It's just, I think, but just keep questioning things, keep thinking about, what's happening around you. And yeah, I think you build that little voice inside you. And that's so now I would tell my younger self, like, have a gut feel, even though my younger self would have said, like, that doesn't make sense. But yeah.
Love that you talked about that, like the role that intuition plays, or that voice in your head plays in creativity. But oftentimes we're even here on this summit, everyone is here to learn, and in a world where there's so much information overload, it's like, how do you actually process or create the space to hear that voice in your head? So kind of continuing down the lines of intuition, what, as you're in creative mode, that you're in build mode, that you expose yourself to the way other industries function, how do you ground yourself so you can also hear your voice when you're hearing everyone else's voices around you?
Yeah. This might be a really simple answer, but go on walks. Like, go on a walk with yourself, without any music, without any phone, because like there's a billion pings that happen every day and there's a ton of content to watch. Like forget about all of that. Just go on a walk. Sometimes if you can't do a walk, it's a drive, you know, and if you're stuck in traffic, like, and just, I don't know, like talk to yourself. It sounds a little weird to say, but talk to yourself. And what you start to notice, what I started to notice, is that it becomes very clear on a couple of things. One, whose voices in the room are actually important to you, like who's impacting you. And you almost like test your own bias. Okay, do I not listen to that person because they're just not a nice person, or they don't make sense? Like you start to question your own biases. But basically you get an understanding of all the voices in the room. And then when you're talking to yourself, you're like, okay, so what's my own voice? And I think a little bit of that starts to come out, and just keep like pressure testing again against yourself to say, do I know what I'm saying? Like, am I crazy? Am I like sane? And then you bounce that idea back to the other voices, right? So I think what it started to help me understand was like, okay, these are all the voices in the room. My manager, customers, competitors, family, right? Like all of those are voices in the room. And then it became apparent, like, okay, where's my own voice, right? Like, because that was the void. And then you talk about your own voice. And then I think you also start to kind of prioritize. It's like, okay, these people, I think, undoubtedly impact me more. You can try to be unbiased, but everybody is biased, right, to some degree. And so it's like, these people impact me more. But even knowing that can try to help you stay a little bit grounded when listening to their voice. Yeah. And so I think like walks, I think have helped me. It just sort of clear my mind. Yeah, it is not like, it's not something, it's not a sexy answer, but it is just kind of, going on a walk. And I think it's helped.
I really like that. And that can apply for anyone, and especially somebody who is in technology, talking about sort of unplugging for a minute and how important that is. I think that's something that the audience needs to remember as well, because it's not all or nothing. It's a little bit of everything. I mean, even what you're talking about, even with technology, there's still this intuition that you're referring to and the humanness that you're bringing to the technology. Yeah. And, I was thinking about this question about the humanness. Do you sort of discover, is it kind of in your world, is it kind of like the race to get to the moon, where there's a lot of people trying to create the same thing at the same time and you want to be the first to do it? Or is it kind of like you don't really know what everybody else is doing and you're just doing what you do best?
Yeah, it very much is a race, right? Like I think everybody is trying. What I've learned is you never have, like if you're thinking about something and you think it's a big problem and a big solution and like you think you've found the next big thing, the chances are that somebody else has done exactly the same thing, right? And like they're trying to race to the moon first. But I'll kind of take your question, Julian, just like spin that a little bit, where I'll say that that's the noise around you. And I think where you find your center balance, like my parents told me this when I was younger. They said, you can go compete, like around you, it can be competitive. Everybody could be getting amazing grades and whatever. But you benchmark against yourself, right? Like if I did this and the next time I did this, then I'm growing. In relative to other people, okay, doesn't matter, right? But I think in some sense, if you can adopt that mentality against all the investor pressure that may come at you, customer pressure, market pressure, like you sort of just shield yourself to that and say, look, I know where I am. I know what I'm going to do next. I believe in it and I'm going to execute, right? And then the race to the moon, it suddenly feels like, everything else is grayed out and you're just on this lane by yourself, right? That doesn't mean be, oblivious or don't look at what competitors are doing. Like definitely, you need to react. As I said, you need to react to the market. You need to react to customers. But it's about like letting that affect you and sort of change your plans. I think that's where the gray line is. And so, yeah, it very, like as an industry perspective, yeah, it very much is a race to the moon. I mean, you drop .ai or AI, Gen AI, anything on your website, like you have 10 customers and 10 people willing to talk to you. I don't know if you have 10 paying customers, but you'll have 10 customers who are willing to talk to you. and you'll have 10, 15 investors willing to give you that much money. But if you can just kind of like take a step back and then say, okay, like minus all the buzzwords, minus all the race to the moon, like what am I actually doing? And then can I build on that? And does it solve a problem? I think like go back to those like core principles for yourself. Yeah, and I think like now you're the only one in your race. You sort of created that environment for you. And I think it frees you of so much pressure to just execute. Yeah.
Wow, what a remarkable conversation, Abhishek, to hear your creative process, the way you think about frameworks, the way that you ground has been truly inspiring. The way that you've impacted Zoom, which is a platform that so many people have used from all over. Abhishek, it's been such a pleasure to have you on today. So insightful. Would love to have you just share your closing remarks here with our global audience that's tuning in. People are saying they're loving the conversation. It's a mixture of tech and intuition. Abhishek, over to you for your closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I didn't prepare any closing remarks, but I will share one thing that I kind of try to center myself by, which I think summarizes a lot of what we've talked about today. My favorite quote is Dory from Finding Nemo saying, "Just keep swimming," right? So just be Dory, keep swimming. You'll find your Nemo. You'll find where you're gonna go. You'll go through a bunch of sharks and a bunch of other things, but just keep swimming, and you'll get to where you are. And it's an emotional journey too, as much as it's a functional journey, right? Like building a company, building a product, managing your day-to-day. Like some of you listening will have families, will have, or maybe you're just, by yourself, but you have student loans. Like there's a variety of things that could just be like, the wind is against you, but just keep swimming, and you'll get somewhere. And then from the somewhere, you'll get to other places. And eventually you'll look back and you'll be like, I'm at the other side of the country or the other side of the world. So yeah, just keep swimming.
Love that. Just keep swimming. Before we close, Parisa, Julianne, would love to get some of your just remarks and feedback on this conversation we've been having today with Abhishek.
Yeah, Abhi, I love that you brought up the "just keep swimming." I know that it's your favorite quote, and I wasn't sure if it'd be relevant to bring up. I'm glad you brought it up because it speaks to, number one, like the humanness that you allow yourself to bring forward, but it also speaks to the simplicity that you're speaking to much earlier. And that is start from scratch. You build something, like let it just be functional, let it be usable, but really challenge it and pressure test the idea and just allow the simplicity of these one thought next to the next, to the next, the next, like let that be enough of the focus. Let that be the intentionality, then it becomes these bigger things. Yes. But let the small steps count. And yes, I love that so much. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your insight with us. This has been such a treat.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. And have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And yeah, just build great products. And I hope to use some of your products as well. And
awesome. Thank you so much. Everybody give him a round of applause out there. It's just wonderful to meet you. What a great day. Well, you guys were great. What a great segment. And we're about to move to our next segment because we don't mess around, do we? But it's the power of everything we're doing and every single day and interspersing that in our lives, and the comments keep rolling in. You guys are just, what a powerful segment. And also, it's really how we take this information, right, Alicia? It's really how do you, because you get clients all the time. Well, what do I do next? And so Alicia is somebody you definitely want to connect with, and you'll get to know her through this next 2 days. But and Parisa and Julianne, and it's really one team, one family as we move forward. So I'm going to jump right into the next segment. Are we good to go?
Yes, I'm excited about this one. Real AI application with an AI expert. So going to be delighted to be tuning in and listening.
And he's fun too, let me tell you right now. So, all right, everybody, I'll see you guys back in 20 minutes, or you can jump on, 2 minutes earlier. So, all right, see you then.
And welcome,
Peter.
Me.
You. I love it. You know, we're so excited to have you on, and we just moved quickly. By the way, for those of you listening to the show, make sure that you are absolutely sharing this with everybody you know. Make sure you're sharing it through all the streams. We're on Facebook, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Twitch. Why Twitch? If you don't know, you need to find out. Why did Amazon pay what they did? You know, through YouTube, through X, we're on all the media. We're out there everywhere. We know we stream to about 23 countries. Thank you for all the comments from the Philippines, from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Australia that have come in, from the Canary Islands, from England, from everywhere. It's been great. All right, Peter. So let's do this. I know who I am because I've been on. They've heard me. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about you?
Sure. Well, maybe a little bit intimidated. We're in 23 countries. Let's see if we can get it to 24 and not 22 whilst we do this. So yeah, my name's Peter Swain. I've been in disruptive technology pretty much for all of my life. I started coding when I was 6, saw my first application at 12, built the UK version of Yelp.com, or was part of that team in the early 90s, and have really spent all my life trying to predict and see the future of technology and what it's going to do. So I went from web to mobile. I decided to skip out social media for personal reasons. And then for the last few years have really been helping people understand what AI is, what it isn't, how it can work, how it doesn't work, and perhaps even where it should work. So super enthused to be here today and share some time with you all and talk about the wonderful world of AI.
That's fantastic. You know, the great thing about that is there's this, you know, it's funny how people, anything newer changes fear. Remember microwaves, right? You know, we always tell personal stories. My grandmother wouldn't use a microwave for anything. It's the devil, it's the this, it's the that. And all of a sudden in my life, she's microwaving everything we eat. So, right. And it's that comfort level. It's knowing that how it's going to affect us. And it's the biggest thing, like with tech, even when tech came through, right? People started on computers. It's here. So look at NVIDIA stock, but I won't say anything more. But it's here. And so how do you really see the evolution of AI from where it is today to where it's going? And in that same part of that question, moving through some of the fears people have.
Yeah, and the fears are justified. So there's an interesting thing called Moore's law, and it's a guy called Moore in the 60s that predicted that computer chips, microprocessors, would become twice as powerful in half the time. So they would like double in 10 years what they could do, then they double in 5 years, then they double in 2 years, et cetera, et cetera. And 80 years later, he's still correct. That the curve is pretty much following the same thing. Now, why that's of interest now is the curve of AI, when you measure its IQ, is following the same projection. So what that means, if that continues to prove true in the next few years, is that by the end of this year, we will have AI that rivals, in IQ terms, rivals any human on the planet. But by the end of 2030, we could be looking at an IQ several multiples of what we have ever perceived. And this gets referred to as a singularity, which is a big word in physics, which means that we can't really see beyond it. Because since the dawn of time, we go back to like dinosaurs and rocks and spears, we were still the apex predator. We were still the most intelligent thing on this planet. That has never changed. And now it's changing. So it's this huge moment in history. You know, it's why people like Bill Gates say this is going to be more impactful than the invention of electricity. Right? And just think about that. This guy is very wealthy and very smart, saying that this is going to change humanity more than electricity because of that one simple fact. We're about to have things smarter than us. So fear is, honestly, it's a logical reaction to that. Being able to say, we're about to invent something that is smarter than we are, what the F is that thing going to do is a natural reaction. What I would also say is that this is a time when we get to play in that space. And one of the words I love, Michael, is parent. We get to parent AI right now. We get to choose what it becomes. And I use the word parent because for those in the audience, and thank you all for being here, for those that are parents, it's a very unique phenomenon because it's the one time I want my children to beat me on every metric. I want them to be happier than me, healthier than me, wealthier than me, more aligned than me. I want them to beat me on every single metric that you can judge a life by. So if we're going to have AI become more capable than us in an IQ way, I want it to beat me in every single way, but I want it to retain our best version of ourselves as it does that. So I think this is the time to jump in and parent versus to take out and react with fear.
Yeah, it's how we adapt, right? It's the simple step of how we continue to adapt. And I love the way you said that. And that is a critical piece because it is here. I mean, it is here to stay, and it's in everything we do already. I was just at a Taco Bell in Southern California, right? There was no human behind that voice taking my order. And I have to be honest, I'll say that it was the most seamless ordering I've ever had. Because right, it asked the right questions. It actually finally asked, and I thought, oh, this is really interesting. This is that beginning of the adaptive, and we know it's been coming for years, and we know the parts of it. And you remember the old days where people would call in and, okay, so press number 1 for this, press number 2 for this, press number 3 for this, and that was really the beginning. It's not as intuitive, but it was moving us towards sort of the technology side. As it takes away the concern that I always hear, and really where they think it's going is everybody's so concerned about, and it's true in some losing their jobs. Yep. You hear that all the time. And can you talk a little bit about that? But again, from the perspective of, if you know it's coming and you know it's here to stay, look at what you do. And also there's become an entrepreneur like us. It's a fun road. But go ahead, Peter.
Well, the World Bank currently predict that we're looking at 40% job displacement over the next 3 years in first world countries, with half of that not being rehousable into other jobs. So you start looking at that and going, okay, well, that's interesting. So what are we going to do about it? And as you said, Michael, for me, entrepreneurship becomes the answer to that, because at the moment, and I don't think this is a good thing, but at the moment, the best marketeer wins. It is not the best product. It is not the best service. It is not the best widget. It is not the best customer service. The best marketeer wins the day. And I think that's kind of sad, really. When I look at, again, that what world do we want to create for our children, that's not a world I want. I want the best product to win. I want the best service to win. I want the best realtor to get the business. I want the best mug designer to get the business. So what if, as we project forward the future of AI, what if we have platforms like Gigaverse, like we were just talking about,
right,
which is commoditizing the sales, commoditizing the marketing, commoditizing the legal, commoditizing the customer service, so that everybody that's watching this can literally just say, yeah, I need marketing. I'll just buy this platform for $50 a month. And I need my taxes done, so I'm going to buy this platform for $80 a month. The only thing that gets left is the quality of the product or the service. Is my idea of what this should be painted, look like, etc., am I right or am I wrong? And I think that is such an awesome future as we actually kind of deconstruct some of these larger entities that are kind of still hanging over from the days of Ford and Rockefeller and Carnegie. And we walk into an age of artistry where it's the artist that goes, you know what, I think I can do this really well. And they get to do it because they're great at it, not because they're great at the hustle and bustle that we currently have to do to be an entrepreneur.
That's correct. I love that, because, it's the world that I live in. And we also know, there's a lot of articles, and I can't remember where it came out from, about the word entrepreneur. It's just been used so much, right? And I know I do it all the time. But if you just take a look at where are you today, you don't need to be the expert, right? As in from a technology standpoint, you don't need to, you're going to be using it, you're going to be using AI, but I do like that. Where are you within your own field, and how are you taking it to the next level? Or how are you using what currently there is? Because if you look at the AMI model, we've heard some of this too, and let me know, within podcasting, a lot of podcasters have started to do the avatars, but they've also started to use AI to make now they're doing it in Spanish and German but it's not them, right? It's their avatar, even though it looks really good. We're getting a little bit of a backlash on that because people are saying, I want them. I'd rather have them have an interpreter down below or something else. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because we just went to a big podcasting event, and I heard that over and over. If you're going to podcast, you're going to be on stage with me, be on stage. We tried this with Tony Robbins. I don't remember. It was like back in 2013 or 14. We beamed him into Melbourne. And people like, that's great. That's not, but they want his physical being there. I'll pay for it and do it, but it's not the same. And I don't know if I'll do it again. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think, well, there's two interesting tangents there. I think, and I was talking to actually a journalist about this the other day. And when I said that when the art is being produced to support something, using AI to do it is fine. When the thing you're producing when the art you're producing is the thing you're producing, using the AI to do it is not fine. So what I'm saying is, if somebody here uses Midjourney or DALL-E or one of the image generators to generate an image for the top of their blog header, fantastic. If you then say, no, I can now replace art with that, well, even if you could, I'd really rather you didn't, which I think is kind of what we're speaking into. But for the people that actually replicate themselves with avatars or clones, it's something I've actually taken quite a stand against and saying, you're crazy. Because as we get this abundant AI coming through, we are going to get more people that can't hold a conversation like this. They can't hold a stage. They don't have the energy for it. It's just not their skill, or they haven't been taught. So we'll get a lot of mediocre.
Right.
We don't want more mediocre. Well, I certainly don't want more mediocre. So what I look at is okay, so if mediocre is about to become abundant, how do I retain my value, and how do I help my clients retain their value, which is you keep it scarce. Capitalism rewards scarce resource more than it rewards abundant resource. So I don't want to replicate myself, because by doing so, I become worth less. So we took a slightly different approach in our company, and we actually named AIs on our org chart. So, because I never want to be incongruent. So I'm like, yeah, if you're speaking to Sarah in customer service, she's an AI. And when you say that to people, they go, oh, okay. As you said, when you order from Taco Bell, you're not like, this is an outrage. I want to speak to a human being to order my food. You don't. As soon as it's present and congruent, you're like, oh, okay, this is okay then. It's when it's pretending to be something else, when it's pretending to be human, that I think people go, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's not. And even if, as the technology gets better, this is where it gets dangerous, you will not be able to tell it in your I don't know the right word for this, in your primary senses. Yeah. It will look human, it will sound human, but I'm willing to bet for a long time, we will still know that it's not.
Yeah. You know, you actually made a great point, because in the industry I come from, which was, you know, if we put Tony up, and then if it wasn't Tony that day, or T. Harv Eker or somebody else, you know, or that, what we did is we would almost start as trainers saying, I know I'm not, right? We would let people know up front and sort of take away that part. And actually what you said to me, being somebody who's big in the podcasting world, right? And we have the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. I think that's a brilliant way. You know, we're doing this in Mandarin, but it's going to be our AI avatar. But we want you to still have that information. So in a way, here's who we are, here's what we're doing, but we don't want you to miss it because you don't speak English, and we're here for you, boom, play it. I really like that, actually.
And actually,
go ahead.
Even like taking it a step further, is and we're sorry we don't speak Mandarin. We wish we did, but we're human and we don't. So we've given you this experience, which can give you an access point, and not pretending it's as good as the real thing. Just being open to it.
Yeah, I think that's actually really great. I love that. I just love that. This is actually really open for all of you out here, speakers, trainers, authors, and I know you're all using avatars. I get that. Everybody out there is using an avatar, and it's becoming really what we do. I think that's a really critical piece of what you just said, and I think it's a way that you can really, install trust in your audience. I'm willing to say this is, and we're still being human together, and I think that's a really big piece. Can you just for a minute or two tell us a little bit about your company and your long-term thought process?
Yeah, well, I'll give you one other quick example first.
Yep.
Of we run a mastermind. We have a couple hundred people every week, and we talked about what they should and shouldn't use. And this is a perfect example where we coined one of our phrases, which I'll tell you at the end. And it's, we have the ability to now voice clone ourselves, so we can put a script in that can come out of a CRM automatically. So we can automatically get the CRM to go to an API. I'm going to sound technical for a second, pull a sentiment thing, bring it back, and then deliver it as a voice that gets sent via text. So we did this, and we did it only to tell people, hey, look, this is what can be done now. Whether you do it or not is up to you, but just to give you an eye-opening into the thing. A week later, I was on a call with my select group, and I said to a gentleman called Abel, who's a vet in Miami. If you ever see this, Abel, hi. I said, did you get that voice note I sent you? And he said, what, the one with the automated voice? I went, no, I sent you one a couple of nights ago, just checking in on something. And his words were, no, I assumed it was your AI, so I ignored it. And this was like the biggest, for me, one of the biggest alarm bells of, this is somebody that pays me money, speaks to me every week. And after one single message that pretended to be me, he then came to the conclusion that any future message wasn't me and therefore should be ignored. And that's when I said, we never do that again. We will now make up new avatars. We'll make up new people instead of doing it the other way. And the phrase became, and it's kind of a watch phrase for us now, and I'd recommend it for everyone, just because we can doesn't mean we should. There is an ascendancy of tech people, and tech people love inventing tech because that's what they live for. And that's awesome. We need those people doing that. But for everybody watching this, if you're running a business, your job is to go, does this actually serve my goals of, yes, I need efficiency, but I also need effectiveness. Like efficiency and effective. It's not good doing more mediocre. That's not a good thing to do. We should be focusing on more awesome. So how do I do more awesome? So that's exactly what we do. We talk to everyone every week, and we help people understand what they should do, what they shouldn't do. We find wins for them around the existing technology, because it's so, the power that's in just the small tools we have, the chat GPTs, the Claudes, etc., is so game changing in terms of the productivity that every single person can experience, that you can add 20% onto your output almost immediately.
Yeah. Peter, because we're out of time, but I want to thank you for being on today. This was a powerful segment, and I can tell you we're going to have you back. I can tell you you'll be on one of our future shows, because the way you presented this and the way for me, because I'm not a techie, right? I mean, I can play with my computer and I'll do all that. Yes, and I played EverQuest, but we won't talk about that. But, you made it so we can understand it wherever we are. You made it so it's like, you took sort of the fairway. Here's what it is. Here's where it's going. Here's the things to do. You gave things right away that really helped the audience, and I think that makes a big difference every single time. So everybody, first of all, give Peter a big thunderous round of applause out there. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate your time with us, and we'll be seeing more of Peter over the next year. I'll be connecting with him soon, and I know I've got comments from the team already saying bring him back. So we'd love to have you on more. Thank you so much, Peter. And Peter, the name of your company again?
It's ROAI, Return
Fantastic.
on Artificial Intelligence.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Peter. Have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Bye, Peter. That's really I'm going to pull up Karen. There we go. That is, Karen, was that great? That was a great segment.
Yeah, absolutely. Concrete.
And I saw you typing the whole time, right? So that's how you know. So just quickly before we move into the next step, which Karen's going to run the show. She's just amazing. Karen, you're also You're signed in as you can see everybody, right? And pull people on and off.
Yes.
Okay, good.
No, I can only see me. I can't see the others.
Okay, fantastic. I'll have the team help you out there. But it's again, it's this information that we're getting every single day, and it makes a difference every single day as we do this. And I'm so excited to have the people on that we know. And by the way, if you're not, Peter, I'm going to have you just bounce off the link so we get more of the panel on. I know I can see you still there, but have a good one. It's transitioning. So first of all, if you're listening to the stream, what I want you to do is share it with everybody else you know. I want you to share it with everybody else you know. I want you to have fun while you're doing it. I want you to just take it out to the world and really have more people. This is the Los Angeles Tribune, LA Tech. We're talking tech, mindset, AI, and how to move things forward. Now with the panel you're about to move up, it's really the podcasting side, because I'll tell you, being at the podcasting event, right, Karen, it was all tech. It was literally, it's all tech, and it's all what's happening within podcasting, but it's still how to get the messaging, how to get that message forward, how to make a difference, how to really tell your story. And I think that's that great piece. So I'm going to bring them up to the stage, give it up to you, Karen, you've got it. And then when you're done, you'll be moving it right over to Alicia and Ava and the rest of the team. And we continue moving forward for the day. And then you have a great interview coming up. So I can't wait for that. So here we go. I'm going to pull myself off and bring them all up.
All right. Well, we have got an amazing panel. We have got power-packed podcast, but they are all here with us today. And so we're going to start off. I'm going to introduce our podcasters. And so I'm going to start with Alana Cahoon. She is the founder of Grow to Be You, and she has a best-selling book called Mindfulness, Mantras, and Meditation. And she's also the host of Creating Abundance podcast. So welcome, Alana.
Thank you. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Great. And I'll just go around and introduce each person, and then we'll start with some questions. And so Christina Castagnini is a seasoned psychologist who works with eating disorders, and she has 25 years experience. She also has a podcast called Behind the Bite, which deals with eating disorders and body image struggles, which a lot of us have struggled with that. And she also is the founder of Freedom to Wellness, and she empowers people to full recovery, which is an awesome thing that you do, Christina. So thank you for being with us.
Oh, thanks for having me, Karen.
And Jay Clendenning is a dad, a husband. He is a serial entrepreneur. He is a best-selling, award-winning author of The Rings of Impact and Coaching for Impact. He's the host of the TV show Total Disruption, a master coach, business strategist, and as he calls himself, a professional small boy. Welcome, Jake.
Hello, Karen. Good to see you guys.
And we have Dr. Chow Ung, and it looks like you are outside somewhere. Are you out in Southern California? Yes, awesome, beautiful background. I wish we were there. Dr. Chow has gone from immigrant to doctorate in pharmacy. He has an MBA, and he is a millionaire, the founder and coach of Midterm Rentals, which is corporate housing B&B. He is a speaker and was a semi-finalist in the Great American Speak Off. He's also a partner of Tony Robbins Platinum Partners. Welcome, Dr. Chow.
Thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. How's you guys doing?
Great. Well, I'm going to go back to Alana. And Alana, with so many people would like to start a podcast. And so when you started your podcast, and since we're focused on technology here, what was one technology tool that helped you to be able to start your podcast?
So there's so many, but one was Zoom. And Zoom is what I am using. Well, no, I'm not using it right now. This is StreamYard, but it's one of the webinar cast, the webcast tools. And it's done a great job for me. I've been interviewing on it actually for years. My podcast only launched in January, but the Zoom tool makes it easy to schedule events and to videotape as well as record. And honestly, I take my recording and then I transfer it into my GarageBand where I can shift the sound for the actual sound recording.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a great combination. You know, a lot of times when people are starting their podcast, they feel like they have to have all this fancy equipment and all this fancy software. And I remember when I very first started, I just practiced on my phone, just with recording. And I got used to my voice, just to hear my voice, because it sounds different, you know, on a recording than it does when I when I hear myself. And so that was an interesting way. And then just using Zoom. A lot of people forget, oh, I can just use Zoom and I can get my message out there. So thank you for sharing that. That's great. How about you, Christina? What was a tool that you used to start your podcast? Because you've had your podcast for what, 2 years now?
Since 2020. So yeah.
4 years, yeah.
So interesting, kind of like Alana with Zoom, but connected to that is Calendly. So to schedule my podcast has been extremely helpful. And so if you don't know what Calendly is, I send a link to anybody who wants to be on the podcast or who I've invited. And it's great because they can fill out a form that I use to, you know, introduce them. But connected to that, if they schedule something, they automatically get a Zoom link. And so I don't have to do anything. It's just real easy. It's streamlined. So I'll get a text that says they scheduled when it is. It goes in my calendar automatically. And then there's a Zoom link that's automatically created. That goes into my Zoom account. So it's there. They get the Zoom link. They get a, you know, it goes into Calendly, which is great because I can automate like emails that go out that says, you know, thank you for scheduling. And then like 24 hours before that, I get a text. They get a text reminding them, gets the Zoom link sent again. And then it automates emails like right after they record that says thank you. So it's just this great, Calendly is great. You can just automate everything.
Thank
Takes
you.
out all of the work for me. So
yes, that's amazing. The automation, because so many times when we're so busy, things can fall through the cracks, you know, like sending them the Zoom link. And so to use Calendly in that way and have the automatic text even and the email, thank you. I think everybody that is starting any venture, whether it's a podcast or a business or, you know, whatever you are doing, I think that Calendly, when you need to schedule time with clients or other people, I just think that's great. So thank you for sharing that. How about you, Jake?
You know, I'm with you, Karen. I mean, when we originally started, it was this, right? It was totally this thing. This is what we used. We put it on a tripod. So a couple of things that I learned right away, and I'm going to go low jack for everybody that's just getting started, because obviously what we're using now, not the same thing we were using then.
Right.
So like one was get a tripod, make sure it's stable. The other one was I got and this is it. It's right here. I had a noise canceling. You can see the cute little wind muffle thing on it because I used to record a lot of stuff outside. So I had a cheap little mic. The other one is lighting. Like I still have it. You can see the reflection in the background. I've got a portable ring light tripod that we had that you can get. Like you can get a full creator's kit. You can buy it off of wherever you want to buy it for, but you can do it for like under $200 for a full creator's kit that makes you look and sound pretty good. And really the cameras on your phone are really good. They're so much different than what, you know, originally was. So that's where we started. And I call it archaic content at the time, but it was still the message, right? It was still I'm going to get the message out. I'm going to do the best with what I have at the time to get it done.
Right. And, you know, I appreciate that so much because, you know, sometimes we do think, oh, we've got to have the perfect setup. We've got to have the perfect equipment. But it can be cost prohibitive when we're looking at some of these fancy things. And even, you know, I didn't have a ring light when I started. I just sat by a window. I just had the light on in the room, you know. And so, you know, I love the phrase done is better than perfect, and just get started, because you have all of you out there in the audience. I know you have a message to share, and I know that's why you're here. And so I'm so happy to have these podcasters who have the experience and who have started and who have learned from, you know, their beginnings of their journeys, so that they can share with you and you can get started And so, Dr. Chow, we're glad you're back again. So thank you for rejoining us. And if you could tell us a technology tool that you used when you first started your podcast.
Yes, absolutely. So funny thing that the other guest mentioned the phone. I'm actually doing this on my phone right now because my laptop is having issues. But you can't really tell the difference, right? So the biggest thing is leverage what you have at the right moment. So your phone could be a super powerful tool. Daily content is the key, guys. I was just with my phone now and do a selfie content, speaking directly to the camera. The three things I can always have is the right hook, the right story, and then the right offer, which whatever it is, call to action for them. But with the right story, you can weave it in to what you want the audience to do at the end, but also providing amazing value for them. So some of the tools that I will be using would on the fly would be like captions, VEED captions, and just automatically caption my my video, and I upload it right away. And of course, I use Canva. It's a good way for me to put all my thoughts together. Of course, ChatGPT for getting the right hooks. And also we can tell ChatGPT to direct the entire scene, the entire video. So that way we don't have to really think a lot. And based on what's going viral right now, also newsjacking is an amazing way for you to do any kind of content, whatever is hot in the media right now, you want to comment on that. So that way your content will go viral.
Well, thank you. Now, if you don't mind, Dr. Chow, if you could write that in the chat. Did you say news jacking?
Yeah, newsjacking is a term for it.
Okay. Oh, it's a term. Is that, do you have a specific tool that you use to get the latest in what's going on? Like,
just look for Google Trends in whatever your industry is. And then based on whatever viral or what is the trend, what's the keyword that most people search for, you can do content specifically for that, for your industry. So that way you catch the waves of riding the wave. That's why Kevin O'Reilly became a billionaire, because he does that with his company.
Right. Yes. Catching that wave. I think we are all trying to catch the wave, aren't we? And leveraging what you have. If all you have is your cell phone, use your cell phone. And so thank you, Dr. Chow, for continuing with us. And we're grateful for these tips. And I appreciate, what you said about using ChatGPT. And so I'm going to ask all of you, for our audience, ChatGPT is an AI tool that is becoming a lot more popular, and still a lot of us want to know, how can we improve using ChatGPT? So I remember the first couple times I used it, I was like, I didn't really like those answers. It just did not sound like me. I had no idea that I could teach ChatGPT how I talked and how I sounded, and say to it, sound like me. And then I'd send it back and say, it still doesn't sound like me. Do it again. and then I would just rewrite it out, many times after I got it back. But I thought I didn't know that. So I just kind of abandoned it for a while because I didn't know how to use it. And so if you have used ChatGPT, I don't know if all of you have, but if you have, could you tell us, how you have used it? And because we just heard Dr. Chow mention something about his directing his video. So I want to hear you talk more about that, Dr. Chow. But I'm going to start with Christina. If you could tell us if you have used ChatGPT and how you have used it for your podcast.
So I'm just starting to tinker with it a little bit. But I have put in some of my writings in there, so it gets kind of my voice. And then all I've used it for is to put titles in for my podcasts and asked, can you give me a good title for this? And I put in some of my guest background in there and what the content of the podcast episode was, and then asked, can you give me 3 different titles with good SEO? Because I sometimes have really big struggles with getting good podcast titles. I want something kind of creative, but I don't know good SEO either. So I've just been tinkering with that the last 3 or 4 episodes. So
that's excellent. That's excellent, because here you're inputting your voice so that ChatGPT can become familiar with it, and then asking it for a good headline, because sometimes when we're making episode after episode, we kind of run out of ideas. And so it's really great to have that way to just kind of spur our creativity. Maybe we don't even use anything that it produces. But that's really great. So thank you for sharing that. And I just wanted to add to that, that one of the ways that you can do that is you can put your transcript of your actual episode in ChatGPT and say, based on this transcript, and then you can prompt it, please give me 5 headlines with whatever kind of audience you have, or whatever angle you are looking for. And then that it can base that headline off of that. All right, how about you, Jake?
All right, so you guys nailed it. Like you're using it for the right stuff. You're plugging your voice into it, and you're allowing it to be your executive assistant. Like it's a great tool for that. So like Karen said it, so I'm going to give you the 5. I'm going to give you the 5 AI tools everybody needs, everybody should get, everybody should play with. I'm not going to write them in the chat box because I'm going to talk, and I talk with my hands. So one is either ChatGPT or Gemini. I like Gemini because it can access my Google Drive without an additional bolt-on. So I like it for that purpose. That's just me. Now I do exactly what Karen said. I put the transcription in. I say, based on the transcription, give me the summarized show notes, 3 titles with, as Christina said, the SEO, search words and keywords, as well as hashtags. And I will also ask it to give me 3 social media text post ideas. Go ahead and ideate that below so I can copy and paste those. Then I'm going to take from there, and I'm going to go to Midjourney. I'm going to go to Midjourney, and I'm going to have it create the thumbnails for my show based on a previous thumbnail that we've created in Canva. It's great. Like Gemini and ChatGPT are text ideation. Midjourney is image ideation. So I have it build that piece, and I have it give me some of the cool things that are going to happen on social media. Then if I want to get real silly, I'm going to go to Runway. Right? So I'm going to go to Runway, which is video ideation. I can take the still image that I have pulled from somewhere, and I can have Runway build video ideation for me. And then I'm going to go to Suno, S-U-N-O, Suno, which is a sound one. And I'm going to have it create some cool, groovy sound that I'm looking for, music that it belongs to, can belong to that video that doesn't infringe. I mean, yes, I can play it. You can see guitars in the background. I'm not that cool or that fast, but I can go to Suno for that. And then if I really want to get silly and I want to do webinars on my stuff, I can go to Gamma, G-A-M-M-A, which creates PowerPoint presentations. Those 5 AI tools used in conjunction with each other, like I couldn't pay somebody $150,000 a year to do what those tools will do for me. And I can do it. And I'm not a tech guy. I can do it in a matter of a few minutes. So like use the tools that are at hand. But Karen said it previously. I saw her comment with Peter. Keep us involved in it. Keep the authenticity. Make sure it's still your voice. It's your ideas. It's your imagery. Use the tools as an assistant. That's what they're for.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Wow. What amazing tools. So I'm just going to review. So he mentioned ChatGPT and also Gemini, because it connects right to your Google Drive, and then Midjourney for the images and how he creates thumbnails, and then Runway for video ideation based off of a still image, which that's amazing, and Suno for your sound, and then Gamma, which helps you create your PowerPoints and your webinars. Those are fantastic tools. We're going to talk some more. All right. And how about you, Alana?
So Jake, wow. Who needs a team? You've got it all in AI.
Exactly.
It's incredible. When I think about all of the tools I'm using, I think every single one of them uses one shape or form of artificial intelligence. Every social media out there uses it. And we all use social media to broadcast our podcast. We are doing this. I'll speak for myself as a podcast host. It's to create abundance for everyone. So I want everyone to learn the tools of the trade, learn more about what my guest has to share with you. But I love being creative in the back end too. So I love to design in Canva and to go into GarageBand and create sound, and I even write music. So it's so much fun. If you guys are into the production end of it, host a podcast and you can have that fun part as well as this. We were just at a podcast conference, Karen and myself, and so many introverts. You wouldn't know it, but Hello, an introvert who knows how to be extroverted. But it's really fun to spend a lot of time behind the scenes too. So yeah, lots of amazing, amazing tools. And GPT, I don't really use it for my podcast. I use it for marketing, just to help me expand on ideas, sometimes to create a list or an outline. But again, the authenticity is so important. So there you go.
Right. Thank you. That I appreciate that so much, because the authenticity is very important. And a lot of people get so excited about some of these things. And I could totally relate when Peter Swain said that, the guy said, well, I didn't even answer it because it was AI, because I have done that. I have ignored something because I thought, well, I don't really want to talk to the bot.
Yeah.
and that prohibited me from moving forward in some ways with AI, because I was like, oh, the authenticity piece is so important to me. And so I appreciate you bringing that up, and how important it is to use AI to get our message out there. I mean, it's just so valuable. All right, Dr. Chow, how about you?
Yes. So, I mean, Jack over all the tools, right? I think what I can add on to the way that you do social media is you got to figure out your voice, your authenticity, that like, the audience, the panel is saying, but at the same time, you want to be vulnerable. So the way people connect with people is being vulnerable, being real, right? Hey, this is, I'm here, wake up, blah, 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 my laptop, whatever happened on my phone with you today. I'm being vulnerable. I'm not well prepared for this. I'm on vacation, but I'm here because I want to help a lot of people to accomplish their goals and their dream. So sharing anything like that show that you are human in your daily routine, and also post on stories. Stories is probably one of the most underrated, but yet convert so much, because people like what's happening now, what's happening today, where are you today, what's going on right now in the industry, oh, he's live, he's here, he's there, and people love that kind of stuff. So actually we got like 50%, half of our engagement are from stories. So I want to pass that on to you guys. Also for the music, you can actually choose the trending music sound, but lower that volume down. Let's say you're on Instagram or TikTok, you can lower that volume down so that way people don't hear the music, but you can still get the virality of that song. So that's just a quick tip. But yeah, just be out there on yourself, be confident, and whatever it is, know that you are unique. There's only one of you, and you need to share you to the world.
That is awesome. And yes, there is only one of us, and we all have a unique gift and a unique message to share. Even if we're on the same topic, we have unique experiences and our own unique personality. And so I think, that's why there is no scarcity, where there's a place for each one of us in this world. And so thank you, Dr. Chow. If you don't mind, Dr. Chow, could you tell us, when you mentioned previously about using ChatGPT to direct your video, could you elaborate on that? Because I don't know how to do that, and I don't know how many people in the audience is. If anybody else in the audience wants to learn that, take notes right now.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty simple. The first thing is find out the hook, right? And then you can tell ChatGPT, hey, create me a story that relates to this hook. And maybe if you're popular enough, they can scout all your, content you create online and cater to you based on your stories, based on your expertise, and also what you want to project. And then you can tell ChatGPT, hey, create me some scenes that will relate to the story where I can shoot on my phone right now, or something real quick that is more relatable to the audience. So, just based on our iterations, you can get ChatGPT to do pretty much anything you want to do. So the main point is, how do you go to the next step? What is the next step? And instead of you figuring it out, why not ask ChatGPT first or Gemini, and then also ask for more iterations of the same thing until you get the answer you want. For example, if you don't like it, you say, hey, I like what you're saying, but you're missing this X, Y, and Z. So why you regrade something else that is included this? Or I like this part, but I don't like that part. Take that out, add this of my own voice, for example.
Excellent. Excellent. I think that's so important, Dr. Chow, because we forget that we can teach ChatGPT to understand what we're looking for and to have a better perspective of what our way of doing things is. One of the things that one of the other women in the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal taught me was that after I would do these, iterations again and again with ChatGPT, and then I finally rewrote the part, that sounded the way I liked it. I submitted that and said, this is what I was looking for. And I said, please review this, and acknowledge this so that the way I would speak and the way that I would communicate this. I would never have thought of that on my own. And so thank you for all of these tips that everyone is sharing. These are just fantastic tips, and I'm just so grateful. All right, we're going to move on to another question. When you think about struggling with getting your podcast out, a lot of us deal with mindset issues, and there can be a lot of fears that come up when we're starting a podcast, and a lot of times those fears hold us back from ever speaking and ever saying and sharing our message. And I want to know if you have ever had a mindset issue that you have had to work on with regard to your podcast. And so I am going to start with Jake.
Well, of course, Karen knows the answer is yes, because we've had the conversations about some of this. So what are the common fears? What are the common fears? It is I don't have a message. Well, that's a lie. You have a message. I'm telling you that. Whether you believe me or not, that's the truth. You have a message. The people want to hear it. 2 is I don't know what I would create. Also not true. Also not true. Like these are all just, I'm going to call them excuses for not doing the thing. Did I have these fears at the very beginning? Oh my God, yes. Did I get on there and try to make how many takes did I take of the first podcast that, oh, wow, trying to make it perfect? Well, guess what, guys? Nobody's perfect. Perfection is unattainable, and it's okay. It is okay that you don't have to be perfect on this, because guess what? The audience isn't perfect either. They just want to hear you. And we've said it multiple times. Dr. Chow has said it. And I know Karen has said it. Alana has said it. Christina has said it. And I know Dr. Chow lives it. Like, I have gotten to be in a room with him so many times. Like, the jacket he has, which I'm jealous of, by the way, is authentically Dr. Chow. You will see him in that all the time. And I'm wearing my gray jacket, like my normal Western blazer. But think authenticity. People want to hear from you. Like, people want to hear from you because they like you. Think about who your favorite person in your audience might be. Could be your daughter, could be your son, could be your mom. Like, just talk to them. Talk to them. It isn't I have to go out and get these amazing guests. No guest wants to be on my show. That's baloney too, because they have a message they want to reach out and capitalize on your audience. Like, it's all the fears that we come up with, and I'm running long. All the fears that we come up with are just ours. Like, they're just ours. Every single person, and this is one of the best things that I love about this particular industry. This is the most collaborative industry I've ever been associated with. You ask for help, you get it. There's never a question. If you ask anybody on this panel, I need your help with this thing, I need the answer to the thing, we're all going to answer you. Peter would have answered you in the previous call. This morning, Julianne and Karen were on a panel with some amazing, every one of those people would have. All you have to do is ask for the help of, hey, I'm feeling nervous. How do I get past this? And I guarantee you probably one of us would be a guest on your show just to help you practice.
Absolutely, Jake. Thank you so much for saying that. And, none of us are perfect. And what has been really interesting for me is to find out that the audience craves the behind the scenes look where we aren't perfect and they can see. And I think that's so important. And just like Dr. Chow just mentioned, being vulnerable, he was vulnerable about his computer issue that he's having. And when we are vulnerable, we are relatable. And that is so important. And the other thing that you mentioned that I want to emphasize is the community that we have with the Los Angeles Tribune family. Everybody at the Los Angeles Tribune is willing to help. but especially with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. And there is a group where we meet together once a week for a mastermind, and we help each other promote our podcasts. We bring in experts that can train us. We have experts who are helping us to build our podcasts. And so if you want to be a part of that, you can message me or message Michael Silvers, because that is another way to build that community. But even if you're not a part of that, we are still here to support you. And I have felt so much support, and that has been a great blessing in my life. So Jake, thank you so much for bringing that part up. Alana, how about you?
Well, first I want to start with, I like your great jacket, Jake.
Well,
It
thanks.
suits you. It's awesome. And yeah, you got it going on, Dr. Chow. Absolutely. You know, I helped to run a business incubator, technology incubator, and we had many entrepreneurs come in with their ideas. And if you have an idea, jump, take the leap. And so as a podcast, that's what you're doing. I started my podcast in January, and I had no idea what I was doing. I took the course. I linked up with Los Angeles Tribune, and I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. If it's not, it's either now or never. And I jumped, and I'm still kind of jumping. I feel like I'm still in midair, but that's, like you said, it's part of it. It's being, sometimes being nervous is part of that authenticity and the excitement. And have fun. The world, as you said, Jake, everyone's got a story. And if you need ideas, apparently ask GPT. It'll give you some ideas. Tell them one of your own personal stories, and it'll come, and all right, so here's my personal story. Here is my target audience. How would you reshape this? What should I say? And I'm pretty sure you'll get a really interesting answer. And then, as Dr. Chow said, if you don't like the answer, ask them to continue in a manner. It's amazing what AI has available for us. But I would say, again, podcasters are the coolest group of people. When I go to conferences for the podcast conference, I'm like, oh, it's going to be so much fun because everyone's so creative, so interesting, so easy to talk to. You want to be on my show? Let me know, and vice versa. It's fun. It's a conversation.
Oh, Alana, thank you so much for bringing up those points, because we do have so much fun at the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. And every week when we get together, we have fun. And this is so fun to be together, and for you as the audience to get to learn from us, because like Alana said, taking that leap, for me, it was a big leap of faith. And I feel like I'm still leaping too. And so, Alana, I appreciate your vulnerability to share that with us, because sometimes we look at podcasters and we think, oh, they've got it all figured out. They already know what to do. And I don't know what to do. And how am I ever going to, we start comparing and thinking they're so far ahead of us. And you know what? You're right where you're supposed to be. Just start wherever you're at. How about you, Dr. Chow?
Yes. So I love that everybody has a message, because if you have a mess, you have a message, right?
Right.
And nothing is impossible, because when I look at the word impossible, I see am possible. Just the way you look at things, you see? So as part of a Tony Robbins Platinum Partner, I got to give him a lot of credit for how he changed my life. And the core thing that he talked about mindset, number one is your state. You got to be in peak state all the time. And it's about conditioning. People are conditioning their muscle, but they forgot to conditioning their mind. Their mind is so much more important. The way you're conditioning your mind, you got to have that physiology. You got to get that sunshine. You got to get all the stuff that you need. But at the same time, if you don't want it, you don't have to. That's my routine, right? I go out, feed my dog, all that stuff, get me my juice and walk around, get my physiology going, right? So that's why I stand up to talk to you guys right now instead of sitting down. My energy is different. You can feel me, So physiology, and then you can change your story. So if you're not in the peak state and you're not in the peak physiology, do not mess with your story, okay? It's gonna go bad pretty quick. But when you're in peak state, in a good energy, your story gonna spiral upward and inspire millions and millions of people. And I went viral on several social media accounts being me. And a lot of times it's my selfie videos. So why not you? You know, why not now? And that you have the message, you have the responsibility. With freedom come responsibility, right? And we have the responsibility to share your mess and your message that you learn from that, so that other people know that I'm possible.
Right. Oh, Dr. Chow, I loved all of that. You know, when you think about the messes, and so many times when we're having struggles and messes in our life, our focus can be over there on the mess, and it can be so discouraging. And yet there is a message in that mess. And what is that message? And that's the thing that I love to hear from my guests on my podcast is, what is the message that you got out of the mess? And how did you navigate through that mess? Because I learned so much from other people. And the way that you described the word impossible, if you just shift your perspective, the way that you look at that word, instead of impossible to I'm possible. And isn't that great? I mean, that's just fantastic. And so thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Chow. All right, Christina, what is a mindset issue that you have had to work through with your podcast?
So I was laughing a little bit when Jake was talking about the first podcast and re-recording it over and over again. Gosh, I don't even know how many takes mine was, but as a psychologist, you know, I was kind of trained that we're supposed to be like not real people, right? We're supposed to keep everything personal to us, quiet. And I remember I was getting coached at the time about how to do a podcast, and my coach was like, you really need to connect with your audience. And so you need to make the first couple podcasts about yourself. And I went, oh my gosh, what? I'm not supposed to do that in my field.
Right.
But I had an eating disorder, and he's like, you need to share your story. And I was like, oh my gosh, my family's going to hear this. My patients are going to hear this. Like, oh my gosh, like I was freaking out. So I had to get over that mindset and talk about vulnerability, right? So the first few podcasts was my story. And so it was just like, okay, here we go. But I kept asking myself, like, why am I doing this? Because I had left my hospital job after 15 years. And I said, I want to reach more people, to your point, Dr. Chow. Like, I feel we all have a gift, and we all have that gift to share with other people. And if we're quiet, we're not helping anybody. So I said, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to go big if I'm leaving this job. And so I wanted to reach people, and I felt like what better way than a podcast? So we all have that. Everybody out there, if you have something, you have a gift to share with the world, this is a great way to do it, right? So that's what my mindset was every time I got scared to do a podcast. To your point too, Jake, like, who's going to want to be a guest on my podcast? Like, I'm a nobody, right? But it's shocking when you actually put the invite out there and the guests who want to be on. It's fascinating because I had to get over another mindset of being an imposter, right? Like, am I really professional? I know I've been doing this for a long time, but I still felt like, okay, is somebody going to call me out and say, like, you don't know what you're talking about, right? Because now it's out there to the world. Like, I'm on a big platform, right? If people are listening, they're going to be like, you're full of it, right? But been doing it now for, since 2020. So it's a fun thing, to your point, Alana, too. It's a really fun, part of my job, because I'm a psychologist in private practice. So the podcast is a great way to connect with people in a way that's very fun, getting the word out there, helping people. And I think the other thing that's great is, at least especially with the work that I do, helping people feel like they're not alone. The stories that I get on the podcast and the people that come on, I get a lot of feedback that people feel like they're not alone, and it's really helpful. And so that's just something that's very motivating, is hearing the people that it impacts. So if you're out there and you're reconsidering or you're worried about doing it, I think that the messages you can get out there to help people it's fantastic.
Yes. Oh, Christina, these were such key thoughts that I think so many of us have that we have to deal with our podcast. Who's going to want to be a guest on my show? And who's going to want to listen to what I have to say? I'm just a nobody. And what if they hear it and they think I'm full of it? I think every one of us could probably say that at one point in time, we have thought one of those thoughts. And it's very real. And just like you, for me, it is my why. Why? What is my and why am I doing this? And the way that you want to serve and the way that you want to help other people is just such a powerful motivator. And I think that each one of us would probably say that that's a motivator for us as well. And so I want to hear that from each of you. What is your why that motivates you to overcome these fears and all the technology challenges to do your podcast? What is your why? And I want to start with you, Dr. Chow.
My why when I first started is immigrant came to America, just the American dream, right? To get that financial freedom, retire my mom, my dad. And then after I done that, and I also got financial freedom in my early 30s, travel around the world, I sat down on the beach, just like one of these, and say, what's my purpose? What's my mission? And I was like, I can only, my purpose here is not for me, it's for helping other people. So that's why I started my coaching networking, one of the largest network for corporate housing arbitrage, where we help other people get financial freedom through leveraging somebody else's property they don't even own, by either co-hosting or arbitraging. And that way they can have that cash flow and build that freedom lifestyle. And then learn about all the amazing things that everybody else is doing. So that way you can find your own voice and your own destiny. But it's all about starting with that financial freedom and also the abundance mindset freedom as well. That's why I learned from Tony Robbins or from the greatest people of our time. So my mission is to help 1 million families get financial freedom in my lifetime. That's my personal mission. It doesn't have to be yours. It doesn't have big, small, whatever. I just like it. It sounds good, right? And plus, and then it's the families, and it's not one person, because I believe in generational wealth and also generational blessing and generational curse. So we can change one family as a unit and keep them together. We can really impact the world for generations to come. So thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Chow. And coming from an immigrant to a millionaire and helping other people to do that, I want to be one of your people. And so thank you for your mission. And thank you for thinking of it like a mission. I think of mine like a mission too. And so I appreciate so much hearing your why. That was really beautiful. How about you, Jake?
So mine's real specific. So I've spent years refining mine down, because I actually marched down. I started with the Simon Sinek, if you remember the book, Start With Why. I walked through that program with it because I needed to define it. Like I needed to be able to say it. We hear elevator pitch, we hear different things, but I needed it more than from a sales perspective. I needed to understand it. Like it had to speak to me directly so that I could execute on it. That's why I walked that very specific path. So mine is this. My big why is to guide leaders to abundant opportunity for themselves and those they influence. To guide leaders to abundant opportunity for themselves and those they influence. And that has some of my core values in it. Like I actually took my core values from a core values elicitation, planted them in there. Like my core values are opportunity, abundance, influence. That's why my why is that way. So in order to facilitate it, TV show, podcast, because in order for me to show the world, the leaders, everybody's a leader. Everybody's a leader, man. Everybody's a leader. They just have to decide to do it. In order for me to demonstrate that, I need to reach a bigger audience. How do I reach a bigger audience? Podcasting, TV show. How do I reach a bigger audience? Guest on somebody else's podcast, guest on somebody else's TV show. You get on stages and you leverage other people's audiences, because the reality is you can talk. We're doing it right now. We're talking to 10,000 people right now. We're talking even more. But you will reach and you will touch and you will affect one. And that's okay. Like if I can affect and change and have an impact or influence on one person today, they step up and they're like, yeah, man, I can do this. Then I fulfilled my day. I fulfilled my why for the day. That's the purpose, is reach one person. I have a coach mentor, Terry Gurno. Love the man. He's great. He told me when I got into coaching years and years ago, the right question asked at the right time will change a person's life. As podcasters and hosts, We have that power. We have the ability to change the course of somebody's life. And to Dr. Chow's point, with freedom comes responsibility. We have that responsibility. We have the ability. So that's my big why, is get into the universe and make the change. Be the change I need to make. So that's why I do what I do.
Thank you. And I appreciate you bringing that up. If there's just one person that listens that we make a difference for, it's worth it. And that is still a success. And a lot of times we get caught up in numbers. How many downloads do we have? How many episodes do we have? How many followers do we have? But that's not what it's all about. It's really about changing those lives. And so thank you so much, Jake. That is just beautiful. How about you, Christina?
Well, I alluded to it a lot before, but I love what you said, Jake, too, about just reaching one person, because I often do think about that when I'm recording. I don't know how many downloads I'm getting today, but I do love when I get that one DM from somebody who just says that episode just hit home, and it helped me, think about going into treatment. And that's what I go for, is like, okay, if that one person today listened, that's it for me. So I often have that in the back of my head as I'm hitting record. So I don't think about, oh gosh, how many downloads. I often don't even look at my stats. So maybe it's because I'm used to doing one-on-one therapy. I don't know, but I often think like, who's listening? And I think, okay, if I had this one person listening today, that's my focus. So that's my why.
Well, that's awesome. And you did kind of start us off on this whole topic. So thank you for reminding us, because, who are we speaking to? And sometimes I put a picture up right in front of my screen so that I'm looking at the person that I think I'm talking to, or that represents, my audience member. And because it does feel kind of weird sometimes when you first start and you're talking to nobody. And so you kind of have to use your imagination, or at least I did. And using my imagination helped me so much, because then I was able to express myself so much more. And I remember doing the takes and doing another take, and then, finally just being like, okay, we're just putting it out there. We're just getting it out there, because somebody out there, that one person out there might need it today. And if I wait and they don't get it today, they might have missed out. And so we don't want people to miss out on our messages. How about you, Alana?
Wow. Why do I do this? Well, my podcast is called Creating Abundance, and I love to interview individuals to ask them about their journeys. How did you get to where you are today? What were the obstacles you faced? How did you move past or through those obstacles? And ideally in a natural way, right? So I'm also an energy healer and a holistic health practitioner. How did you deal with the hardships? Because each and every one of us here on this panel and everyone listening, I know that each of us have experienced life. Life will throw curveballs to us. And so with that, people who are listening and the audience are viewing get to hear success stories weren't always so successful, right? Like what you said, Dr. Chow, you were an immigrant here. I come from, I'm a third generation Italian family. They came here with nothing. They so this is the land of opportunity. Go out there, create a podcast, listen to podcasts, find the information. I love Dr. I'm just going to call you Christina. I don't want to mess up your last name. But I deal with some individuals who, or I work with individuals who've had eating disorders. You're not alone. And I think that's one of the beauties of having a podcast, is that you're able to share with the world that you're not alone. We're all in this together. Ask us, ask each other, listen, view, add your comments, don't dislike, just like, or give us your comments and connect with us. And we're always looking for new topics of interest, not always through AI, but definitely through our listeners.
Right. Our listeners help us have feedback. And when our listeners let us know that they want to know more, because I have listeners that reach out to me and have a question, and I'm like, oh, I need to have that guest back on again, or I need to have another guest and address that issue or whatever. And so thank you for bringing that up, because our audience is so important in helping us to know what they would like to know about. And so any of you that are our audience to other podcasts, let them know. We love getting feedback. So many times we don't get feedback. And so it is such a boost when we do get some feedback. And Alana, I have to tell you that I really appreciate what you said about that we are not alone, that all of us have gone through struggles. And it's so interesting because every person I talk to has a story. And some people will say, oh, you have a podcast, and we'll get to talking and they'll start telling me. And I'm like, you should be on my podcast too, because everybody has a story. And the reason that I started my podcast, The Hero Within, is because I felt so alone when I was going through my messes, and I'm still going through my messes, but I felt so alone, and I didn't ever want anyone else to feel alone. And so I thought, if I share my story out there and someone can relate to it, maybe they won't feel alone. But even if they can't relate to my story, maybe they can relate to Alana's story or Christina's story or Dr. Chow or Jake's story, and they can say, oh, that resonates with me. And then they won't feel so alone. And so I appreciate so much hearing all of your whys. And I want you to know that that sense of community is so valuable, and having all of you just be such authentic people that are willing to share your messes and willing to share that you aren't alone. You know, that really helps us to know that if we feel the same way. You know, we're all in this together. We're all in the same boat. Some of us have had a little longer at sea than others, but that's the beauty of it is, you know, you can teach me and maybe I can teach someone who's just starting. So I appreciate all of your comments. If you had one bit of advice that you wanted to give to a new podcaster or a seasoned podcaster about technology, what piece of advice would you give to them? And this is how I want you to think of it. What do you wish someone would have taught you when you were podcasting at an earlier stage? And Christina, I'm going to start with you.
Ooh, one piece of advice. Just try it. Try anything. Try it once and see what happens.
Right. Just try it. Just see what happens. And if it doesn't work, try something different. Excellent. How about you, Alana?
You know, it can be as simple as your phone, just as Dr. Chow shared, or you can have a couple of lights, you can have a microphone, you can do it all. So I would suggest doing a Google search, going on to ChatGPT and just ask, what do I need in technology to start a successful podcast? And you'll probably get everything from a phone to every piece of technology that's out there. But absolutely, like Christina said, just jump, take the leap and do it.
Right. Just do it.
And also join us in the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network. The sense of community is so supportive because we learn from each other.
Absolutely.
Very powerful.
Absolutely. And just another thing, you know, as part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, you have opportunities to speak. And I know a lot of podcasters, in addition to podcasting, like to speak. And so that is another benefit of joining this group. You get to speak at events like this. And so it's a really powerful experience to get to share your why, not only on your podcast, but also at these events. And so thank you, Alana, for bringing that up. All right. How about you, Dr. Chow?
Yes, the power of your network is the power of the network. Okay, so it's the network square effect. And that ripple effect is just go on and on. So if there's one piece of advice I want to let people know when they first started out is to commit to a daily consistent video or a daily consistent something, whether it's creating content, and just don't worry about your reward, just create content, create something or connection or helping somebody. And then God or universe will reward you in time of due. And I learned that from I have probably thousands of short form videos nowadays, and it just, you never know which one will hit. And just one viral video can change your life, and that's what it did to me. And then several viral videos later changed my life as well. So just focus on giving value every single day, and then have a lot of fun. If it's not fun, you're not going to do it. So make sure it's enjoyable. Make sure it's the right people. We have the right community, the best of the best, and that will fuel your fire. Because the biggest thing, the biggest mistake newbie do is they think they can do it themselves. Like they go into war by themselves. Have you ever seen anybody win a war going there by themselves? I mean, you know, exactly. So if you don't have an army, leverage our army that we already built, if you will. This is like my Spartan 300. I love that movie. I'm a guy, okay? So I build my own community. That's your own army. And if you don't have one, leverage us and come and join us. Have a lot of fun. And then tell us some more ideas that we can learn from you.
Right. Oh, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, because we learn from each person, even the new person that comes on that hasn't ever had a podcast and doesn't even know where to start. The questions they ask can be so insightful. And sometimes they bring up something that I haven't even done yet or thought of. And I'm like, wow, what a great thing. I'm going to go implement that, even though I've already been doing it. So that is great. And I love what you said, Dr. Chow, about our network determines our net worth. And networking is so important. And when you're putting yourself out there daily, and which I commend you for, because I don't do it daily and I need to, but I appreciate that so much, because that's how we build that connection. And so I appreciate how you value connection and how you build that connection with people. So thank you. All right. And Jake, how about you?
Yes, Christina. Yes, Alana. Yes, Dr. Chow. Like, man, you got, like, write it down, guys. That was gold right there. I would say, think with the end in mind. Think with the end in mind. What really is the goal of your podcast? Like, if your goal is to start, okay, then start. If your goal is to monetize your podcast, monetize it right away. If your goal is to support a cause, like we do the same thing. We support Boys and Girls Clubs of America and Wounded Warriors. That's the first thing that we talk about. That is on the banner, and we donate, and we ask people to donate to it. We started that with right away. What's your end goal? Make sure you start there. Think with the end in mind. If your goal is to create one video a day so that you can create content so you can go viral, awesome. Do that. Start with the end in mind. Like, think that through of what is the purpose of this? Where do I want to go with it? What do I want to do? How do I show up that way the first time?
Right. Oh, yes. And I love your servant heart, Jake. I love how you donate to the Boys and Girls Club and to the Warriors. And, I appreciate that that's part of your why. And that makes a big difference, for our audience to know that that when they support you, they're also supporting these causes. And so you're connecting with those people that resonates with. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate so much all of you, because you bless my life. You bless my life with your energy, with your positivity, with your collaboration. And it's awesome to have that as a team. And so we are one team, one family here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And I'm so grateful for Mo Rock and for his vision, and for Michael Silvers for being our mentor, and for Director of Business Development here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you so much, Michael, for all that you are teaching us and all the ways that you are training us with our podcasts.
Let's give it up for the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, the International Network, the team together, and Karen Hall for hosting an amazing panel. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Karen, it really is a pleasure for all of us to be here, to be part of this. And you podcasters and you people that are making your mission, and you're making a difference. And I hope to see all of you October 24th at the Barnes & Nobles, because we'll be having our show there with the Los Angeles Tribune and many other times together. So it's awesome. It's wonderful. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for a minute and bring up the next group. And thank you so, so, so much. Here we go. Isn't it? It's like you have this ultimate power when you have the buttons in your hand and life. There we go. All right. Fantastic. Co-host. Where's the other co-host? Because I'm going to turn this thing over. See, I even took my jacket off. I'm so excited. It's been such a great Ava. So thank you all for being on. Make sure that
well,
you
Michael,
share this.
First of all, I wanted
Yeah. Go ahead, Ava.
You go first.
Oh,
well,
I
I
just
wanted to say that, I'm so happy to have seen okay, I guess it's my internet. I'm just going to go take myself off for a moment, but I'm going to put a picture on the screen, because we've got amazing podcasters, and look at this. That's the gathering of the podcasters, a few months ago. Just wanted to say that, they are such an amazing group of people, like really a lot of support in that group. So much fun to be with. So I just wanted to say that. Let me reset my internet and I'll be right back.
Okay,
Alicia,
sounds
take
good.
it.
All right, Alicia, I'm going to turn it over to you. I wanted to thank everybody. Just make sure our audience is still resharing this. Take it out to people. Our numbers are building. The comments are flowing in. It's been amazing. And I'm going to turn this over to Alicia. Oh, don't hear you, Alicia. It could be me.
Thank you so much, Michael. To that previous LA Tribune Network podcast network panel, Karen Hall did just a fantastic job moderating that conversation. There was so much shared about taking risks, getting your story out there, using technology and tools to help support you in getting your message out there and connecting with the world. And delighted because our next guest that we'll be bringing on today knows all about using technology to get your story out there, to get your message out there. Ava, hello. So great to see you back. I think your internet is good. And I think we're good to go. But we have the honor and pleasure of, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ava.
Well, I just wanted to say, my internet is getting challenged. I am in the middle of a beautiful move, a very challenging move, residence-wise and office-wise. And this is happening in the midst of that. So internet is a little choppy, but I wanted to say that it is an honor to have the next speaker that's going to be sharing his expertise. He's, just as AI was beginning, he was the very first one who actually did a live workshop on AI. We're talking about a TEDx speaker, a seasoned international speaker, book author, and also a facilitator of book writing for many. And, at one point I was asking ChatGPT, this is the project that I want to do, and this is the result that I want to create. And here's one of the tips that you get to really take away with you in ChatGPT. Always call an expert to the table. So think of yourself, picture yourself sitting in a large office with glass windows overlooking a lot of buildings, and you have the ability to call anybody to the table. So you ask, okay, let me have this expert, on the table. Let me have this expert on the table. That's kind of how you work with ChatGPT. So I was working on a project where I'm not quite sure which expert do I need, which expert will the best will do the best service for what I want to create. So what I did was I gave it what I want to do, the results that I want to create, and I said, I'm going to share it on the screen later on. I'll pull it and I'll share it on the screen. I said, tell me, which expert should I bring to the table? Guess what the answer was? The answer is the name of this man, Terrence McMahon. Terrence McMahon is the person that you want to bring to the table when you talk about entrepreneurship, AI advancement, and really elevating an entrepreneur's brand. So Terrence, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Thanks for having me, Ava. Exciting.
What an honor. What an honor. You know what? One of the things that I love about Terrence, I can't stop talking amazingly about you. One of the things that I love about you is, first of all, your Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book called, 1000x AI. So you guys, take a look at that. It's 1000x AI, and it's combining ourselves with AI to create our super self. And I love that you are an advocate of being able to combine what we know. And for watching you, I'm like, I didn't know you could actually do that with AI, but it's the seasoned, things that being formerly a CEO of Mass Mutual Omaha, right?
New Hampshire, Northern New England.
New Hampshire, so CEO of that, running a major conglomerate, and now bringing all of that skills to what you're doing with AI. So we're excited. I'm going to let you, Alicia and I always say, we give a little bit of introduction about you, but we'd like you to introduce yourself. Tell us about you. Tell us about how you've come to have the skills that you have that you're now leveraging with AI.
Thank you. I started in the insurance business in 1991, literally knocking on doors. Tried that. It's a difficult job. It's a dying art should stay dead. But I went from knocking on doors to knocking them dead to being nearly dead. And I built a relatively big business the old way. I built it one at a time. I built it in what I call the grind. And, imagine being told on a Friday night you're going to be dead within a week, that you're of terminal end stage liver failure, and you're too sick to be operated on. So there's no hope for you, literally. And then the following Wednesday, a prisoner dies in Alabama who is a high-risk organ donor, and the Mayo Clinic allows me to take that organ, and it saved my life. So think about that for a second. One day I'm a CEO with a 7-figure income. The next day I'm labeled an alcoholic, and I'm put on the end of a liver transplant waiting list. So my journey from broken to beautiful is about how to live a better life, a more free and fun life, and not be in the grind. And I was thinking about, in such a short period of time, what could I possibly tell you that could really move the needle in your life? And the reason I'm an expert in AI is only because I think I was one of the very first users. I would never call myself an expert. I'm only benefiting from the models and the frameworks that I've been studying for 30 years as a copywriter. So I basically became a CEO because I could generate leads. I'm a copywriter, and I had a big wake-up call in December of 2025 when I found out that AI was a better copywriter than me, and I had spent 30 years on my craft. And it took me a little while. So I ended up thinking to myself, like, what can I do with this powerful technique? I can teach it. I can use the frameworks that I know, because this is one thing that the AI super self is all about. It's you plus your wins, your losses, and your lessons, times an AI, times frameworks, formulas, and recipes. So frameworks, formulas, and recipes with AI and you and your experiences make you a super self. So it makes you 1000x, because I could maybe compete with AI. I could never do it as quickly, and I could never do it as broadly as it does. So the point to my presentation today is to give you an idea. Like, the world's easiest thing to do with AI is to document your progress, your story, your hopes, and your dreams, and put it into a book. So there's 3 secrets I want to give you. I'm going to talk you through them, because the technology I want you to use is your brain. That's the technology you need to use. You need to use your brain and just be aware of what's happening in the world. So after I got sick, I lost my business. I sold it. I stopped drinking. I've been drinking every day for 30 years. And I left my job, and I moved to a place where I literally didn't know even one person. So I went from the brink of non-existence to having to reinvent myself. And one of the things I did to reinvent myself was books. I wanted to write a book, and I had read a lot of books. And when you start strolling the aisles of the internet, because one of my North Stars, like working backwards from perfect, is I wanted location independence. I wanted to get customers like clockwork. I wanted to have low stress, high income business, high income, high impact. So one way and one model that I was very familiar with was the book writing model. So I wrote a book called Superhero Self, and I didn't know how to write. I could barely read. So I hired a ghost writer. Cost me $100,000. And she took 2 years to write me a book. Well, the book Ava just mentioned to you was called The 1000X AI Formula. I wrote that book in 24 hours, published it in a day, and I was 3-category #1 bestseller on Amazon in a week. So a book with AI and my ideas and the frameworks that I used was better than a book I spent $100,000 on with a ghost author. So the secrets I want to share with you, the first secret I want to share with you is a secret I call steal
Terrence,
like
hold on, Terrence.
Yeah.
I know that you're so excited to teach, and I want you to invite you in the chat. Just give Terrence some love, because Terrence is about to like drop. If you just heard that, the book that he created, combining lessons. I love what you said, Terrence. We make AI as if AI is outside of ourselves, but the way you talk about AI is actually weaving AI with our lessons, our failures, our story, and combining that together. And what you said was that that your book that you wrote with, not that AI wrote it for you. It's not an AI written book. I wanted to emphasize that. tell us a little bit more before you give us the tip of the
Yeah.
books, because there's a lot of like alienation over AI, or people writing books with AI, using AI. Like, what do you mean when you say you write a book with AI?
Okay, so you have wins, losses, and lessons. You have, heard it in the last podcast. Everyone's talking about what are you here for? Where are you going with your life? What type of contribution are you making to the world? And now with AI, it's the only thing you have is the human experiences. Your unique experiences with an AI and a framework allows you to tell a story, tell it quickly, tell it accurately, and tell it from your perspective. So I'll give you a quick example. So when I hired a ghostwriter, I don't know if anyone ever did, it's about 8 or 10 hours of interviews. So she would interview me. I'd answer her questions. She'd organize it, show me some things. I'd ask her to change it. I said, no, that's not quite right. And I went back and forth. And by the way, when I was answering her, I was holding back a little bit. So one of the secrets I have is like the AI can interview you. It could be a virtual ghost author, right? You can have a virtual ghostwriter basically for $20 a month. You can train AI about all the questions that would be logically asked in an interview about your big idea. If you're in the nonfiction space, like what are you teaching people to do? Who's your protagonist? Who's the villain? What's the pain they're in? What's the journey you're taking them on? What bridge are you using to help them get to another place? So most how-to books are, a simple framework that I call the XYZ bridge, right? So if you have a book on how to lose 10 pounds in 10 days eating donuts and Twinkies and cake, right? Everyone's like, oh, I want that book. Like it's a framework. Like I help X, right? X is the client, right? You're a potential client in pain. I call that hell. I help them do Y. Y is where I'm taking them. That's heaven. So they can Z. Z is the transformation. Using my M. M is mechanism. Using my method, my bridge. This is how to get across what I call the river R of resistance. So if you're building a book from scratch and you're asking the AI, interview me as a journalist who specializes in writing nonfiction books in the area that you're in. Let's pretend you're in financials. You specialize in writing nonfiction financial services books for the general public. I want you to interview me one question at a time, and I want you to extract my story, my process, my lessons. I want you to talk all about the empathy of the client and the exact journey we're going to take them on. I want you to organize that into an outline that I can turn into a manuscript. Ask me as many questions as you want, one at a time, and only go to the next question after I answered it. So if you give it that prompt, I think you have the recording here. You will be able to interact with that thing as if it's sitting in the room with you. And what goes into that AI are your words and your ideas and your systems and your frameworks that you are leveraging. So I do conferences. I've done about 20 live conferences. We've certified 1,000 certified AI specialists. That's our certification and designation we have. And we always get the plagiarism question. Always comes up almost always early. What about plagiarism? What about having the AI write for you? Well, think about ghost authors and New York Times bestselling authors. Most of those people, the big ones, have writing staffs. They have people that are writing on their staff, and they are writing these ideas down one at a time and showing the author, and they're juggling it and organizing it so it flows the way they want it to. So the first secret of being able to use the world's easiest business model to start a business, you literally can write and publish a book in a day and build a business around it in a week. Okay, the first secret is to steal like an artist. This is a book by Austin Kleon, and it talks about how Kobe Bryant copied Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan copied Dr. J. The Beatles, George, John, Paul, and Ringo copied Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Chuck Berry. Like they copied them, but they emulated their playing and became the Beatles. So all art is already in the environment. So to steal like an artist, if you were going to get into the book business, and I'll show you exactly what I did. I wrote a book about something I knew. It was called Atomic Offers. And if you go to any one of Russell Brunson's book, he does what's called a free plus shipping. He basically says, you know, and I'll give you my version for this. You know, if you're a financial advisor and you want to get more clients to say yes to your sales approach, the best way to do that is to create an irresistible offer. It's a step-by-step process. And in this book, I'm going to show you how to do it. All you have to do is pay the shipping and I'll send it right out to you. That's an offer. That's a free plus shipping offer. I built a whole business off of this book and this workbook. And I wrote this in 2018, by the way. The old way took me a long, long time. The books I just wrote, I wrote in a day or two, and they're better. And they're still all my words and ideas that are combined with things that I had seen from the environment. So when you want to ethically steal a business model, go to .com secrets. That's Russell's site. Go to Traffic Secrets. Go to Expert Secrets. All three books are the exact same book funnel. So you heard begin with the end in mind, right? That's what you're going to build. Okay, now what do you need? You need a book. So if you need a book, you need a story arc. You need to write a story about your journey of your customer. And that's where the framework of the XYZ bridge comes in. I help X, write down who X is. Where are they? What hell are they in? I help them do Y. This is where I'm taking them. Tangible outcome, right? From sad to happy, from broke to rich, from unhealthy to healthy, right? These are all what are called outcomes. And then the Z is the transformation, so they can feel alive again, so that they can pursue their dreams, so that they can feel relevant and confident. Like that's the intrinsic, using my M, my method, right? Atomic Offers was my system. I built Atomic Offers. I have a framework to make an irresistible offer. So that is a story arc. Once you have those variables, you can go to AI and feed it to them. Tell me X. I want to create an avatar for X. I want to know what they're telling their shrink in the chair. I want to know their deepest, darkest secrets. And then I want them to describe the avatar of Y, who had the transformation. It'll do it. So you'll have your current state and desired state. And then you'll have your transformation. And then the last thing is you build your mechanism through the interview process. You build the tool for transformation. And all of a sudden you have a framework and a virtual journalist, a virtual ghostwriter. If you're prompting him, inviting a ghostwriter to the table, right? And training that AI thread to interview me for the purpose of creating a manuscript, right? An outline, do it one question at a time, you are going to get home. So it doesn't stop with the virtual, you know, secret number 2, which is in a virtual publishing partner. It's a virtual focus group, right? You can literally create a virtual focus group to test your idea. You can have your focus group create a GPT, create 10 avatars and test your product and your ideas and your methods, pricing, everything. We do that all the time. You can have the virtual ghost author write the book via the interview of you, the expert, you know, extracting your stories and your systems and your variables, XYZM. And then you have a virtual editor. Like the last 3 books I wrote, I didn't have it professionally edited because ChatGPT edits at an expert level. It's better than an editor and it's basically free. So if you think about those important things, when you think about the journey of an author, it's something you can do in a relatively short period of time. So the gift that I gave you was the 1-hour business book, you know, how to write a business book in an hour, right? It might take you a day if you're slow, but the framework is in there. My coaching and my plea to you is don't use AI in a minimalistic way. It makes me want to cry. Like it can do so much. It can do nearly everything with the exception of live your life. Only you have lived your life. You know the pains you've been in. I actually had a podcast, Ava, and I had the privilege of interviewing a guy named Alex Vaselli, who was Viktor Frankl's grandson. Viktor Frankl wrote Man's Search for Meaning about Auschwitz. And he was a psychologist, and he developed a product called logotherapy, a therapy about the future. And, you know, he helped people live because they attached a purpose to their suffering. They were supposed to survive Auschwitz to tell the story of the horrific things that happened there. But he said something to me that his grandfather used to tell him, that he says, everyone has their own Auschwitz. whatever the worst thing in the world happened to you is the worst thing in the world. So if you have that thing that happened to you and you've gotten through that, you know, for me, it was end stage liver failure, you know, and going broke, by the way. That wasn't fun either. So the two of those together aren't a lot of fun. So you got to lift yourself back up, and you have your lessons, you know, they're in your head. How do you get them from your head to a piece of paper? The virtual publishing partner, you know, forge out the big idea, look at the model you want to go with, you know, stroll the aisles. They're all hiding in plain sight. Develop your X, Y, Z, you know, who are those variables? Where are you taking them? Write about them, build your mechanism, install it in a book, and then launch it. You know, secret number 3, the other technology I'm gonna tell you need to use is your index finger, right? So your brain and your index finger. What's the index finger for? Launching. I cannot tell you how many times people write great books and they never launch. The perfection is painful to watch it. So do not procrastinate and perfect, launch and iterate. You got to get feedback. Like your idea isn't fully formed until you get people to look at it and evaluate it. So once they see that, they see the idea and they're either clicking on it or they're enrolling or they're engaging with your content, they're going to attach themselves to it. So the concept of AI supercell is catching on quite well. It's like everyone inside, you know, get rich with AI. It's like, no, be as productive and potent as possible by learning how to use AI and how to talk to the AI, leveraging the tools and launching it in your business or your life. So the final thing I'll share with you, the only purpose of business, and this is written by the great Peter Drucker, the only purpose of business is to create a customer, right? That's the only purpose of business. And he said this too. He says, because the only purpose of business is client creation, its only function is marketing. So marketing to create a customer, the very easiest way that I'm aware of, and I've spent millions of dollars running ads, is giving a book away that has a high amount of value for a low amount of money. Like, you give me $10, I'll ship this to your house and I'll teach you how to make an offer that's irresistible to your customer, and you can make more sales without becoming a better salesperson. Like, that's a strong offer. So you got to figure out what that algorithm is for you, your model, figure out who X is, where are you taking them, Y and Z, build out your mechanism. And I've used that process to teach hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people how to write and publish a book and turn it into a business.
You know, Terrence, there were so many mic drop moments in here. I wanted to interject and say, like, wait, hold on. Like, let's let that sink for a moment, because there were so many mic drop moments. You know, so we've got a lot of comments that are going on in the chat acknowledging. I want to acknowledge our audience for being so engaged. You know, ask your questions. And here's the thing. I'm going to put an invitation. This is like drinking from a fire hose. I couldn't tell you how it's like to be in one of Terrence's workshop. Like, your world opens into like a whole, like, 5 new worlds. You know, and being able to, like, not compete with AI, but have AI as an ally is just so amazing. So I want you to register if you're watching this as a live broadcast in all of the platforms that we're live at right now. Register, and if you haven't registered yet, register at latech2024.com, because I'm putting Terrence on the spot. Terrence, can you do a Zoom where you can, like, teach this more, not just like pass over it and gloss over it, if people registered?
Yes. When?
Awesome. Thank you. I knew you would say that. So register, because, you know, there's so much, even like an hour with Terrence. And of course, he's got programs that will teach you to write a book in a day, to build a business, like messaging and everything in 1 week. Is definitely something that he can support with. But there's one thing that I wanted to emphasize, and I also want, because we, in the Los Angeles Tribune, whenever we go on our global broadcast, we're live globally. We've got people watching from India, from Philippines, from Bangladesh, Australia. You said location independent, that you wanted to build a business that's location independent. So when you talk about, I'm just putting the dots together of what you said, well, first of all, mic drop moment, because we are the Los Angeles Tribune bestseller. Critically acclaimed bestseller team right here. Alicia and I are heading that department. But when it comes to using the book, and you said that book is the best marketing you've found, considering you're a copywriter and you've written so many ads, and yet giving a book away with shipping low cost is the best model. And you can be location independent. And then you can write the book in 1 day and create a business in 7 days. Did I hear that all right? Putting the dots together, Terrence.
And the only reason I said 7 days is so you would believe me more, but I could do it in 2 from scratch. And I, in the book that you saw, I wrote in front of a live audience. On September 3rd, I'm doing it again. I'm going to write and publish a book in a day, and I'm going to go and I'll let people watch me do it. I'm going to publish it on Amazon, and I'm going to make it a bestseller by the following Friday. So, and you know, when you become that, right, it's the lowest cost form of creating a business, because you give yourself authority. And with Amazon and dropping it, they can ship your books for you. And with the miracle of the QR code, I'll give you this, the miracle of the QR code, because Amazon doesn't give you the buyer data. So inside all my books, I give people a gift, and inside that is a QR code to go to my free coaching, and I get them off Amazon into my funnel, and I book a call with them, and we sell them products. We sell them services. So like Amazon and your ideas and ChatGPT, you're in business for under $100. Like, think about it.
I'm gonna let that sink in.
You know, a lot of people don't have any money, and I was like, well, the cost isn't the problem; it's the solution to the problem. The reason that I built this company, I came out of retirement to build 1000x AI, is I think AI can elevate humanity. I think there's someone sitting somewhere in the world that can use a free AI to change the world, to cure a disease, or to develop a process or a system that'll help somebody massively change their lives. So AI is the great equalizer. The internet's the great equalizer. Now automation is the great equalizer. So if you have those three things working and converging, the internet opens up the world. AI allows you to not have any excuses not to build a piece of content and put your ideas to work. And automation allows you to enjoy your life a little bit and not get sick like I did. So if you think about all that, and all of that is available at a low cost. I mean, way less than dinner every week, anywhere.
Absolutely.
Right? Anywhere. I went to dinner the other night. It was like 3 people. It was like $600, and we didn't even drink. I was it's way less than that. And you can make way more money.
Well, I wanted to give the floor to Alicia. Alicia is our business director in the Los Angeles Tribune. And when it comes to business solutions, that's Alicia's expertise. We have 3 minutes on the clock, you know, before we let go of Terrence. I don't want to. I want to hold on. But make sure you register at LA Tech 2024 to make sure that you get that intimate time where Terrence can teach. And what he's got amazing graphics. Like when you see that graphics or that X, Y, you know, Z and M, you know, in a picture, it will make a lot more sense. So make sure that you register, and then we'll have emails. And also what you're giving business in an hour. We're emailing that to you. So make sure you register. But Alicia, would love to have you, whether you have any questions or comments, please do so.
Well, thank you so much, Terrence, for joining us today and sharing more about your process and sharing really how AI can be an extension of who a person is and help you formulate your ideas. My dog would like to go out to play. It's phenomenal for you to share your process. And I love the fact that you touched upon the fact that the tools are out there, but how are we using them, and what are our fears in getting our voices out there? And AI and technology has always been an equalizer in many ways, and AI is creating more access to information, but it's also helping people have an ally that they might not have been able to have before. And you talked about AI kind of being that companion, that ally earlier today. So just want to say thank you so much. And I know we have Karen on here, and Karen has been talking about ChatGPT earlier today and how she's been exploring AI. So I'd actually love to bring Karen on, ask Terrence the final question before we go into the next segment.
Oh, you're going to let me ask a question of Terrence? Oh my heavens. Ava, thank you so much for saying, will you come back? Because I'm in the chat going, yes, please come back. So Terrence is there. I might have missed it. Did you have a link where we could connect with you? Because that was
the book, I gave you a link to get a copy of the 1 Hour Business book. The frameworks, XYZM, everything's in there.
Perfect.
Like you could literally read the book and walk yourself through writing and publishing a book. And you just plug in and keep your eyes open. All the formulas are hiding in plain sight. Just look at anyone. Russell Brunson built a $400 million business that's now worth $5 billion with a free plus shipping book funnel that you could duplicate and plug your book in and use that method and model and AI to do it all.
Terrence, I just want to tell you, you give us hope. All of us aspiring authors, you give us hope. And so we're going to have to get our book out soon so we can join the bestseller list on the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, Terrence, I also want to give you a moment to give your closing comments. So, whatever it is that you can give hope, encouragement, inspiration, fire people up to get in business. AI is not doom and gloom. It's the best news since sliced bread. So let's have you on full screen.
Awesome. Well, there's a few things that I've had unique experiences in my life. One of them was being terminally ill and coming to terms with the fact that I was going to be dead soon. And that's kind of a gift in a lot of ways. The grace of God allowed the great surgeons and my donor to line up to allow me to live longer. But the one thing that I wanted to do when I came out of it, think about it, you're going to be gone. And this literally happened so fast, I could barely process it, but I was alive, recovering. And the one thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get away from my old life. So, I was a daily drinker for 30 years. And I was very functional and made a lot of money socializing and drinking. So I went away and I was broken and my body gave up. And the addiction industry wanted me to rehabilitate myself. So it wanted me to restore myself back to another place. That's what the word means. I wanted to recreate myself. So to recreate yourself means to make something new that's never existed before. I didn't want to live one day at a time. I didn't want to call myself names and live under labels. I wanted to be a superhero. I had a purpose. I had a mission. I wanted to get going on it. And you need to create action. You need to take steps in the direction of where you want to go. The Romans say, in etiam demedium facti, which means once you get started, you're literally halfway done. Momentum will take you. So my closing comment is take a swing, take some action, use your finger and launch your idea into the world and get the feedback and adjust.
We are so delighted, Terrence. Thank you so much. And to our audience, give your love, send it to Terrence. Make sure you register. You're going to hear more of Terrence, and Terrence is just so generous. He literally lives that pledge that he made when he came alive again and says, I just wanted to give to the world. And so his whole life and his whole expression is a gift in itself. So Terrence, thank you for making that choice and living the life that you live. Karen, the floor is yours. Excited for our next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was great to have you, Terrence. Thank you, Ava. And our next speaker is Aaron Scott Young. And we are so grateful to have him join us. And so if the team could bring him on, that would be awesome.
He's here.
Yes. So good to be with you again. And we are so grateful that you are here. For our audience, I just want you to know that this is a very rare experience to get to learn from Aaron Young. And he has commanded an amazing company. Laughlin Associates is a 44-year-old company, and he has worked with over 100,000 entrepreneurs. He himself is a lifelong entrepreneur, starting as a teenager, and he recently published a book called Unshackled. And so I'll just show you my copy right here. You can see it. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. It's blocked out. Well, anyway, Aaron, tell us about you. And Aaron has a very interesting story of how he got to where he is today.
Well, hi everybody. It's good to be here, and thanks. Good to be here with you, Karen. And if your sound is cutting in and out a little bit on my side, so I don't know. Do I sound okay?
You sound okay.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm not cutting in and out.
Thank you.
my story is probably like so many other people's stories. I had some mental illness in my childhood that said I didn't want to work for somebody else. I wanted to figure out my own thing, and which anybody that's done this knows. To be an entrepreneur, which can be incredibly rewarding, also comes with a lot of ups and downs and pitfalls and loneliness and failure and so on. And I've had all of those things, and started my first real company when I was 19 with 3 employees. That was in recycling. Then I switched in 1986 to cellular. I became one of the first cellular agents in the Northwest. Ended up with multiple stores. Then I got recruited to have a job, my one and only job. When I was 29, I was vice president of a pretty large 350 office multinational, publicly traded on NASDAQ company. I became their VP of sales, did well in that, made some money, came out 3.5 years later, started buying companies. So that was 1997. And that's basically what I've been doing ever since. You mentioned Laughlin Associates, which is a company that we bought in 2001. It was already 29 years old when we bought it. My business partner and I, Lee. And anyway, just it's been terrific because Laughlin has so many clients that are all business owners. And I think we're going to talk kind of about what Laughlin does a little bit today as it relates to protecting your tech, right? Or growing in this rapidly expanding, a little bit of a Wild West area of this new tech. We just heard about AI from Terrence. We heard from Peter Swain earlier, whom I've done a bunch of work with, Terrence, or with Peter. So anyway, I started buying companies. I bought Laughlin. Laughlin provided opportunities to get a very good vantage point to look at tens of thousands of business owners and see what they were doing. And DC is saying that she's known about us for 24 years. We've been around 53, almost 54 years. Laughlin has. So anyway, I personally love every company I've been involved in. But what I really love is how to build something that is strong, something that has enterprise value. Now, Terrence just talked, and I heard him talking about with the internet and AI, you can build a business in whatever he said, like a really short amount of time, which I don't know him well enough to say I disagree. But I will say this, there's a ton of ways to make money. There's a ton of ways to make money, and you have access to technology right now. And especially with AI, they'll fill in all of your missing blanks. They may not always get it right, but they'll get it as good as what the AI can find online, right? And create stuff. You can do transactional business quickly and make money, and you can call that being in business. I don't call that being in business. I call that selling stuff. I call that self-employed. The vast majority of business owners are self-employed. Pretty much every dentist you go to is self-employed, because if they're not there to drill, fill, and bill, nothing's happening.
Right.
If they go on vacation, there's nobody in the chair. There's nobody paying you, right?
Right.
Maybe the hygienist is working. I don't know, but and that's almost every coach. That's almost every landscape architect or any kind of an architect. It's almost anybody that runs a shop and needs to be buying stuff and stocking shelves, and maybe they've got clerks, but they got to be around.
Yeah.
What I love to build are businesses that transcend the founder, that become things that work even when you're not there. And something you could sell. I've sold a bunch of companies. Well, how can you sell them? You can only sell them if somebody else can buy what you've made and do something with it. If it's dependent upon me, it's of dubious value to the buyer.
Right.
And, I'll do a shameless plug because I saw some other books. You said you got the copy of this. This is the author use copy, the hardbound book of Unshackled. But I've had people from all over the world writing to me since this came out about 5 weeks ago. And a lot of them are really big companies. I'm not going to drop the name that I was on the phone with at 7:00 this morning, but every single person I bet here knows the company. It's one of the biggest companies in the world. It's the owner is one of the richest men in the world, and he's bald, and you can figure it out. But it's one of the 3 or 4 you're thinking of.
Right.
I was on with one of their directors, and guess what they're using? They're using the Unshackled Owner technology, the software we built around it, to manage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost signal for a minute. Are we here?
Yep, you're back again.
That was weird. We both went away, and now we're both back. My internet says it's clear, so we'll hold on.
Okay, yeah, just go back for just a second. You were saying that they're going to use the Unshackled.
The idea is we as small business owners, can use methodology, a formula, and it's in the book. Everybody can have it for $23 or something. I'm not trying to sell books today. I'm just saying there's a way to build something that's much bigger than you. There's a way to build something much bigger than you that makes a lot more money than you can possibly make on your own doing transactions. And I don't care who you are. I don't care what you sell. It takes a team. A team makes, what do they say? Divides the work and multiplies the results. No matter what you want to build or where you want to go, I know it's supposed to be an interview and I'm on my soapbox. But no matter what you want to build, no matter what you want to do, it starts with building the right foundation, which is what I hoped we could spend some time talking about. Of all the complex things I do, this is the most basic. It's the least expensive and arguably the most critical.
Perfect. That's where I wanted to start.
All right, let's go with you, Karen. Thank you for letting me talk about some crazy stuff for a minute. But I've had a heck of a day already, I got to tell you.
That's a pretty exciting morning.
It's an exciting day.
Yeah. So for those, people that have an idea and they want to take the entrepreneurial journey, maybe they don't want to work for somebody just like you felt like, what advice would you give for them to start if they eventually want to be unshackled from their business and they want the business to be able to run without them and have the freedom and the lifestyle that you enjoy now? What would you tell them as a starting piece of advice in their entrepreneurial journey?
Well, I heard Terrence refer to somebody even before that. Every single solitary talk I give, I always say, when it's about business, which is most of them, I always say what Stephen Covey taught us: begin with the end in mind. Most people that get going in business, whatever that is, could be an Etsy store, it could be raising money and launching something, some software, it could be anything. Most of them are only thinking about, how do I make money? I'm going to do something and I need to bring money in. And then if they figure out a methodology to bring money in, they say, how can I do more of that and get more money to come in? Well, that's all great, but at some point you'll either exhaust that channel of whatever people were buying from you, or you'll become exhausted yourself because there's only so much you can do.
Right.
If you are clever enough to build up enough revenue and start to get some good employees and they're helping you and so on, then everybody will start having ideas and they'll be whispering in your ear, I think we ought to do this. Why don't we do this? This sucks. This is great. And you as the owner are trying to go, I don't know what to do. And you read a book and it says, do this thing. And you go to an event and they say, do this thing. And somebody says, write a book, start a podcast, learn how to speak, whatever. And you're like, ah.
Yeah.
And all of that is a lot of busy work. And it's like, it seems cool. It's a good way to exact money out of people's pockets to get them to do everything except for what they should be doing, which is building the company. What we do, if you're going to start off, figure out first, so write this down. First thing you want to do, well, probably second thing. First thing is, does anybody want the thing I want to do? Is there even a place for me in the market? Okay, let's assume there is. and you're going to go do this thing. Figure out what is it that at the end of the day, what's the goal you want to hit? What is success? What does that look like to you? What is going to, how are you going to know if you got there, right? If we begin with the end in mind and we work against that goal, we reverse engineer all of our activities in order to get to that goal, we have a dramatically greater opportunity to hit the goal than if we just stay busy with busy work all the time, even if it's making money.
Yeah.
At some point, the thing that's working will stop working. If you don't have a path that you're trying to get to the end of the path, if you don't know the path, it's like GPS. If you use GPS, it'll take you right to the address you want. If you just kind of wing it and go, I don't need a map, I don't need to ask for directions, I don't need GPS, you'll drive around and maybe you'll find the goal, and maybe you'll be utterly lost and you'll never find your way home. I don't know. If I was going to give advice to anybody starting, it's figure out what's worth your life's time. Your time is valuable. And the richer you get, the more you'll realize money's not the real value, it's your time.
Mm-hmm.
The richest people in the world are highly focused on how they will allow people to use a little bit of their precious time, because they're focused on their stuff. They want to do what they want to do. I don't mean selfishly. I mean, well, maybe selfishly. I don't mean hedonistically. I mean, they'll work on what they want. They won't give up their time to other people, right? They're going to, they know they have limited time and it's the most valuable resource. Figure out what you want and what you're willing to trade for it to get it. And then work against that goal. That would be what I'd say when you're starting. And then set up the right business entity. Is it a corporation? Is it a C Corp, S Corp, LLC? Everybody thinks it's LLCs. LLCs are great. LLCs are really designed for 2 or more people, ideally. So if Karen and I are starting a business together, we might very well want a LLC. But if my wife and I were starting a business and we're in a community property state, the law sees us as one entity, not 2. And so a limited liability company is designed to limit my liability from your problem. If you go out and have a problem in the world and get a lawsuit or a judgment against you, it doesn't impact me, and nobody else can take your ownership and come into our business together. If I'm the only member of the LLC, I'm the only one to be responsible. In a 2-person LLC, there's 4 different ways you can choose to be taxed. But in a 1-member LLC, you're a disregarded entity. It can only pass through to your Schedule C on your personal income tax. But if there's 2 of us, we can strategically decide the best way to be taxed. But if we don't have any clue, we didn't begin with the end in mind, we'll never think about it. If we don't think, oh, we want to be sold someday, we won't organize ourselves so it's easy for another entity to buy our entity or to buy our intellectual property or client list or whatever, our assets. So if you assume you're going to be successful at the beginning, if you just go with that, I'm not going to go into this to suck. I'm not going to go into this to fail, even though the odds are against you the first time, 80-1, or what would be 4-1. Second time, it's 50-50. Third time's better. But the point is, if we have a sense of where we're going, and we have a sense of it being successful, we'll make some decisions early on that will give us a greater likelihood of getting the best tax treatment when we sell, get the best tax treatment when we make money that second year, maybe even first year. It'll help us to avoid lawsuits. It'll help us to protect our home equity, our car, our coin collection that we got from grandma and grandpa. Anything that's of value to you in your world, you'll make decisions so that the company's activities can't come inside your house. But these are all things that must be consciously decided. And it's outside the scope of most entrepreneurs, which is why companies like Laughlin have lasted for over half a century. Because you don't have to know everything. You just need to know where to get it.
You're right. And that's one of the things that you teach, is to surround yourself with a powerful team.
Absolutely.
And so I wanted to ask you, how would we use technology to help us implement that advice, to make sure that we have the best people that do the things that we're not good at, that, that maybe I don't even have interest in doing. How do I surround myself with that best team, and how can I use technology to do that?
First thing is figure out what you're great at and figure out what you suck at. Okay. So just because you're starting the company doesn't mean you're the best person to be the president of the company. Somebody else may be more operationally minded and you might be more sales minded, or maybe you're more creative. Maybe you're the one that's building the software. You're not the one that wants to deal with the ticky-tacky business operational stuff. That's okay. That doesn't have anything to do with ownership. That has to do with the job. Oh, here's another thing. There are the owners, then there's the board of directors, then there's the employees. Owners hire the board of directors. Board of directors decide what's going to happen. Employees do the work. Never forget, even when you're starting out, even when you're the only person, you're all three of those things. And when you're jumping between those jobs, you're acting in the fiduciary manner that you ought to be acting. So you're treating the company like something separate from you. It's not your alter ego. It's its own thing. That's why it gets protection and you get protection from it. That's why it gets special tax treatment that you as a human don't get, but it as a business does. When you remember that, you'll make decisions that keep you and the business separate. And it's one of the most critically important things you can learn is that I'm not the corporation is not me. Then once you know what you're great at and you know what you suck at, then go find people who augment your strengths. So if I'm great at speaking, I definitely need an ops person. I definitely need an accounting person, and so on. And the accounting person shouldn't be making videos on YouTube because they probably suck at making videos. No offense to good accountants that can speak. I'm just saying your skills are probably different. You want to find complementary skills so that the team lifts the idea. And it's not just based on what does Aaron know, what does Karen know. It's what is it we're trying to do and how do we combine our efforts to lift. If we do that, we have a very good likelihood of being successful. The main thing is most people don't do it. They eat all the profits as they come in. They get a nicer car. They move to a better place. And then when they go, I'm overworked. I'm working 80 hours a week, which, by the way, when people tell me that, I say, you're not very smart then if you're working 80 hours a week indefinitely, maybe at the beginning.
Yeah.
But if you stay in startup mode forever, then you're your own worst enemy. Am I being too hard right now, Karen? Am I supposed to be nice for LA Tribune?
I think that people need to hear that because sometimes that can scare people off from being an entrepreneur. And yet, if you can be a wise entrepreneur where you can delegate and you can learn to, have that, trust those people that are on your team. I think we all need to be reminded of that in our entrepreneurial journey because sometimes it's hard to release that control. I mean, my husband and I were entrepreneurs and we were sued and we thought, wow, if we had been monitoring every little detail, maybe that wouldn't have happened, And so I think there's some fears that come up with releasing some of that control. There's
a lot of fear in being an entrepreneur. If it was easy, right? No risk, no reward. If it were easy, I heard somebody saying something about Elon Musk the other day. It was an interview I just saw. And they're like, isn't that too much money? Isn't he too rich? And they're like, well, look what he's done for humanity. Who's going to rescue those astronauts at the space station?
Right.
At what point do you say your value to the world is we're going to cap it, right? But you have to do extraordinary things to justify extraordinary results and payment. Most of us are just kind of trying to get by. And all I'm trying to say when you ask what should people do when they're trying to get started and how can they use technology, there's endless technology. Pick one and stick with it. Don't bury yourself in so much tech that you don't have any time to do the work that you're supposed to be doing.
Oh, that is such a good point because it's a rabbit hole sometimes. What's your favorite tech?
A whole bunch of employees. I don't use any technology. Here's my tech right here. I learned a long time ago. I started picking up old newspapers when I was 19. Started arguably the first. Two of us started about the same time, but the first recycling business in Portland, Oregon. Dirty, sweaty, moldy, yucky work. I got out of there and I got into a clean store. And then I had 5 stores. And then I had 350 offices in the public company. And then I had companies all over the world. I can't be everywhere. I need to have really great leaders who understand how to use tech. I'm the big idea guy. I'm the process guy. I'm like, build the process. You guys run it. I do everything I can to get out of the work as fast as I can. And the bigger, older, richer I get, the quicker I get out. And so that's my advice. Pick simple things, become an expert in those things, use the heck out of them, measure everything that you can, then boil it down to 3 or 4 things that say I'm alive or dead. Just like when you go to the hospital and they hook you up to the little monitor and there's your heartbeat and there's your blood oxygen and there's your blood pressure. They don't need to know everything about every cell. They need to know, are we living or dying? And that's what you need as an owner. Are we going up or are we going down? Is this working or not working? If it's working, do more. If it's not working, stop. People go, but I've worked so hard on this. I'm like, no, stop. If it doesn't work, stop. A lot of mistakes are made. They don't need to be made. I created something for this that my team said, is there anything you want to do? I said, I'm going to just give them the 20 biggest mistakes people make with forming or running a corporation or LLC. If you guys will let me, I'll give them a code. They can go to it. There's no strings attached. It's this easy. I thought we need something that anybody, wherever they are, if they're successful already or they're just getting ready to start, how do they just avoid the big pitfalls?
Right. So in your book, can you tell us, some of the parts of your formula? I know you don't want to give it all away, but could you tell us some of the things that could entice us to want to go read more?
It's right here. The whole thing is here. And this is what I taught one of my students and how he went from $1.5 million to almost $50 million in 4 years.
4 years.
In technology. In 4 years, it's all there. Here's the formula in a nutshell. How much time do we have?
We have about 5 more minutes. So
okay.
You got time.
In a nutshell, 7 things. First thing is, you've got to understand. I already said this one. What am I trying to do? What's my vision? Where am I going with this thing?
Right.
It's not an ethereal vision. It's like, this is what the world's got to look like 3 years from now, or I didn't hit it. When you shoot a basketball, if you're playing basketball and you shoot the ball and it hits the rim and it spins around the rim and then it pops out, you don't get an 85%. You just get nothing, right? You need to go through the basket to know, oh, we did it, right? So what's going to define success? That's the first one. Number 2 is, what am I great at? What do I suck at? What are my superpowers? What should I be doing? And what should I be planning to have other people do to augment my strengths? Number 3 is building an organizational chart that looks to the future. I know what I want to build. What do I think the company will have to look like at that point when we're successful? And how would I think it needs to be divided up in a certain way that I teach? And you use that like the roster for a baseball team. Even if you've never hired one player yet, we know for sure we need a pitcher, we need a catcher, we need first, second, third base, shortstop in the outfield. We need that, right? So we put it all in the org chart, and maybe we just start with first base. And then we go along, and at some point we go, we need more. Oh, we better get whatever the next thing is. So that's number 3. Number 4 is, because that, and that's also how to build, I also teach how to build great job descriptions so that there's no ambiguity at all about why you're being brought on, what you're being measured on, what resources you have, et cetera. Then we build scoreboards. That's number 4, so that everybody knows what the top-down mandate is, and then also what they're doing, what they're choosing to do and committing to do to hit their responsibility in the growth of the company. In other words, how are they going to move the ball this week?
Right.
Number 5 is about building an intentional corporate culture. You will always get a corporate culture. It'll either be organic or intentional. If it's organic, it'll probably suck. And if it's intentional, it'll be a reflection of the founder's morals, values, what you stand for, what you stand against, what you want to do, why you exist. it's way better to build an intentional culture. Your culture will outlive you. Your culture will exist and be the glue when you're not there. Culture's critical. Then how do you understand your balance sheet, your statement of cash flow, and your 2 P&Ls? And then how do you empower your management team? And number 8, the 8th class, that was 7 principles. The 8th class is, okay, once you get all that done, you're going to find yourself have a lot of time, and you're going to have some kind of a mental crisis that nobody's knocking on your door asking for your help. And so what do you do with that? And that's when you really become unshackled. It's when you've really built a real business you can sell or can become a cash cow for you, because now you can go do the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
That reminds me of, like parenting, that, you've been successful when your kids are independent and they're successful. And sometimes that's hard, and I think that's the same thing as a business owner, when you can create this team and this business can run, and then all of a sudden, you are unshackled and you have a new identity that you have to come to terms with. But Aaron, one of the things that I appreciate so much about you, and for all of our audience, I want you to know, Aaron is such a man of integrity, and anybody that describes Aaron, that is one of the first things that they say about him. And I appreciate that so much, because that's a rare quality in this world. And second of all, you have so much emotional intelligence to be self-aware, to be able to have these visions of what is success. And I know success to you is having a happy marriage and a happy family life, and to live by that, and to have all of your decisions support your highest priorities. And I admire that in you. And I just applaud you for that. And then to be able to have the ability so that people can come to you, that you are approachable, that you listen and you value their input, and you build this team and you work together so that it can be successful, and they understand the expectations and how to measure success and all of these tools. And so I encourage all of the audience to read Aaron's book about Unshackled, because none of us want to work 80 hours a week.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Can I give a URL? Can I say a URL?
Yes, please do.
Go to 20 mistakes, 20 mistakes, 20mistakes.com. Download the little PDF that we made for you. I made it for this event. 20 mistakes. It's just a list and kind of an explanation of the big mistakes people make. We're easy to find. We've been around forever and ever. The URL's in my description there. If we can help, we would love to help you. There's a million free resources. The main thing is, don't go it alone. Don't try to do this by yourself, because you'll waste so much time.
Right. And we can learn from all of the things that you've already experienced, and
the collective wisdom.
The collective wisdom. Yes.
Absolutely. So thanks for having me. 20 mistakes, go do it. And LA Tribune, we love you. And I love being part of these. And Karen, thanks for everything. And you and I always love being with you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And thank you for being with us. And thank you for your generosity to share all of your wisdom with all of us. So all of you go read Unshackled.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. That is a very rare opportunity.
We can't hear you a little bit, Karen. Are you covering the speaker perhaps?
No.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh, yeah, no, I just said, what a rare experience to get to talk with Aaron Young and to hear from such a successful businessman. He creates millionaires. And so how amazing that we get to have him share his wisdom with us.
Yes, it was a very impactful conversation. And he got into, I think oftentimes you can think about entrepreneurship from so many different perspectives, the creativity that's involved, what are the processes and the frameworks, but he really got into the details of how do you actually structure your business, how do you protect yourself in the business, how do you think about your job descriptions and your company culture. There are so many aspects that go into running a business, whether it's small or large, and you and Aaron in that conversation really got into the details. So it was very dynamic, learned a lot. I'm also going to bring Julianne and then Parisa up before we get into our next segment. And before we transition to hear from our next guest, would love to just get your reflections on today. We are here. If you are joining us live right now, it is LA Tech and Everyday Life. And we've been talking with individuals that have developed platforms that people use globally, talking about AI in everyday life, how to use AI from a podcaster perspective, how to use AI to write a book, like Terrence was talking earlier. But Julianne, how have you been feeling about today's conversations?
You know, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'd never really thought of myself as a tech person until I started listening to everybody else telling me that I was. And I finally changed that narrative in my own mind. And I've got to say, though, I learned so much so far today. And I'm really excited about what we've learned so far, what we're learning next. And the thing that I'm the most surprised with is I've always had this kind of either or mentality, like either I'm creative or I'm technology. And after hearing all these truly remarkable speakers share their wisdom, it's not either or. It's in order to be successful, it is both. So, yay.
I love that. What about for you, Parisa?
You know, I love what Aaron just shared when he said that your culture will outlive you. And that statement, it's such a simple, quite brief statement, but that statement can shift how you approach every single day and how you do everything. It can direct how you do your reps every day, as I always say, that your reps matter. It can direct you what reps you choose to make and what you choose to do. And really, I feel like that, yes, and amen to all of that. And I really feel like it impacts a lot of what we opened with Omer sharing about just keeping your imagination open, keeping your curiosity open, and, being willing to disrupt the behavior and finding a way that it enriches you, that it empowers you, that you can utilize it. That is culture itself. AI is creating a different culture and creating a new culture, I think I'd like to say. And a lot of the things that Abhishek then shared a little bit later on about letting your genius go wild and then pressure testing it later. That's also culture too. I think there's so many things. We always joke about notes, but I literally have so many notes that I've taken. I think 4 pages now of notes that I've taken just today. And these pieces are such mindset shifts. And I think we talk a lot about mindset, but when I say mindset shift in this context, I mean really looking at AI, really looking at tech, really looking at an industry that you may not be super familiar with, or you'd like to be more familiar with a new lens. And when you can look at something with a new lens, it changes everything. And especially an industry that is impacting how we receive information in this information age. I mean, that changes everything, literally, not just for yourself, but everyone else around you. The ripple effect is felt. So this has been so good. I can't believe we're already, getting towards the end of our day. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. And it's been great. It's so good to be here.
That's so amazing, Parisa. For those of you tuning in, please comment, share your thoughts with us today, what you've been learning, what you're able to take from all of the conversations today. Share this summit with individuals in your community. This is day 1 of 3 days. We're having impactful, powerful conversations around tech, how you're creating it, how you're using it, and literally everything in between. Karen, how has today been for you?
Yes, well, as I said earlier when I was relating to Julianne, that I used to say tech is the bane of my existence because I would get so frustrated trying to implement it and I couldn't figure out the tutorials and I would just get so frustrated. And then I thought, okay, I'm not going to say that anymore. I'm going to change my mindset. I'm going to believe that I can figure this out and that it is possible, because I thought of myself as a creative too. And so then I thought, I actually can figure this out. So I sat down and I started figuring out different tech things. And I was so excited. My whole family was just so excited for me. They're like, Mom, this is like you're going back to college and you're figuring out all these things. Your brain is just like on fire because you're so energized by all the things that you are learning. And so I just want to encourage anybody out there that has ever felt like me, that it was beyond them or it was too frustrating or they just couldn't figure it out, to just try and to reach out and ask questions. And I loved what Parisa said. We repeated it so many times, Parisa, that reps count, and that even if you're not seeing the results right then, it's making a difference, and the results are being made at this time, even though we may not be aware of what they are, because you can't always see like your hair growing, but it's happening. And so keep showing up, keep doing the work, and think outside the box. I really liked how so many people talked about that. And then the last thing that I keep noticing that people spoke about today was emotional intelligence and combining the human element with AI, that it's not, technology and AI are not just over there separate from the human element. We can combine those two things, and we can actually enhance our emotional intelligence by using technology, which I think is fascinating.
I just love that share, Karen. Please share your comments in the chat with us, everyone, and share how LA Tech has been impacting your life. Really delighted to introduce our next speaker who will be joining us today. His name is Dhaval Kapadia. He has a background in private equity investments, and he really focuses on preparing the next generation of early stage investors through training, through mentoring, and through network. His goal is to make the best investments in the smartest way possible to ensure that those investments blossom into industry-leading companies of tomorrow. Dhaval also helps startup founders implement a strong financial strategy in their company to help them succeed. So we just heard about how you can employ LLC strategy, legal entity strategy. We're going to hear about financial strategy. And Dhaval is also a board member of Thai SoCal that was founded in the SoCal chapter was founded in the early 1990s. But there are 61 chapters of Thai around the world across 14 countries with a whole goal of helping to support entrepreneurs and innovators through investments, through really helping their entrepreneurial ideas flourish. So Dhaval, we are so delighted to have you join us here today during LA Tech. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a fantastic conversation to listen, and I'm excited to participate and add value where I can.
Thank you so much, Dhaval. So I just went through your bio, but would love for you to share more about who you are in your own words. And then we would love to start our conversation after your introduction, learning more about the work that you do with Thai SoCal. So over to you, Dhaval.
Absolutely. No, thank you for the kind words and the bio. If I had to sum it up, I basically say that I help founders achieve their dreams. So we've been talking about technology and how it gets developed and implemented, how we feel as users. But behind the technology are actual founders who are doing the hard work. And a lot of times they may come from a tech background, they may understand how to program the computer, but they don't necessarily know how to turn that into a business. And that's really where I come in. And I help them actually develop the business, manage cash flow, put a financial strategy in place so they can benefit from all the hard work that they're doing. And then obviously get to bring that technology to all of us, right? We get to use that technology. And if there wasn't a business plan behind that technology, it would never reach us. So that's really where we step in and try to help the founders. And on the other side, I also work with investors. I'm the chairman of Investor Institute. And what we try to do is educate the investors on how to analyze these businesses, these startups, and analyze the technology and actually make smart investments so that you can maximize the impact you're having in the world. And doing so, get a healthy return on your investment and grow your wealth. So that's also very exciting, working with investors and making sure that they're making smart investments. So to sum it all up, I basically tell people I know how money works, and that money flows essentially empowers the technology. So that's how I can add value to the tech world.
Wow, that's remarkable. Dhaval, would love to hear further your perspective, because you work with startup founders, but you also work with investors. Everyone is looking to create value and to really have a social impact, but also to get a return on the time, energy, and effort that everyone that is part of the startup ecosystem is putting into the process and experience. But where do you find the most synergies around the conversations that you have with the individuals that are the startup founders as well as the investors? Like, where do you find that this conversation or this topic comes up a lot when I'm speaking with both of these groups within the ecosystem?
Absolutely. So I think let me start from an investor perspective, what investors like to hear. So this way, founders can actually frame how they approach investors. And then we can switch gears. But the idea for an investor is, do they understand the story? Do they understand what you're trying to achieve? And a lot of founders get caught up in the technology and the jargon and what they're building day to day. But the idea is, what kind of impact will that new technology have on the world? And you have to be able to share that in a story. And when you share that in a story, people can buy into that story, right? So if I start talking about how cars are going to drive themselves and they're going to use these many cameras and this many radars, and this is what the computer is going to look like, no one really cares. But if I tell you that, listen, very shortly in the next few years, there may be a time when you get into a car, there is no driver, there is no steering wheel, there are no brake pedals, and you can take a nap and wake up at your home. That is exciting. That is something you want to buy into, right? So the technology is great, but what is it enabling? Tell us about that. And if you can share that in a nice story, that's what people can buy into. That's what investors are looking for.
In the story and in the positioning. And that's an interesting point, because we were talking with Abhishek earlier, who was on the product management team of Zoom, and he was talking about how when some of the features that Zoom built, like the backdrop, it was to protect confidential information behind the person that was speaking, but in how people are actually utilizing it, people use backdrops to create interactive experiences or share moments. And it shows that, you can create, there's the functionality aspect, but there's the story aspect, which is actually how is it being used and how is it shifting the cultural moment. So it's an interesting perspective to have. What do you like, taking that same kind of perspective, how do you then shift and evolve that conversation with the founders that you're speaking with, in terms of maybe it is the technology, but how do they actually shape and tell that story if they're not sure which way to go?
Absolutely. The founders, telling the story, packaging it correctly, and sharing it in an exciting way is sometimes can be hard, can be challenging for the founders, because they are so focused on the small details, right? Looking at the big picture is hard. But I basically tell them that as a CEO of their company, you have to not only get into the minutia, but you also have to be able to step back and look at the big picture. And we actually spend a lot of time thinking about what are the use cases, how are the customers using it, what do the customers feel about your product, not necessarily, oh, the button needs to be over here, not over there, right? That's obviously, those are all the things you have to worry about day to day. But how do they feel? Are they excited about your product? Are they looking forward to coming in and using it again tomorrow? Those are the things you start to have conversations around, and that formulates into a story. So that helps them sort of, understand the customer's perspective, how people are using it, and what the bigger picture is. And once they start to do that, things really change. They actually get excited about their business, because instead of focusing on the little things, now they can step back and say, oh my God, this is going to change the world. And once they realize that, they jump out of bed at 5 a.m. and start working on their product, right? So having that conversation, showing them the bigger picture, actually adds a ton of value to the organization and gets them excited to actually do more and work, even faster to achieve their dreams. So it's really exciting and rewarding to be able to share that mindset with them. And then you see the results, 2 months later, 3 months later, and the results really, the trajectory changes for the business.
I love that. As you're talking, I was thinking about this idea of storytelling, and I'm curious. And this is more of a money question because I know that there's a lot of people out there that are wondering, or in this spot where they're thinking, "Well, I have this wonderful idea, but I have no idea how to complete it." And a lot of technology is that way. They have a great idea, but it's kind of like a unicorn petting zoo. How do you make that a reality? So
Exactly.
as an investor or somebody who is in that money game, is that something that would keep you from maybe supporting that idea?
Yeah. No, that's a fantastic question. They every founder that I work with, they walk in the door saying they know everything, and they're the king, the kings, they're the leaders, they get it. And within about 3 or 4 questions, they realize that they don't know everything. And that's actually the starting point where we can start to work together and we can start to achieve things because no one knows everything. As an investor, someone who's been in this game for a long time, we know that nobody knows everything, right? You have to build a team. And the only way you build a team is you realize that, okay, I don't know this. So let me go find that skill from outside. So that I think that's a very, very important realization that you're starting with, that I don't know how to do this, right? Sometimes you have a great idea. You don't have the software expertise to build it, or maybe you don't have the legal or the accounting systems in place to actually support your business. So totally fine. Even if you have an idea, let's start working on it and then creating a business around it so that you can actually bring that idea to market. And that really is the first critical step. Can we bring this to market? And what is the minimum number of things we need to get right in order to bring this to market? And that's what I start with every founder. And very quickly you realize that, okay, we're going to need to build a team. We're going to need to bring 4, 5, 6 people together in order to get this done. And that's where magic starts to happen. Then they start to think about, oh, I had a friend in college who could probably do this. Okay, let's give them a call, right? and we can start to bring all these other skill sets in. Once you admit you don't know everything, then you can start to achieve big things.
I like that. I think a lot of people get stuck in this idea that they have to know everything. And like you said, the bells, the whistles, all the certain ideas. And I think a lot of ideas get lost because they don't know the how yet. I'm curious, what is one of your favorite things? I mean, I know that you have an affinity for Tesla, and I know that there's that idea of the self-driving cars and whatnot, and that was at one time considered absolutely insane and crazy. I'm curious, this is something that you have thought, oh my goodness, before everybody else thought it was going to be cool. What is something that you thought, oh my, I have got to be a part of this?
That's a great question, Julie. I guess you Googled me and found my passion about Tesla. So secrets out, I was an early investor in Tesla, and obviously got excited about EVs when most people didn't know what electric vehicles were. But obviously benefited tremendously from that investment. Having said that, there are certain moments in our lives when we can actually see the world changing before it has fully changed. And I think the biggest moment, I know you guys have been talking about this, the AI revolution, if you would, that's coming up. And I think that's another thing that I'm very excited about today, that I know the underlying technology that we use is going to change. It is changing. In the 90s, when the web became a thing, everybody came out with, oh, my company is not ABC, it's abc.com, right? Everybody got excited and rebranded themselves with a .com at the end. That was a huge shift. In early 2000s, when iPhone came out, everybody said, oh yeah, I have an app for that. What's your business? It doesn't matter. My business has an app. Right, and the underlying technology changed to mobile at that. The tectonic shift that's happening is the AI technology, So right now, even if people don't have AI, they say, oh, my company uses AI. How does it use AI? It doesn't matter. We use AI, right? And that becomes sort of the kicker for the business. Right now, people may be just saying it, but I think over the next 2, 3, 5 years, they are actually going to start using it. And I think that is the new fundamental change that's happening. So, you asked me, what do you get excited about? This is, I can see that in 5 years, this is the fundamental technology, and it's getting developed right now. It's getting developed today. So the companies that are actually working on the technology, I get super excited about that.
I want to jump in and ask you a question. This is unrelated to what you've shared so far, but what is your favorite application for AI right now that you personally use?
Really interesting question, because I do use ChatGPT and I use, all these tools, to create graphics and things like that. I've used all of them. But there are a handful of things that are really critical. Tesla obviously is developing real world AI. I think that's a really exciting future that's coming up. Until today, we've had robotics for 25 years. But one key example Tesla gave is that imagine a robot holding a bottle of water, pouring water into a cup, and calculating how much water actually went into the cup, understanding that he did a good job or it did a good job or not, and saying that okay, and then handing you the glass of water. We would take that as sort of a fundamental thing, maybe even a 5, 6, 7-year-old can do very, very, very easily. But we haven't been able to do this simple task with a robot unless you're programming every little nuance, right? Unless you're saying just tilt the bottle X percentage, achieve this angle, make sure the cup is at this coordinate, and it becomes a nightmare. So even something as fundamentally simple as this, we haven't been able to achieve until today. And now using AI, using the new technology we have, we're starting to be able to achieve that. Same thing with understanding information. ChatGPT is able to create a 10,000 word essay in 3 seconds, but does it actually understand the information that's coming in? What is factual, what is not factual, right? That's been a big controversy. Creating images, do you actually understand the image, or are you just putting in faces where they shouldn't really be? Those are the types of underlying shifts that we're starting to see. It's understanding the actions you're taking, understanding the information you're getting, and being able to use that information, use that understanding to make decisions. And that's, you can imagine the impact that can have on the world. That kind of a shift is really, really exciting.
I love that. I love the openness to the application of each product, each application of all of these different AI creations, I'll call them, because I feel like it's not just a product itself, it's continuing to evolve, and the use cases are endless at this point. And to say endless, I feel like saying it endless is still minimizing it greatly. But yeah, I love your perspective. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. This, when you say endless, it really opens up, right? What kind of use cases are going to come out of this? And we're touching on the most basic of ideas, but when you start talking about medicine, when you start talking about how this applies to our lifespan, when you start thinking about how this applies to travel and being able to go to unique places, you really start to, it sort of blows your mind what's possible, and what we're able to achieve, hopefully in very short future here.
Right, and then you add the quantum computing into it, and here we go. We
exactly
down the hill. Right.
Exactly.
I had a question for you. So as an entrepreneur, if I was trying to, catch those emerging market trends and maybe use technology, what would you recommend for me?
Okay. That's a really interesting question. That's a powerful question. One thing I would say is find the biggest problem that you can and biggest pain point that you see or you might have experienced. You may talk to your friends, talk to people around you, people who have a 9-to-5 job, and ask them what is the biggest pain that they experience day to day, and do something to solve that pain. That is a sort of a foundational question. And as investors, we look for those pain points. If a business is really targeting a pain point that they can solve, to us, there's no better investment. The first sort of screening that we do is we ask, is this a painkiller or is this a vitamin, right? In a startup world. And that may sound funny, but vitamins are nice to have. But if you have a headache, a painkiller is a must have, right? So if you can find a pain point, and if you can develop a solution for that pain point, now you're onto something. So that I would suggest is the best starting point. And the technology and how you actually solve that, all of that can come later. First, find a pain point.
Do you recommend a technology tool to do that research besides asking, people? Is there something that you would recommend for me?
Yeah, I mean, today we have so much communication coming to us, right? So I suggested you can go out and ask the question, but you can look at any kind of social media, Reddit even. There are tons and tons of boards that talk about, problems people are having, right? What do they hate about their job? Let's start there. And if you can go through all of those types of information, you're starting to get to the bottom of, okay, this is a real pain point, right? One example I would give you is someone that realized that, what people are getting paid in certain jobs is completely unknown. Like, we don't know how much the guy sitting next to us in a 9-to-5 job, if you imagine a desk next to you, we don't know how much that person is getting paid versus you're getting paid. And they came up with Glassboard, and now all the salaries are listed. So you can put in a company name and position and tells you, okay, you should be making X amount. So that is, someone understood that pain point, be wanting transparency in how much people are getting paid, and developed a solution, Glassboard, for it, and voila, there's a successful business that came out of it, right? So that's one way to sort of get to the right question, right problem. Also, that look at all the social media, look at what people are talking about, look at what people hate, and let's solve that.
Right. I sense that you use a lot of gut feeling, because you talked about how do your customers feel, and I thought, I sense that you are really in tune with that you kind of have a sense when you hear a pain point, you kind of recognize, oh, there's something we need to go with.
Mm-hmm. It's a really interesting thing you say that, because I'm a very numbers guy. I'm a finance guy, right? So I'm constantly focused on numbers and looking at financial charts and all those kinds of things, financial models. But I also tell founders that the financial model tells a story. It basically, that story, again, coming back full circle, that story is the most important thing. And understanding the story helps you understand what people are feeling. So the numbers are one thing. I'll give you an example to sort of show you what this means. Let's extremely successful startup. They launch their business. 1,000 people sign up on day 1, 1,000 people sign up on day 2, 1,000 people sign up on day 3, and they are excited, right? Oh, this is fantastic. We're growing like crazy. We're getting people to come in day out. The problem is, in about 2 weeks, people start to drop off. they signed up, they gave their information, but they never came back. After 2 weeks, they stopped using the system. So if you're looking at the numbers, you go, what's going on? Why are those people not coming back? They used our system for 2 weeks, but then they stopped. They stopped coming to it. So then if you talk to that customer and say, hey, what happened? And they're like, yeah, I didn't like the color scheme. It just, it's very gray. It's damn, it doesn't appeal to me. And there are other things that are more interesting. I'd rather be watching TV or something like that. And they dropped off. So all you really had to do was change the color scheme on your website and the people came back. But it was such a minor thing that looking at numbers, you'd never realize. But you're losing customers, you're losing revenue, right, because of it. And you change those just two or three small things, and the customers, that engagement started to go up. People started to connect better with your product. And the only thing that was critical that you missed was people wanted something exciting. People wanted colors to be bright, vivid, something they can connect to. If it was very, gray and dark, people didn't connect to it. They dropped off. So understanding those feelings is very important to understanding the numbers. And although I'm a very numbers guy, I do understand that there's a story behind the numbers.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like that. Devalda, take that a step further. If you are a numbers person, can imagine that as an investor, you get to hear different founders pitch their ideas to you, or you get to explore what kind of new technologies are out there and new innovations. But what role has intuition played in some of your decision making? Or it's like you have all the numbers in front of you, but that gut is telling you something. What role has intuition played in your process?
That's a fantastic question. Intuition is important, but intuition, we've talked about gut feeling, all these things. I think they all refer to the same thing, same item, but intuition really comes with bad experiences. And bad experiences come from having bad intuition. So it's a tricky thing to sort of say, okay, I have good intuition. I had a lot of bad experiences to have that good intuition. And once you start to see all the things that can go wrong, you start to recognize that pattern. And then when you come to a new project, you start to, if you see those patterns again, you recognize them, and then you tend to sort of pull back, that your intuition is saying no. But it's important to understand that intuition comes from bad experiences, and bad experiences comes from bad intuition. So when you're starting out, when you're 20, 22-year-old, starting your first business, don't expect to have great intuition. It won't be there, and you don't want to sort of rely on your gut feel when that gut feel might be wrong. So in those instances, what I always advise founders is have really good mentors, someone who may be a little bit older, may have gray hair or no hair at all, and ask them what they think of these problems that you're facing day to day. And that's also very important, bringing in experienced people, building that team, and relying on their intuition may be more successful. And that might actually help you start developing your intuition. So without going through bad experiences, you start to see the patterns that they're seeing. And hopefully that sort of helps you avoid a lot of the potholes that you might face in this journey.
That's very, very powerful. Frustration can breed a lot of wisdom. You talked about having mentorship and having advisors and individuals. Frustration is along the journey before understand the ecosystem. Know you do a lot of work with Thai SoCal. Can you talk about the role that mentorship and the network that you all have curated has played in the development of the entrepreneurs and the startups that you all have worked with?
Absolutely. Thai SoCal is such a fantastic organization exactly for that reason. Ty's mission is simple. It's to promote entrepreneurship. And in doing so, we've recognized that there are 2 or 3 key things that you need. First is money. So we actually invest in a lot of startups. We've launched 2 funds that are now fully deployed. We're doing one-off investments, and probably by end of the year, maybe next year, we may have another fund. But more importantly, as we invest in these companies, we also mentor them. So just the process of making an investment, we actually get to know these founders at a very profound level. We understand their business plan, what they want to achieve, and we can start to guide them even before we put the first check in. And seeing how the founders sort of use our advice and improve their business is very fulfilling. So our members are really excited for those types of opportunities. And then we actually get into, once we write the check, once we make that investment, we actually guide the founder from that point forward. So in some cases, we become official advisors or board members to the startup, and we do that completely voluntarily. Or we can even become just it doesn't have to be a formal relationship, maybe an informal advisor. They have all of our contact information. They can email us or call us anytime and say, hey, I'm facing a really tough decision. Can you walk me through, or can I bounce some ideas off of you? So that mentorship is a very, very critical piece of what we do and how we sort of support the founder, the entrepreneurial community. And by the way, we do that on an ongoing basis. We have a monthly pitch event. So every month we bring in startups. Usually we get somewhere between 20 and 30 founders who apply to us. And we'll go through, we'll screen them, and we'll pick the best 4, and we'll start to mentor them, have these one-on-one discussions with them, and then even bring them in for pitching. Pitching essentially means getting capital from us. And based on what kind of reactions they get from our member community, we may write a check, we may invest, or we may say that, listen, you're a little too early, you need probably 3 more months. Let's work with you for those 3 months and then make an investment. So mentorship is extremely important. Thai is here. Thai SoCal happens to be the chapter I'm affiliated with, but there are 61 chapters around the world, so people can certainly connect with any one of our chapters. And we have the angel program where we're making angel investments, but we also have mentorship program, and we even have Thai University, which is for high school and college kids, to promote entrepreneurship when they're just starting out and really get them off to a great start. So we really try to encompass every aspect of entrepreneurship and promote where necessary, and advise where necessary, I should say, and really get these founders off to a great start.
That is so well said. And I think it's so important that you are talking about mentorship and not just here's some money, now see what you can do with it. I mean, there's so many people that still need that extra guidance. Now, there's something that you were mentioning too about pitching. And I think that is a skill in it of itself. And that's when that storytelling comes in, and what do you share? What don't you share? What is really going to be the important things? Because it can't all be, I mean, you have to share numbers, you have to share ideas, but you have to share where you think it's going and all of those things. Have you ever said, hey, let's work on your pitch and then we can bring it back?
Absolutely. A lot of founders approach me just to get my feedback on their pitch and help them improve how they're pitching. And quite frankly, being able to tell that story is critically important for a founder. It's not just to get an investor, but it's also convincing all of your staff and your employees to buy into your vision, buy into your dream, right? And convincing maybe even your spouse when you're working 18 hours a day why you're doing it. That story might be important. So pitching is a very core skill to a founder. And when they're fundraising, it becomes 20-30% of their time, of how much they have to, what they have to do throughout the day. So it's a very important skill. And yeah, I'm always happy to advise founders on, how to do it well, how to do it successfully. If actually founders want, they can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm doing a workshop next week on exactly this topic: how to advise, how to connect with investors more efficiently. And if they connect with me on LinkedIn, I'm happy to share the invite and have them join. It's a totally free workshop. We do it just to promote entrepreneurship and help them connect with investors.
Well, Deval, thank you so much. My name is Ava Manuel, and I am delighted. I've been backstage just listening in, and I love that you have made that workshop for LinkedIn. I would like to encourage our audience to register. You can see it on the stage, actually on the screens running below. Register at latech.com. 2024.com, and we would love to be able to get that information. So Deval, if you could send that information to us on how they can register, attend, we'd love to get it to our audience at the end of this, at the end of the broadcast. So thanks for everything that you're sharing.
Thank you so much
Absolutely.
for joining us today, Deval, and sharing the work that you do with Thai SoCal, the investors that you work with, and also the startups that you work with. And just sharing your passion. You can really feel your passion come forward today. So thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate you. Would love for you to share some closing remarks for our audience before we close out our segment and our time with you today, Deval.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again for having me. This was very exciting and a lot of fun. And thank you for the amazing questions. For the audience, I would just advise that entrepreneurship is a real gift. It's something that helps not just yourself, but your community and the entire economy. Quite frankly, we're reliant on entrepreneurs and their ability to create new ideas, create new businesses. And quite frankly, that helps employment, that helps our economy, that helps us actually develop and build up our technology. So in honor of Tech Week, I really encourage everyone to follow that dream, that passion, and then feel free to connect with me, feel free to connect with other members of TIE, and feel free to connect with anyone you see on screen or anyone who is sort of at this, encouraging entrepreneurship. And share your passion, share your ideas, and ask for resources. We're happy to help and happy to guide you on this journey. But it's a very exciting journey, and I highly encourage you to follow your dream. Okay.
Thank you so much, Deval, for joining
Absolutely.
us today and sharing your gems of wisdom with us all. Thank you. We
Absolutely. Happy to.
Julianne, Carissa, Ava, Karen, what did you think of with this last segment before we move into our next guest segment? Start with you,
I
Julianne.
thought it was incredible.
I know. The thing for me that we didn't touch on was this idea of fear with technology. And for me, he made my fears, or what I would think my fears might be if I was just starting out, go away. It made it understandable and easy it made it accessible. So that's what I really appreciated the absolute most.
What about you, Carissa?
I love that he brought forward that the financial model tells a story. So again, I feel like it's like each guest that has come on has reinforced in a very unique way, in a very different way, how much of the humanness is really injected into the tech, the finance, just sectors, and how they intersect, and how much that I think we often separate those. And when we allow ourselves to remind ourselves that they are all always interconnected, and we can be plugged in more and we can understand more, that's where a lot of these gaps can really be minimized. So I thought it was great, really.
I love that.
And the part that I was so impressed with was the ability to have him mentored people, well, maybe they weren't ready to pitch. He'll mentor them on pitching. Well, maybe they need mentoring on another aspect. Well, they kind of hold their hands as the entrepreneurs are going through this journey and trying to find the investors and trying to even figure out how to tell the story. I was so impressed with his generous nature to be able to help others to succeed.
Yeah, that's amazing. For me, you just said the word right there, Karen, was story. But the role that story plays in connecting with your end product or end user of your service or the technology that you're providing, but also in communicating to your investors, like to everyone that's on the journey with you, that story, what is your story? What are you trying to accomplish is so important. And that truly stood out. Ava, thank you so much for joining us. Would love for you to help us in introducing our next guest.
Absolutely. Well, before I get there, I wanted to say that one thing that I got from even backstage from the conversation with Duval was that entrepreneurship is a gift. I love how he said that entrepreneurship is a gift and you never have to do it alone. There are mentors out there who generously would want you to succeed. They really want you to succeed, right? And we've seen it time after time on the stage that with the people that were on the stage, from Aaron Young to Terrence McMahon to our podcast guests, oh my God. Talk about the LA Tribune Podcast Network, right? That in itself, that community breeds support. You never have to do it alone. There's something that you can't figure out. There's someone out there who's going to be willing to help. Dame Doria, I want to acknowledge, who's been on our chat the whole day, is someone who's very, very connected in the business industry. She's kind of like your 911 211, if you call it information. Who can I get to be able to help me in this? Like Dame Doria would surely know someone. But switching gears to our next and final speaker for the day, we have someone who's talking about products, and it's products to profit. So we're talking about the whole day almost is intelligence, right? Ideas and using tech to develop business. But what would it look like if you actually have a product, a physical product that you want to get into market, and how can tech help in that? And with that, we're bringing Amy Winslow on the stage. Amy, welcome.
I am so excited and lit up by this conversation. I've been listening for a little bit here. And so Ava and everybody, thank you so much for inviting me to share a bit today. I really appreciate it. And I have the utmost respect for what you're building here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm going to hand it off to the ladies of the tech industry, who I'm sure have like the questions when it comes to products and technology. So, Parisa, I'll hand it over to you. And the rest of the hosts, of course.
I was like, wrong button. Talk about button placement on the screen, right? As we were talking about earlier today. So Amy, good to have you with us. I would love if you could take a minute or two and just share about just what it is that you do and a bit that you would love for our audience to know about you.
Absolutely. So Products to Profits is my company that is born out of the fact that I am eternally in search of variety, right? I am like the world's worst employee if you want the person to stay and do the exact same thing for years on end. I'm amazing when it comes to, okay, let's weave a lot of connections together. So what Products to Profits does is we work with clients that are either launching, building, or scaling a physical product business. And it's kind of interesting because at this point, we also are working on book campaigns and industrial products. We work across all segments. And the way that I think about what I do, my background is as a painter and artist, and then I studied business at UCLA Anderson and the Goldman Sachs program. I translate all day between the creative side and the business side and balancing the two. So making a business concept understandable to a creative, and creativity and bringing value and having that be present from the business side of things. So we marry the two pieces for people. And we work on business strategy, pricing strategy, Obviously, the name kind of says it, products to profits. We're going to work on profitability and how you actually grow a business that can live and become a breathing thing. Like I'm sure Erin talked about corporate structures and other pieces this morning. So we play with how you actually create a business.
I love that. Okay, so question for you. Considering that you work with a range of products, right? What would you say is maybe like the top most like emerging space for products?
Well, there's a couple categories of product that are always going to be in demand. They are the most recession proof, and that is kids and pets. So if you're in the kids and pets market, we women, we will spend on our kids and our pets before we will spend on ourselves. It's just, I see some head nods here, right? So given that, those categories will always do well. I think the intersection of technology is really interesting, and how technology is enabling things and enabling progress faster. We've been training clients on how to use AI for over 2 years. We've been working in tech products since about 2011, and training on marketing with tech companies since then as well. So it's less about the category, and it's more about what is your approach, what is your business model, and what's the value you're bringing to the market, and how do you communicate that? So brand story becomes really big.
That's beautiful. You know, that I just got so excited by that. And I'm curious how people can actually use ChatGPT and all these other AI tools in order to grow their business and still stay true to their brand.
I just get so excited. Okay. All right. I know it's late in the day and I look like I'm in a library. I'm not. I'm in a meeting room, but so I can speak plainly, y'all. Here's what it is. Wow, I just caught myself in the act of this, right? That I'm a naturally energetic person. And so for me to kind of do my thing this way would be way off brand for who I am. Like light years, 180 degrees wrong. So I think one of the things that is happening with AI is it's very possible for all of us, in particularly like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, you name the systems, we use a wide variety of them. It's easy for us to all start to sound like somebody we're not, or all start to sound like each other. And I don't think that does us any favors in service of humanity and in service of really becoming the best, highest versions of human we can be. We actually need to use AI and use technology to bring out the best and to shine and highlight that, and celebrate it. I think it's amazing. And so I'm seeing some of the chat. Yeah. Definitely get excited about how to marry AI and brand and marketing and sales with authenticity and heart and humanity. And that is the game that I'm really playing with people. So I think that's a big piece of what's going to come forward, because if we all dumb our message down and become generic and become sounding like everybody else, you're in a race to the bottom.
Well, Amy, I have a question
Mic
for
drop.
you.
Mic drop.
Well, I have a question for you. Amy, I was just wondering, for somebody that they think they have a great idea, maybe they've done the proof of concept, they've done their research, they've hit the pain point. How do they create that $1 million product on a low cost budget?
Oh, that's always such a good question. They've done the proof of concept. Really, proof of concept at this point should be pre-orders. It should be, you might have done a crowdfunding campaign, but that's even gotten harder. You can use AI with that. You can use a lot of different pieces. So the next steps for on a budget are really to consider what is the size order you really should place. You know, we see people that fortunately the trend is going down on this, but still people are ordering too much product at the beginning. They're ordering more than they ever need. They're ordering more than I typically would have inside large corporations. So limiting your order size at the beginning, super important. And look at how you can use some of the smaller scale technologies. Like on plastic parts, you should probably be doing 3D printing and some of the other kind of faster iteration techniques, rather than go to every bell and whistle that you eventually want to have in a product. Get your MVP, just like with the software. You want to put out an MVP and have it be good enough for everybody to catch the vision of where you're going.
Ooh, I love that. You know, I'm sorry, I got to bring it back to AI again, because, you know, I feel like that is one of those things that is going to keep these businesses moving, and something that can take you and put your energy elsewhere in your business, especially when you're starting up. But where, Amy, do you see AI headed in the next 5 years? How is it going to help reshape the world, the business?
It's moving so fast. Matter of fact, the reason I'm not in my regular office is I'm at a workshop today. So we're discussing, like, over this 2 days, the latest, greatest of AI and of generative AI, ChatGPT, all the different video technologies, and really how you implement them. The thing that I see is going to be a challenge is there's going to be a lot of kind of, excuse my language, a lot of kind of crappy content that isn't really providing a lot of value, that's going to create a lot of noise in the market. And that's already showing up. Ryan Levesque just did a webinar the other day about this, and we've already been seeing it, that with the increase in the volume of content and marketing messages that can be created, it's actually getting noisier. And it's right now, one of the things is that people are having a hard time knowing what to trust. And so the erosion of trust is also something that's going to be very interesting to watch, how we actually reinforce trust and become super ethical and clean about what we're doing. You know, and there's all kinds of things I can say about that. The next 5 years, the pace is going to increase. So anybody who's listening to this, if you have not really looked at this for your marketing, here are some stats for you, okay? April of last year, there were over 14,200 AI startups in the United States, okay? By August of last year, there were over 7,000 AI apps in use in the US market. Okay, that's August of last year, right? And by February of this year, the businesses that were using ChatGPT and other generative AI models had over 42% were already estimating that they'd saved over $50,000. So here's what's going to happen. Anybody who sits on the sideline is going to end up getting outpaced, because that, like, think about it. Julianne, you know, if you've got a project that you want to do as a business and you think it's going to cost $50,000 or $75,000, but all of a sudden you don't have to spend that money, right? What could you do with the money if it's still in your bank account? Well, you can hire more staff, you can invest in more inventory, you can launch a new thing. Like, the list goes, right? If you didn't have the money in your bank account and you can do the project on a budget way sooner, what also happens? You have first mover advantage. You have the ability to test things and iterate faster. So the business that sits on the sidelines is going to get outpaced by the business that dives in. That's just the way it's going to go. Video tech is still going to be a massive piece. It's going to increase. Like right now, you've got Opus Clip, you've got all in video, you name it. There's a million tools you could use to repurpose your content. My biggest thing is that we all keep sounding on brand for our business, not on brand for the person you're trying to copy.
Exactly. You want to say to you.
That's critical. So with Amy, with some of the small businesses and the entrepreneurs that you work with, what are ways that you kind of coach them or guide them in leveraging the technologies that are out there, but also staying truly authentic to who they are and what that brand voice is? And to add a layer to, oh, yeah, go ahead. And I have one more after that.
I know, you go ahead. Part 2's fine.
And how do you actually, if a brand doesn't know what their brand voice is, potentially use AI or technology to help them find that voice, but then to go back to staying true to who they are in an authentic way?
Yeah, there's a wonderful blend that can happen. So you can actually use pretty much any of the tools that are text-based to analyze the brand voice of your existing website, your existing marketing materials, your existing email campaigns, to see what it's actually saying your tone is. Because what we see is there are some businesses, they think their tone is one thing, but the human has a little misunderstanding going on. And so it's a good reality check to use it to analyze your brand and ask it for your tone of voice and your writing style. Okay. So you want to do those. And then some of the other ways to think about this is you will get very different content and very different marketing depending on what you are asking the system to be for you. For example, if I write about this pen, okay, just a simple little pen, right? I could write about this pen from a very, very technical standpoint of like the materials it's made out of, the molecular composition of the ink, get really, really exotic, right? Or I could write about it as the design of it and be, oh, this is so good. It should be in the Museum of Modern Art, whatever, right? And write about it like I'm an art critic. Or I could write about it like I'm a comedian and have like the really funny take on the pen. And the content is going to be totally different. So based on who I'm telling the system to be, it will give me a different perspective. So I think that we have to actually choose very wisely who we want the system to fulfill as a role. Like what seat on the bus is it filling for us, right? And answer our questions from that, create from that. And for marketing text, please, like for all things holy, have it write at like a 10th grade level, right? Just do that. Just tell it, write this at a 10th grade level, because otherwise you're going to get something that is off-putting and stilted as a conversation. So your brand voice usually is going to include things like, how compelling do you want to be? Do you want to be kind of snarky, or do you want to be warm and friendly? So you actually can give it those descriptors. That's a really massive takeaway for everybody. If you haven't done that, write the same thing from like, write it as a pirate, write it as a soccer mom, write it as whatever, and you'll see how different the world can be for you, okay? So staying true to who you are. The other piece I would say about this, Alicia, is that first you have to know who you are and be willing to own that. And I just did an exercise myself last week. I mean, I speak on stage at Shark Tank events, and we've had things on the show. We've worked on products that have $300 million, all this stuff, right? $300 million in 3 years in sales on one product line. And I did this exercise last week for myself to own what I'm really exceptional at. And it was confronting for me on a couple of things because I was like, so I think we have to actually own who we are in our DNA and then be willing to put it out in the world too. Own the best parts of ourselves and be willing to put it out and let the tools amplify that in responsible, ethical, gorgeous ways.
This right here, mic drop moment, is the beauty of combining who we are, knowing who we are in the midst of the advancements and, light speed progressions and evolutions of tech. The one thing that we can't be outdone with. Is who we really are. And I love the way you communicated that, Amy. I just wanted to share, I had a profound conversation yesterday with Peter Swain, one of the AI experts who has his own AI mastermind, with hundreds of attendees. And I was sharing with him how I've used AI and how I have created a GPT, taught the GPT like my own principles, my leadership ways, how I respond to things, my mentors, the contents from my mentors. It's like a whole length of time that I've just been like feeding into a GPT. And I call this GPT the Insight Alchemist. So she goes by Tia. And I was
Tia.
describing how she is trained to evoke ideas from you, not teach you, not contradictory to AI's design, because AI would give you like 7 things, 11, 15, right? You're enumerating the form, but the way I've trained Tia is to evoke the answer to you. Don't teach, but like lead where you want it to, where you want the answer to lead to. And he was saying, it's profound when women figure out AI. So I'm just saying, with women on the screen, he said it's so profound because men don't think that way. And I know we've got men on the chat between Andreas and Jason, commenting for us. He said like men think of AI as like as algorithm, like it's a prompt engineering. And so in engineering, he said, when you create this is the result. When you do this is the result. Like that's engineering. But AI doesn't work that way. It's an intelligence. And so it's got a personality of its own. It evolves in itself. And I love how Amy explained this in a way that like really it starts with knowing who you are, even before like creating your brand. And that's irreplaceable. That right there. And then take Terence's teaching and marry that with AI. And then now you have your super Parisa. And we've got super Alicia and super Karen. But going back to products to profits, Amy, I know we're running past the time, but I'd love to be able to give some value to our audience, for people who are thinking of, they actually have a product in mind. They're probably like marketing it in Facebook Marketplace in a smaller scale. Like, what are some tips that you can give people that they can run with, that they'll be able to already utilize today? What is available on AI and tech to be able to advance how they do business. And of course, in addition to like coming and registering with us and being on a more exclusive event or a classroom with you, what would be those tips?
Absolutely. They should look at how they can use AI to enhance their listings. So whether you're using a Shopify-based site, or you're doing Amazon Marketplace, or you're doing Facebook Market, or any of those, look at using your AI to enhance the benefit text of your product listing, and to iterate and brainstorm additional ways and benefits that your audience gets benefit out of the product. So feature is one thing. A coffee cup has a handle, and the handle is a feature, but the benefit of the handle is that it allows me to hold my cup easier. The benefit is in the user's seat, not in the feature. So really using it to get clear on the benefits of your product is massive. And I have a little invitation, if you don't mind, Ava. We put together something that's just a really fun, quick cheat sheet for people that they can get for free from our website. So if you want, I can mention that. And it includes...
What we've been encouraging people to do is actually right after this, because you're our final closing speaker, we're going to be emailing out some of the resources that our speakers have shared through the day. So we're going to be sharing it through that. So I know that you've sent it to us already by email. We'll definitely share that. So make sure that you guys, if you're watching this on live stream, register at latech2024.com. That way we can get you the resources from Amy that will help you with products marketing. And also, I know that we would love to be able to get you back on an exclusive Zoom, Amy, so that we can really tap into your expertise, your expertise in creating $300 million products in the last year. So would love to be able to make that available for whoever has a product out there that's watching us today.
Fantastic. I love that. And so one little snippet for people here at the end is treat your experience with AI like a conversation, like a dialogue, and get in and play with it. And don't be so concerned about getting it right. You know, there's a workflow to it. There's a process for sure. And like I said earlier, if you don't jump in, you're going to get left behind. So I really encourage everybody to jump in earlier rather than later, because right now, even today, we were all talking, you know, there's a room of experts in AI, and we're all talking about the collaborative learning that's happening because it's early, right? Because we're in this creation moment. So let yourself be a creator rather than a consumer.
For sure. Be a creator. That's right. There is a mic drop. You know, there's a lot of fear, you know, with people losing their jobs and the roles that they play right now being replaced by AI. And right there, I think is the answer. Be a creator rather than a product. So thank you. And bringing in, of course, the Vice President of LA Tribune, Michael Silvers.
Michael, you're on
muted.
mute.
He does that.
Thank you for joining us.
I wanted to thank Amy. Everybody give her a round of applause. That was just awesome. Fantastic. What a great day, everybody, we've had. Amy, we're going to drop you off in a minute, but really, thank you so much. Thank you for imparting the knowledge, giving the audience one thing to walk away with, and just spending your time with us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for putting this on and for bringing so much to the tech community and the business community in Los Angeles and Southern California and around the globe.
Thank you
so much. And you said something that's going to stick. Allow the AI to amplify, right? To enhance
amplify. All right, Amy.
Thank you. You are. So thank you so much, Amy.
You guys are awesome. You know, it's funny how go to mute. I'm so excited. I actually was taking some notes. So it's been a tremendous day, and I'm going to turn it over to you because I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for the audience held like all day. Everybody stayed with us. I've gotten text and notes from people I know saying this was powerful because it came at some different angles, but it still gave them the understanding. Right? It's like, don't fear that thing, move forward, use it. It's in your life. It's about the brain. And I just wanted to sort of tee up tomorrow, everybody. We got somebody else I know wouldn't like that, but we got Mr. Joseph McClendon on first thing in the morning. So he's going to rock your world and your brain. And we're literally going to just shoot out the door from there. So you don't want to be late. He literally goes on right away. We start again at 10 a.m. We'll get everybody teed up, get the stream open. It's very exciting. Look at the team you've got here. It doesn't get any better. And then at that point, he's just going to go. You're going to take lots of notes and get information. We're going to move to more mindset. And then we're going to flip really into the mind and how we use it together. You're going to actually get presented by a trainer. So we literally have from Tony's world, from T. Harv's world, from the world of TV and media. And then we're moving right back into heavy in the AI, but the mindset, then we're going to look at sort of international, what's going on, and we're having way too much fun. So you guys are awesome. I'm going to drop off. I'm going to let you guys take this audience out, but I just wanted to say that was brilliant sessions. Thank you all. This is such an amazing team, and I can't wait for tomorrow, and have a beautiful day.
Thanks, Michael. Wonderful. Well, ladies, I am delighted, with having seen how tech, AI, innovations, and ladies go together. You brought it down today. So, Marisa, let's start with you. Like, what were your favorite takeaways for the day?
Okay, so I literally have, 6 pages of notes. I've been writing
share them. Share.
Oh, I will. I'll throw them in a document and share them. Like, really, this is so good. So some of my key pieces here. I'm literally flipping through these pages. Believe that it's doable. Omer started us off this morning with that. Believe that it's doable. Don't go into anything without believing that it's doable. That is one of the most powerful statements I think I've heard in my life. Believe that it's doable. So how often are we leaning into doubt? often. Next, I have from Abhishek is allow your genius to go wild and then pressure test it. Like, yes, all of it. I've got another one from Aaron. Your culture will outlive you. So the importance and the relevance and the intention around how you set culture, what you determine your culture to be, and allow that to be felt so that your presence is felt without you needing to actually physically be there or virtually be there. And
I
then
think Steve Jobs did that well with Apple.
absolutely. Really though, really. And it's so simple. The simple steps though were so crucial and felt and have lasted, right?
Let your
And
culture outlive you.
yes. And it then literally ties into a lot of the financial conversations that we started to have today that we will continue on with tomorrow. And that I have written down that the financial model tells a story, and the story tells you what people are feeling. And all of these things that I wrote down were all from very, like, you could say intense or heavy, but like very technology focused or financial focused conversations. All of these pieces, and they're all more philosophical, like more of the humanistic elements of this. But that's also my point, is that we get to really combine, and I've said this already today, we get to merge all of these things together. They are no longer this separate understanding, this separate ideology. They are the same. Philosophy goes with technology. You know, convictions go along with the creation of these products. All of it goes together, including AI, especially AI. We get to use it mindfully, and we get to use it, not stand, sit on the sidelines. We get to use it. I was initially, I will be very honest, I was very against AI. I was very against anything that just felt lacking human connection. This was many years ago, and I've been resistant. I've still pressed through. I've still placed myself in conversations that I didn't necessarily understand or agree with just yet. I don't necessarily understand or agree with all of them just yet anyway. But allowing myself to use the tools, allowing myself to dive in and not be resistant to what already is, I think that is the biggest key for myself, at least. And hopefully, if anyone else is more resistant or pushing back on some of these things, I encourage you to dive in and lean into the creativity, as Amy shared in the very end, lean into the creativity versus the consumption.
Mic drop moment. Lean into the creativity versus the consumption. Be a producer versus being a user, or a consumer. So that's another way to say. So Parisa, I am counting on your notes. If you register at latech2024.com, we are going to I'm volunteering this, Parisa, without your permission. We're going to share you some of Parisa's notes.
Gladly. I'm a Virgo. I'm a note taker. I got it all. I got it down.
Okay, Parisa's got us. Karen would like to go to you and see, how has this day been for you? You've been amazing hosting some of the panels. You've got the greatest questions. You've brought some of the panels alive. What are your takeaway, and how has the day been for you?
Yes, Ava, I just appreciated so much. There were so many similarities. We talked a lot about overcoming fears, and like Parisa just mentioned, with sometimes we have resistance, and maybe there's a lack of knowledge, and maybe there's just, we feel overwhelmed. And so I thought that was interesting that all of those factors were addressed as people spoke, because I think each one of us has felt those feelings at different times with different forms of technology. I know I have. And then overcoming that and taking those steps and reaching out and asking for help. And the other thing is how the sense of community is very important for being able to do that. I can't believe the generosity of these people. If you need help, just reach out to me. I'm like, really? Wow. And to have these kind of experts that are willing to volunteer their time and educate us for free, it's just so mind-boggling that because they're very busy people. And for the Los Angeles Tribune to offer this to the world, and for us to be able to take advantage of this, and for these speakers to be so generous to offer their expertise, I just feel so grateful. And I And as I was reading the comments, so many people were just so excited about the different tools and the different offers and the opportunities to learn and to connect with these wonderful experts. And so I think what happened that I kept feeling was that people felt hope. Oh, I want to share this message. I want to do this thing. And I want to have this, I see this end goal. I don't know how to get there. But now I feel a little bit of hope that I can try. I can use these tools. It's not beyond me. It's not, I don't have to have this degree to be able to use this tool, that I can actually learn this thing. And then I can accomplish my goals and turn my goals into dreams, into reality as well.
That is just beautiful. Hope is a very, very beautiful thing. Yeah. So, which brings into perspective, as the world changes with tech and AI advancement, and it can feel like it's crowding you and it's replacing you, the hope in there is that it's actually an ally. Depending on what part of the game you're in, it could be your enemy or it could be your ally. And LA Tech 2024, tech for daily living, for everyday life, is all about how do we get tech to be our allies, to make us more efficient, more expansive, more productive, more effective. And that's what we're all about. So Alicia, our business director in LA Tribune, would love to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal day. We got to hear about tech in so many different perspectives, from the creators that are creating technologies that we use every day that we can't even imagine. I mean, we opened with Omar today, and he has the patent out for reducing like the pause, when there's a pause and when you're watching live streaming video, and the connection to the network, and really being a part of that. But he's still creating and he is still innovating. And I was reminded today, and I learned so much, that we all get to evolve. Like the role that feedback plays in our lives and how we learn, whether it's the model, like what you're teaching AI and giving feedback to your AI, or when Abhishek was talking about Zoom and how it was built for like the enterprise business use, but then everyday people were using it and it was impacting their lives in such a profound way. But the users were evolving because now they get to do their business in a different way, but the people that are creating were also evolving as well. And so I think one of the other takeaways that I got from today was that the tech is great. The tech is evolving. There are so many minds out there that are creating, but the tech is as great as our ability or our willingness to be open to it, to step into it, which is why the mindset aspect is so key. I mean, during the podcast panel that Karen hosted earlier, I learned so much around how when you get your video and you get your shot, do you just put it out there? Are you going to edit it more? Do you just put it out there? But what is your mindset to just step into the unknown? And you never know what that moment's going to be. Like Dr. Chow was talking about, how you put a video out there, you don't know if it's going to go viral, but you put it out for the impact, or you put it out because you have a perspective, and like just the balance that creates. So I love today's conversations because they took us to so many different places. I mean, Ava mentioned her Tia. I actually use her Tia, and I've been learning so much about myself through Tia. And I think, AI, we often hear about it in the perspective of how do we use it to evolve our business, but also how can we use it to evolve ourselves? How can we use it to help us learn insights about ourselves that we maybe wouldn't have gotten to had we not been able to be asked the right questions, right? Or just, and so there are so many different ways to use technology, but we play a really big role in what role technology plays in our business, how we use it, how we don't use it, what we're open to, what we're not. And the world is evolving. So how can we step into that evolution with the world? So today is just day one. I'm excited for day two. And day three, we are just getting started. But Ava, back to you for closing remarks before we get ready for tomorrow.
I love it. You actually teed me up to where I would want to go. The world is evolving. And it's not the first time. Like when internet first came, it replaced a lot of roles and a lot of jobs, and we moved on and we lived on, and new jobs were created, right? So one of them, for example, my mother was the liaison officer before there was fax and email. And she carried the documents from office to office asking for signatures because there was no fax, there was no email. And that was replaced. That wasn't a job that existed anymore. It can't exist anymore. Fax can do that. Email can do that. Fax is lost. It's its role in this day and age, right? Now email can do that. Well, healthcare system still uses fax, but but normally, and much of it is maybe you could say the fear of, in the healthcare system, things being the privacy being violated with internet and all that. There's still some trepidation in that, but the world is evolving, and it matters what side you put yourself in, the side of the evolution. It could either be your enemy or it could be your friend. And our invitation in the Los Angeles Tribune, in LA Tech, tech in everyday life, is that you become friends with technology, you become allies with technology, because it's really, there's a quote that says, and help me out who said it, may you live in interesting times. Who's the quote from? May you live in interesting times. Okay, well, it's a very famous quote. If we have anyone in the field, in our virtual auditorium, our global auditorium, who says that. But, who is it?
I said, can we chat GPT it? Throw it in there.
Of course, you can Google it. Like, may you live in interesting times. But whoever wished that, we are so privileged to live at a time as we live in right now, because like Terrence said, I don't want to rehabilitate myself, because that means putting myself back to where I was, and where I was sucked, and I didn't want to go back to that. So I wanted to reinvent myself, and Robert Kennedy. Okay, we've got a quote. May he live in interesting times. Okay, from Peter Swain too. Thank you so much, Peter. But what we're saying is, you have the ability to reinvent yourself. And at the Los Angeles Tribune, register for LA Tech 2024, because this is just the beginning. Our executive producer, Parisa Rose, is bringing together talents and resources, and Alicia's connections in tech, and Karen's amazing connections in podcasts, Michael Silver's, Mo Rock. You've got an amazing group of people who are bringing experts together that will just help you transition in this time of evolution. So with that, we are excited for the closing of day one, and we look forward to an amazing day two. Closing comments, of course, goes to our executive producer, Parisa Rose.
Thank you for being here, all of you. If you enjoyed this, I encourage you, please share it with someone that will also want to glean from any of the information that was shared today. And, we benefit others when we share what we know, and we share what has given us value. So if this has provided value for you, I encourage you to share it with someone else. And please, I encourage you, let's do this tomorrow again, top of the day, 10 a.m. Pacific time. And replays are going to be available, but do whatever you do it well, do it with excellence, do it with intention, and know that what you do matters every day, because your reps matter.
What you do matters every day. Absolutely. And, in the Los Angeles Tribune, we stand for redefining media, and, changing the status quo. Exactly. Changing the status quo. And with that, we were going to close with the TEDx message from our CEO, Mo Rock. And we'll see you all tomorrow after this message.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.